Hōrō-sha, The Wanderer, by CSCH Man 20 Part 2. Previously, Sakura released the tension in her hands after Sasuke left and sank deep into the floorboards under her. Despite the dramatic event, Sakura felt a little relieved. She had vented out some pent-up frustration for once. She was not certain it was a healthy release of emotion, but she still felt better for it. This fact did not stop the tears, however. They came in a torrent and Sakura felt like shit for a long time after that. Whatever she ended up feeling was never a singular emotion, it seemed. She was always feeling good and bad at the same time. She did not know if everybody else felt like that too and were just really proficient at handling themselves or not. All she knew was she was crying because despite her best intentions, she just made the one who had her heart leave her once again. She could practically taste the irony. It tasted like tears. Sasuke was seated high above the ground and nestled in the leaves of a large maple tree. The afternoon sun managed to reach his form and gave him some much-needed warmth. He sat and watched the busy village from a distance. He did not want to alert the villagers yesterday because he knew the commotion would have stirred up a predicament he did not want to deal with. Kakashi would have showed up, asked for his report, and made trying to get to Sakura that much more complicated. The night before had been the best of his entire life and it seemed like it had been wasted because of the unfortunate argument earlier that morning. She could not have meant all of that, right? She had missed him just as much as he had, if not more so. So why did she act like that? Maybe she had been that way because she had missed him so much. Maybe he had not treated her feelings with the proper care. He had been selfish to think everything would work out if he had simply showed up and loved her. After last night's events, he had thought his assumptions were correct. She had loved him in the purest form and yet she felt so distant now. He had to face the consequences of his decisions. Sakura had given him multiple occasions to come back and be with her. She had been upfront and honest with her intentions from the beginning. He never did that. He was not vocal with her and failed to communicate his feelings. He was inadequate at such things. He needed to correct his mistakes and actually talk to her for once. He needed to show her he had changed and was worthy of her love now. He could stay and actually be with her now. They could start over and live in a world filled with their love for each other. Thanks to the morning's events, though, he would be lucky to even get a minute of her time now. He did not deserve her. Sasuke shook his head and pushed aside his doubts. He strengthened his resolve. He jumped from the tree and made his way towards Sakura's apartment. Sasuke was judicious in making sure no one recognized him as he traversed the streets of Konoha. When he reached Sakura's apartment door, he knocked on it sharply and waited. There was no answer and Sasuke used his blessed eyes to sense her presence. She was not in her home and Sasuke broadened his senses to try to find the young woman. When he found her, he groaned inwardly at the location she was in. This was going to be tough. I don't want to talk about it anymore, all right? Sakura had gone to work that day and she regretted ever telling the events of last night to her best friend. Ate this stuff up and was fixated on the fact that Sasuke was back. But I mean, Sakura, you slept with him, right? Ino's eyes were wide and she had the most peculiar smile on her face. That's not important right now, Ino. We have a client coming in, so could you put it to rest just for now? Please? Ino did not really like that answer, but she knew she needed to be professional. She pouted and put both her hands into the front pockets of her white coat. She and Sakura had opened up their own medical clinic right next door to the hospital and received their own clients on a regular basis. The pay was amazing and the two women were well known for their medical capabilities. Tsunade had trained both of them well. Ino was skilled, but they both knew Sakura had surpassed their teacher long ago. Ino decided to give in for the moment. Okay, Sakura. But I want all the details later. Sakura nodded and opened the door to let in one of their regulars. It was an old woman that struggled with back problems. Sakura had performed surgeries on her back before and found it to be as healthy as it could be at her age. Sakura had to give her regular treatments every week to help the back pain. The old woman smiled and greeted the two girls. Sakura told her to take a seat and she began her checkup. She grabbed a clipboard and began to write the necessary paperwork. As Sakura made her observations, Ino spoke a thought she had on the other side of the little room. Where is Sasuke anyways? Sakura snapped the pen she was holding. Ino! What did I just say? Suddenly a knock was heard on the door and the receptionist rushed in. She was out of breath and her face was beet red. Haruno-san. Excuse me, but you have an important visitor. I tried to tell him you were busy, but he was adamant and The poor receptionist was cut off as a tall figure entered through the doorway and gently pushed her out of the way. Sakura sensed an amalgamation of confusion and rage at the sight. Hello, Sakura. I apologize for the intrusion, but I must speak with you. The delight and wonder in Ino's eyes was not helping to quell Sakura's ire. Surprisingly, the old woman spoke before Sakura had a chance to. Oh my. If it isn't the young Uchiha. My goodness, you are a handsome one. There has been a lot of controversy about you over the years, my dear. I always thought it was misplaced if you ask me. I'm sure that Haruno-san would gladly hear what you have to say. There was a sparkle in the old woman's eyes that Sakura had never seen from her before. Sakura had learned early on that it was best not to underestimate the elderly. Still, Sakura was upset. She folded her arms and glared up at Sasuke. Yes, Sasuke. I'll hear you out. What is it that you'd like to say in front of all us? This woman, Sasuke thought. She was doing this deliberately. She knew he was in an uncomfortable situation. She was making him have to pour his heart out in front of these people and completely embarrass himself. Sasuke realized it was probably for the best. If he could not set aside his pride and dignity for his love, then it would be meaningless. He needed to show her he had changed. Very well then. He cleared his throat and let the air around him fill his lungs, bringing him some relief. Sakura, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to undermine all that we've been through. I understand that I made you undergo some horrible pain and that I made you wait a really long time. That wasn't fair to you, and I should have handled the situation better. I promise you that I haven't been with anyone during my travels. You've been the only one that I've wanted to be with. I've been so occupied with my sense of duty that I neglected you and your feelings. I want to change that here and now. I love you, Sakura Haruno. There was a pause as Sasuke collected his thoughts. His little speech was a little jumbled because he was so unused to this. Naruto was much better at this kind of thing. He was not done talking, but he knew he was being really uncharacteristic right now. The expressions on the females' faces around him was a testament to that. Sakura blinked and stood up from her chair. Come with me, Sasuke. Excuse me. Sakura bowed to her patient and calmly strutted out the door. Sasuke followed silently behind her and closed the door as he made his exit. Ino was speechless as she stared at the old woman. The grin on the woman's face was surprisingly youthful. Sakura marched down a corridor and opened a door that led to a room that was only used for medical storage. She gestured for Sasuke to enter the room. Her face revealed absolutely nothing and was as neutral as she could make it. Sasuke tilted his head in a nod and walked into the quiet room. Sakura closed the door behind her and folded her arms once again. Her emerald eyes held back her emotions, but Sasuke could still make out some emotion in them. I can't believe you just did that. You are Sasuke Uchiha, right? This isn't some genjutsu? Sasuke waved his hands and shook his head. No, I know that it's really odd for me to do something like this, but I thought it was the only way I could show you I've changed. She put one hand into the side pocket of her lab coat and she brought up the other one to her chin. She fastened her immaculate eyes to his own. You're right. You are different. She narrowed her eyes. You have more to say. It was not a question. Sasuke nodded. Yes, I do. I'm tired of running around Sakura. I'm here to stay this time. I wanted to tell you all of these things last night and this morning, but I was so caught up in the romance and the drama. You know that I'm not gifted at speaking my mind and properly communicating my intentions, but I know that I need to change that. This isn't easy for me, but I'm really trying. I want to love you properly, and I'm still trying to figure out how. Sakura's eyes widened a bit. What do you want from me then? Sasuke responded almost immediately. Your forgiveness. Your love would also be great, but I understand that I'm nowhere near the point of deserving that. So you think you deserve my forgiveness then? No, that's not what I mean. Shit, I'm bad at this. I don't deserve anything from you. I've only made you suffer, and that's the only thing that I'm good at doing to you. I've struggled with wanting to be with you because I've been afraid that I'll only hurt you more by being with you. I'm a miserable excuse for a human being that doesn't deserve a beautiful woman's love. I was so distraught by my own misgivings that I neglected you, which furthered your agony. When I finally realized all that I was putting you through, I thought I was too late. I see now that I need to be with you, and no matter what we go through, I will be here now. I swear it. I won't leave you ever again. Sasuke let it out. He let out all the feelings that had been shoved into the corners of his soul. I'll buy a house for you. I'll live with you. I'll cook and clean for you. I'll raise wonderful children with you. I'll live for you, Sakura. Just please forgive me. Accept me. Accept this awful damaged fool that only wants to bring you the best in life. I love you, Sakura. I love you so much. There was a moment that stretched further than either party could completely comprehend. Sakura's lips were open slightly and she pondered the dark-haired man's words. Her eyelashes flickered as she gazed up at him. You're wrong, you know. Sasuke's throat felt tense. You're not bad at this at all. A beautiful smile formed on her perfect lips and Sasuke took a step closer. He chuckled as she jumped into his grasp. He wrapped his single arm around her and held her tightly, afraid her presence would disappear. I'm sorry that I've been such a bitch, Sasuke. My heart has been all over the place. One second I'm making love to you and the next I kick you out of my home. I'm so unstable and I'm sorry. You have nothing to apologize for, Sakura. Sasuke smiled into her pink locks. Sasuke's relief was immense and he knew if Naruto was here right now his grin would be far larger than his own. Oh Sasuke, I love you. I've been waiting for you for so long. Her hold on him was full and unmatched. Sasuke breathed in the sweet scent of her hair. I know, Sakura. I'm here now. Let's start over now, all right? Let's make a new foundation to build our relationship on. The old one is rather shitty, don't you think? Sounds good to me. Sakura closed her eyes and buried her head into Sasuke's strong torso. They held each other in that wonderful moment that was one of the happiest for each of them. They finally had something to work with and it was long overdue. They were sure to go through more trials and arguments in their relationship, but they would make it work. Their determination was stronger than that and there was nothing that could tear them down. They had each other and neither could have wished for more. A delightful warmth filled their souls and they cherished its presence. The cold was gone and it was not going to come back. 2 bowls of miso ramen, please. Kuratsuchi's voice rang throughout the cheerful clamor of the bustling patrons around the ramen stand. Naruto popped his head out from behind the back curtain and his white chef hat tilted off to the side. Coming right up. Naruto grinned as he took some more fresh noodles from the nice pile that Mitsui, wearing her own white hat, had been meticulously working on for the last few hours. The little girl knew she did not need to help, but she said she liked making the noodles. Naruto grabbed some miso stock from the cupboard next to him and added it to the boiling pot of broth. He put the noodles into a separate pot of boiling water. Once everything looked good and hot, Naruto mixed it all together and poured the delicious concoction into 2 bowls. He then added some fish dumplings and vegetables on the tops of the bowls. He finished his immaculate display with an egg on both servings. He put both bowls on the counter just outside the curtain. 2 bowls of miso ramen. Kuratsuchi, garbed in a white apron, came over to pick up the order. She had refused to wear a hat. Thanks, Naruto. Can you get me 1 bowl of tonkatsu ramen, please? Naruto gave her a thumbs up and was already reaching for another handful of noodles. You got it. Kuratsuchi smiled and took the 2 bowls of ramen over to the customers. She placed the bowls on the dining counter and the 2 patrons thanked her for the food. Thank you. You guys make the best ramen in all of Kyoto. Kuratsuchi waved off their compliment but could not help but grin at their sincerity. Thanks, guys. I'll be sure to let the chef know. Enjoy your meal. She knew Naruto had probably already heard the compliment though. The man's ears were acute in their functioning. She had been right. Naruto felt warm by the generous compliment and yelled towards the owner, who was in the back catering to the boiling process of the bones. They like it, Ji-chan. The old owner let out a hearty laugh and grinned at the tall blonde that had helped him considerably. Of course they do, my boy. You've learned from the best after all. Naruto was eternally grateful for the esteemed tutelage of the elderly owner. He had learned the basic properties of how to make ramen rather quickly and greatly enjoyed it. When the Raikage had told Naruto he and his companions would receive pay by aiding an old man's ramen stand, the war hero had been thrilled by the proposition. For the last few months the 2 shinobi and Mitsui had made ramen. Obviously, this was not the only event they had participated in. A few hours later, with the late winter sun retreating behind the mountains, Naruto called out to the owner. He had just finished putting the broth on simmer so the leftovers could be used for the next day. "Hey Ji-chan. We free to go? Octopops is waiting for us." The owner chuckled and showed him a gape smile. "Get out of here, young man. Don't push yourself too far this time. I want you bright-eyed and bushy-tailed for tomorrow." Naruto grinned broadly and put an exhausted Mitsui on his shoulders. They met Kuratsuchi outside of the ramen stand. She smiled wryly and followed after the poised figure that was Naruto. "Honestly, don't you think we train too much considering we also work a ton, Naruto?" Naruto thought about that for a moment. "Probably, but I enjoy it way too much. You two can sit this one out if you need to." He was enthralled by the way Kuratsuchi's smile morphed to be a little wicked. "Who said that I wasn't going to train?" She was really good at making his heart feel like an artificial pump that had problems keeping up with the rest of his body. The trio eventually reached their designated area they used for training, located on the outskirts of the village. Because it was usually too cold to train outside during the night this time of year, the Raikage had allowed them to use the expansive cave networks that were interwoven throughout the nearby mountains. There were multiple channels of magma that flowed throughout the mountains, allowing the caves to reach a comfortable level of warmth. There was specifically one enormous cave that was easily accessible on the edge of the cliffs they typically used to train in. Naruto and Killer Bee were not able to go all out when they were in the cave because they would quickly demolish the mountain that way. Even when they occasionally trained outside, they still had to be careful so they did not harm the nearby village. Naruto's control had grown over the years anyways, so it was not arduous to hold back in his case. When the trio entered the immense natural chamber, they saw Killer Bee meditating in the center of the cave floor. Killer Bee's voice echoed throughout the cave as he moved from his motionless state. The dark-skinned Jinchuriki's hair had grown over the years, and so did his build. His frame was wider and more muscular, but his smile whenever he saw Naruto had not changed one bit. "Yo, Naruto! You finished with your ramen rain and ready to go all out and train?" Naruto gently dropped Mitsui to her feet and Naruto took a fighting stance with an eager face plastered on his mug. "You know it, Octopops." Kuratsuchi barely had time to get herself and Mitsui out of the way before the sound of Killer Bee's signature whistle-like cry resonated around the natural walls. Killer Bee had launched a dynamic kick towards Naruto from across the cave and the blonde deflected it with a strong block. Naruto had already entered Kurama chakra mode and quickly followed suit by throwing a punch at his old friend. From the edge of the cave, Kuratsuchi and Mitsui had a great view of the fight with a glassy pool of water next to them. "All right, Mitsui. Are you sure you want to train tonight? You look like you're really tired. We can train tomorrow morning before work if you want." Mitsui turned her chilled eyes over to the image of a golden Naruto brushing off a strong uppercut. His eyes were lit with passion and his entire essence screamed exhilaration. Mitsui was captivated by him. "No, that's okay, Kurone. I want to become strong like Narani. Can we do that water thing again, please?" Kuratsuchi should not have been surprised. That blonde fool was just too inspirational. "Fine, focus your chakra to your fingertips then." Kuratsuchi had decided to help Mitsui on her water nature a few weeks back. Naruto would give her individual lessons for her wind nature and Kuratsuchi would help with the other respectfully. Killer Bee would occasionally help Mitsui out too with her water affinity and in improving her taijutsu. By making both of her chakra affinities as strong as possible, the end goal was that her skill of the ice release would increase substantially. At this point, Mitsui was capable of making a thin sheet of ice on the top of water, but that was the limit of her abilities. She was improving every day nevertheless. Mitsui closed her eyes and sensed the water in front of her. She had done this a few times before, but today was different. Today she would see what she could do. She felt the energy in the water's fluid movements and flowed with it. Water morphed to its surroundings and slid with the current. Even when it seemed stagnant, water moved. Mitsui needed to move with it too. First, there was a state of submission where she became one with the water. When she reached that point, she pushed and willed it to move. She controlled the immense power of the moving force that was water. She felt the uprising surge in her fingertips and knew the water had no choice but to submit. She opened her eyes and saw a column of water rise from the surface of the pool. It was like a fountain with the top water cascading down and a current flowing upwards into it. Kuratsuchi knelt down to Mitsui's height and put her hand on the child's shoulder. Excellent, Mitsui. Now hold it. This time we're going to try something new. When you feel you've grown incredibly intimate with the feeling of the water, let it burst. Mitsui nodded and concentrated. She tried to grow familiar with the peculiar feeling. It was like she was merely pushing the water, but she knew if she could shove it, the water would agree with the decision. Water was so submissive, she thought. No, that was not right. On second thought, it was simply humble in its strength. It knew it could decimate the world if it wished, but it loved life too much to do that. It had a deep anger to it in spite of its normally tranquil nature. Mitsui searched for that underlying rancor. When she saw it, she was reminded of a deep, mysterious abyss that held more pressure than was conceivable. She clutched its core and tried to understand it. As its density surrounded her, she let it embrace her. Finally, after the core knew her, she shoved it away. A great blast of water shot up from the pool and skyrocketed towards the cave ceiling. The ceiling was over 100 meters above the ground, and the powerful fountain was just short of it. Mitsui held its force in place. Kuratsuchi was beyond impressed. She had predicted the girl to be able to shoot maybe several meters or so, but the young child had greatly surpassed her expectations. She shook her head in disbelief. Naruto had said Mitsui had amazing potential. Kuratsuchi had not seen it until now. Who knows what the little girl was capable of? From across the cave, Naruto smiled as he marveled at the splendor of the fountain. It's about time, Naruto mused. Killer Bee stopped his onslaught and turned to bear witness to the intense spout of water. The older male's expression was stoic, but Naruto knew he was mesmerized. During the spar, Naruto had been paying close attention to Mitsui's chakra. It had been calm and curious as it had explored the water-natured chakra. Once she had connected with the water's chakra and understood its essence, she had controlled it. Naruto felt proud of her and his smile fully became a grin. Mitsui finally felt weary from her hold and released the water. The fountain quickly dissipated and the child felt lightheaded. Kuratsuchi held her and nuzzled her head against Mitsui's cheek in an excited and loving manner. That was amazing, sweetie. I can't believe you just did that. That was some high-level use of your abilities. Soon you will be able to do that without needing a water source. Mitsui gave her teacher a drained smile. Good. I can't wait, Kurone. I feel really weak now though. Kuratsuchi let out an embarrassed laugh and picked the girl up. All right, honey. Despite Mitsui's obvious fatigue, Kuratsuchi could see the joy in her crystallized eyes. Kuratsuchi's love for the little girl was growing every day. She had a special connection with her and felt like a big sister. No, that was not correct, she felt more like a mother figure for the child. Thankfully, Kuratsuchi had been correct in her assumptions about Mitsui. The girl had been helping her with her doubts and hesitation indirectly. The shadow had little power when she was interacting with the little girl. Of course, the shadow was still present and was against ever leaving her. Still, it was nice being with someone that distracted her from the pain. Kuratsuchi knew she needed to speak about her problems with someone, and soon. She was just so hesitant. Kuratsuchi felt some cold humor from that thought. Hesitation was the problem after all. She turned around and yelled across the cave at the two Jinchuriki. Let's call it a night, boys. Naruto called back. Okay. Naruto stopped the flow of Kurama's chakra and returned to his normal state. I know that wasn't much of a spar, Octopops, but you good? Killer Bee brought his hand out in the form of a fist. Hey yo! Get the girls to bed, Naruto. Naruto bumped his fist into his good friends and smiled brightly. See you tomorrow, Octopops. With that, Naruto ran after the retreating figure of Kuratsuchi carrying a fatigued Mitsui. The trio left the cave and returned to their temporary lodgings in the Kumo headquarters. When they reached their rooms, Kuratsuchi took Mitsui to bed and Naruto ran to his pile of papers and scrolls he had not bothered to organize. He grabbed a blank scroll and began to write a long overdue report to Kakashi. He included the part about Mitsui's recent development and about the ever-present rift between him and Kuratsuchi. Naruto had almost finished his report when he heard a knock at his door. He opened the door to find Kuratsuchi, who appeared to be mentally debating something. Naruto lifted an eyebrow and flashed a curious grin. Well, hello. He added a goofy high-class tone to his voice that made the kunoichi roll her eyes off impulse. All of a sudden her face changed and it seemed she was focused on what was in front of her. I want to talk to you about something. Kuratsuchi's invitation hung in the air for a moment. Naruto's expression became tender and his smile was sincere. Well, it's still relatively early in the night. Care to take a walk with me then? Kuratsuchi visibly agreed and the two shinobi left the great building. The village of Kyumo had a healthy nightlife that established a positive and bright atmosphere around its warm area. Shinobi and civilians alike were roaming around enjoying the winter night. It was just late enough in the season to where the cold was starting to vanish away and the promise of a pleasant spring was on the horizon. Naruto and Kuratsuchi turned a corner on the busy main path and found a much quieter pathway to saunter through. As the two shinobi ambled along, Naruto broke the fresh silence. So what did you need to talk about? Kuratsuchi's eyelids lowered and she looked down at her shifting feet. It's something that's been on my mind for a long time. Her jaw suddenly stiffened and the pink in her eyes seemed to brighten. I have a lot of grief, Naruto. I've been dealing with a lot of pain recently and I realize that just bottling up isn't going to help me. I need to talk about it. Of course, Naruto had known about the pain for a few months now, but it was not his turn to speak yet. He simply concentrated on Kuratsuchi's words and let her talk. Something happened before we met in Kusa. Something horrible. Naruto arched his neck so he could lean closer. This was it, he thought. He was finally going to know what had been holding her back from what she could be. She had been so different from the woman in AIM and he had wanted to know why for so long. The anticipation was agonizing for him. Kuratsuchi was furthering the torment by pausing in her speech. The silence was protracted and Naruto had to break it. What happened? Kuratsuchi took a moment to calm herself with a deep breath and spoke again. On my way to Kusa, I met a woman on the path. Kuratsuchi told Naruto about the favor the woman had given her: the burnt house, the mountain tunnels, the gang, the sexual assault, the rage and massacre preceding it, and the suicide. She did not leave anything out in relation to the events anyways. She wanted to talk about the result of the tragedy and the shadow, but its essence strengthened at the thought and coerced her into saying nothing about it. After Kuratsuchi had finished the story, she moved her eyes up to Naruto to see a sorry sight. There was pain there. The blue in his eyes was a cold shade and it reflected her sorrow respectfully. Kuratsuchi could not believe this man. His sympathy was greater than any other person's that she had ever known. Naruto stopped in his tracks and grabbed her hand. She felt her blood rush to her face and she was taken aback by his sudden gesture. Thank you, Kuratsuchi. I'm so touched that you would trust me with this information. Kuratsuchi's surprise grew to even greater heights. She had been wrong, it was not sympathy the blonde possessed, but empathy. He was grateful by the fact that she would even tell him all of that, and she could not imagine a better person to tell her woes to. This man understood pain better than she had thought. Naruto was not a man to be underestimated and was surely full of surprises, but she knew that already. Somehow, though, knowing still did not change anything. Her affection for him was speeding up and Kuratsuchi's mind could not keep up with it all. Well, of course, hero. Who else would I tell? Naruto ignored the rhetorical question and straightened his back to stand at his full height. He stood over her and she could feel his presence making her blood go into overtime. Naruto's eyebrows scrunched slightly in thought. Why did you hesitate when the girl was about to harm herself? Naruto did not mean to rush into the most difficult question so quickly, but he was not really a guy to beat around the bush, at least innately. When he was around people he trusted and loved, it was really easy for him to resort back to his former ways. Kuratsuchi understood that much, so she did not reprimand his sense of tact on the subject. Still, it did not make the question any easier to swallow. I don't know, Naruto. She was not lying, because if she knew the answer to that question, the shadow would cease to exist. She did not know how she knew that, but she understood they were probably connected. She felt Naruto knew that too, hence the question. But I want to. Naruto flicked his eyes away from her for a moment. Luckily, I know how you can find out. Kuratsuchi's hope rose. Really? How? She did not bother to hide her eagerness. She had waited too long for this. You were there before, actually. Do you remember that island turtle that I and Killer Bee used to hide from the Akatsuki during the war? Kuratsuchi nodded. She remembered that was the day Kabuto had outsmarted her. She was not keen on remembering her failures, but that was why she was in her current predicament, it would seem. How could I forget? I had to escort that giant creature back to Kumo's coast after you left. I hear they're still mad about you breaking that barrier. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck. I didn't really have a choice on the matter. Anyways, on the back of that turtle is an ancient waterfall that can transport a person into their mind. It's similar to a mirror and shows a person their true self. A person can directly face their mind and its deepest workings. I used it once and I was changed forever after it. I think it would be best if you went yourself and found out the answer to your questions. He paused for a moment as if the next part was optional information. However, I promise you that it won't be easy. Are you interested? Kuratsuchi had heard rumors of the fabled waterfall before, but she did not know it actually existed. She would be lying if she said she was not interested in the proposal, but she was more frightened than anything else. Directly facing the shadow would be strenuous, but she realized it was necessary. She wanted to move on. Life was moving forward and she needed to as well. All right. When can we leave? Naruto smiled with his eyebrows lowered. As soon as Genbu is close to Kumo's shore, which shouldn't be long from now. I can talk to A in the morning and figure out when exactly we can reach it. Naruto paused for a moment and then thought of something. So why did you decide to tell me all of this now? Kuratsuchi was getting really annoyed with the constant blood rushing to her face. She was a grown woman, but the blonde was extremely talented at making her feeling flustered. She never knew a man like him and she supposed that was a good thing. After all, he did not like liars. I think it was Mitsui, Kuratsuchi said. That girl kind of inspires me. Naruto nodded knowingly. He understood that very well. He thought inspiration was one of the most beautiful forces in the world. It had more power than many other processes like it. Indeed. She's a miraculous little girl. Kuratsuchi smiled affectionately up at him. You're not too bad yourself, hero. Her eyes glazed over with emotion and the rosiness in them shined through. Thank you, Naruto. The truth is that there's another reason why I wanted to tell you all of this and try to settle it out. I want to grow closer to you, Naruto. My pain won't let me do that though. That's why I want to conquer it. Naruto's eyes widened and he felt the tip of his nose heat up. It did not take long for that heat to cover the rest of his face. And why would you want to do that? Because I love you. She almost said those waiting words. They were there on the edge and eager to jump towards the light that was Naruto. The words did not want to come though. They were too familiar with the shadowy reaches behind them. The shadow sent its icy fingers and clutched the words. Kuratsuchi could not say them. The wind came in that moment and cut through her thick jacket. She felt so cold. The warm light was right there in front of her, but she did not deserve it. She was a fool for thinking that merely talking about her problems could solve everything. Doing that would undermine the potency of the situation. The shadow was much too strong for that. In the end, Kuratsuchi could only utter, because you're a good person. It was not a lie, just not the complete truth. Naruto seemed to be satisfied by that answer. The walk back to the headquarters was filled with light conversation and both parties were content with that. However, for Naruto there was an underlying thought in the back of his mind as he chatted with Kuratsuchi that night. Right before she had said her reason behind her words, Naruto had seen she was concealing something. Hopefully the falls of truth would fix all of that, but his impatience was strong in that moment. He wanted to know her real reason because he had a hunch he could relate. The Raikage told Naruto the next morning that Genbu was scheduled to be close to the coast by the end of the week. Naruto was determined to set out straight away and did not delay. With that, Naruto and the girls started to pack up their belongings. Naruto arrived late that same morning to the ramen stand and found the old man to be perturbed by his tardiness. When Naruto told him they would leave soon for the coast, the old man was distraught. Naruto had tried to be gentle in his words, but the man was overcome with grief. Nevertheless, the owner seemed to understand. Naruto said his goodbyes and told him the girls would do the same before they left. Killer Bee had insisted he would accompany Naruto and the others to Genbu. He missed Motoi and wanted to be with Naruto for a little while longer. There had been little resistance to that proposition even from A, and it was decided unanimously. Darui and Mabui were both understanding of the trio's leaving but were not happy about it. The Raikage was not audibly bothered by the action, but Naruto could tell he was going to have a tough time saying goodbye. The twitch in his upper lip was a testament to that. All of the Kumo residents knew their esteemed guests had to leave eventually, they simply did not want to cope with it just yet. The group of 4 left at high noon a few days later. The promise of spring was in the air that day. It would not be long before its cheery air would sweep through the land. The birds could feel it too as they flew happily over the group gathered at the village's main gate. Most of Kumo's residents were there to see the group off. There were not many complaints about that. The Raikage put a lot of force into the one-armed hug he gave Naruto before he left. It was so uncharacteristic of the village leader that many of the onlookers watched with startled expressions. Darui put his hand on Naruto's shoulder and told him he would hopefully be the Raikage the next time they met. Mabui bowed respectfully to all four of the departing and wished them safe travels. The old ramen stand owner was there too. Mitsui went up to him and kissed him on the cheek. The elderly man broke after that and wept in front of all of them. After everyone gave their farewells, illustrated their best wishes, exchanged tears, and said what they did not entirely mean, the group of four left Kumo. In spite of the bittersweet vibes of the departure, the group's peregrination towards the coast was light and airy. The journey down the mountain was comprised of Killer Bees rapping Kuratsuchi's annoyance and Naruto's cheery attitude. They had managed to reach the forested foothills of the mountains by nightfall and had set up camp before the moon was out. Killer Bee said they could pass through the alpine-covered foothills and reach the ocean by noon tomorrow. The group of four had a hearty supper and went to bed early in order to move out when it was dawn. Unfortunately, Naruto had a hard time sleeping. His mind was fixated on too many things and he did not even know where to start in trying to organize it all. Killer Bee's raucous snoring was not helping either. Finally, Naruto left his sleeping bag and went to find a quiet spot away from the campsite. A few hundred meters away from everyone there was a cozy meadow that Naruto found to be quite satisfactory. The blonde Jinchuriki allowed himself to calm down and ponder all that was on his mind. Kuratsuchi's honesty was the one that seemed to be prevailing amid the other worthy matters bouncing around his brain. She had finally poured out all that had been tormenting her for so long and Naruto was ever grateful for that. He could not deny his love for her. The way her eyes shined as she spoke about tough matters and the process she would undergo when Mitsui would surpass both their expectations all made Naruto want to reach out to her. He wanted to run his fingers through her ebony locks and tell her it was all going to be all right. He loved her delicate words and saucy retorts. He yearned for her touch and her provoking thoughts to be whispered to him. When Naruto heard soft footsteps and a familiar breathing pattern, he also realized how much he loved Kuratsuchi's impeccable timing. Naruto suddenly looked up and saw the dark-haired beauty leaning against an evergreen on the edge of the tiny meadow. She smiled sweetly and gracefully swept her feet over to him. "Hello, hero," she said as she plopped down in front of him. Naruto fixed his eyes fully on her. "You didn't even try to hide your movements. You're getting complacent, young lady." Kuratsuchi pretended she did not hear him. Instead she shivered. "Shit, it's cold out here." She rubbed her arms to warm up the smooth skin. "So you couldn't sleep, hero?" "No, too much on my mind." "You?" Kuratsuchi grinned and she put her tongue between her teeth for a moment. Her antics were not lessening his feelings for her whatsoever. Not with Bee's snoring. Naruto was interested in the fact that Kuratsuchi seemed to be in a livelier mood than usual. Maybe talking about her problems the day before had helped. Naruto was uncertain but thankful for that much. Her eyes rested on him and her mouth became more neutral. "So what's on your mind then?" Naruto could not accurately answer that inquiry, so he dodged it with a half-truth. "What you said yesterday really resonated with me, Kuratsuchi." Kuratsuchi straightened her sitting posture and narrowed her eyes trying to read him. "You've experienced your own pain, haven't you? A Jinchuriki's life has never been an easy one." Naruto shook his head and smiled softly. "Actually, I dealt with that stuff long ago. The loved ones who I have lost, on the other hand, is still hard to remember sometimes." Kuratsuchi was made somber by that remark. She brushed aside her bangs and gave Naruto's words some thought. "I can imagine. You sure have formed a lot of relationships in your lifetime, huh?" Naruto smirked slightly. "All of this questioning from you is different, Kuratsuchi. It's a little unlike you." Kuratsuchi's brow lowered a bit. "And you know all about me, don't you, hero? I'm just being fair is all. I poured my heart out yesterday, so today is your turn." Naruto rested his chin in one of his hands and smiled wryly. "Your chivalry is much appreciated, my dear." Kuratsuchi laughed. "But seriously, you are a remarkable character for making so many friends." Naruto nodded. "I just care about them and want what is best for them." "So you love them?" "Yes. Do you care about me?" Naruto wondered if that was a trap, and if it was, what did that mean? Were her intentions to explore his feelings for her? He surmised it was better to use honesty when dealing with a trap. Of course I do. Why? Naruto had not been expecting that question, especially the way she looked at him when she said it. It was a look that was begging for an answer, a much-needed answer. The light vibe had left and the serious one nestled itself between the two shinobi. Naruto tried to think on what would be the best response. He decided on the truth. Because you're there for me. I feel like you're not going anywhere. What would happen if I did? Naruto could tell that was not a jest, it was an honest question. I wouldn't be alright, let me say that. Because you care about me? Yes, because I see. Naruto was suddenly cut off by Kuratsuchi's arms. She had leaned forward and embraced him. The brisk evening warmed up as she held him. It was an amazing feeling, and while he was appreciative, he was also really startled. Kuratsuchi put her mouth close to his ear and whispered, "Thank you, Naruto. I care about you too." All of a sudden, he felt something wet on his neck and he realized she was crying. Once Naruto felt the shock had died down, he slowly took his own arms and wrapped them around her. He brought her close and let her pour out what had been bottled up for so long. He had no idea what she was going through. It was wrong to ever compare his pain to hers, and he would not dare to attempt it. He just let her cry and held her. They both really needed the hug after all. In that tender moment, Naruto felt her whispered words transcend his worries. They became a solid thing and fed his hungry soul. They were not all that he needed from her, but he realized it was not about what he took. Love was not about taking. It was about giving to the one that only deserved what was best for them. Naruto wondered if he was what was best for Kuratsuchi. He knew he was a liar and an incorrigible fool, but he longed more than absolutely anything for that be true. Kuratsuchi had desperately wanted the next day to be calm and not awkward in the least. Considering she had suddenly embraced the man of her dreams out of nowhere the night before, she might have been asking for a tall order. Thankfully, the next day was not awkward at all. In fact, it was really pleasant. Naruto was cheerful, and even the short boat ride from the coastal town they reached later that morning to Genbu was enjoyable. The giant turtle was not able to reach the shallower parts of the beach, so the boat was necessary for them to reach it. As the spiky shell of the island turtle drew closer and closer, Kuratsuchi let the reality of what was to come set in. She would need to face her worst enemy, herself. It was not a pleasant realization. She did not really know what to expect, partially because of Naruto's vague description and the fact that humans always found it difficult to understand themselves. Kuratsuchi had gone through the typical exploration of herself in her teens, but there was still so much to discover. Considering she had to literally confront herself in front of a waterfall, the whole ordeal seemed a tad ludicrous. Kuratsuchi was not sure what the result of the confrontation would be either. The result was the most terrifying part to her. Even if she managed to conquer her psyche and take full control again, it did not necessarily mean a positive result would ensue. She could still be hesitant and tied down by her doubts. She may realize the shadow's presence did not even matter, and nothing she wanted to grow would advance whatsoever. It could all be futile, and there would be nothing anyone could do about it. Or not, she thought. Despite her worries and fear, that thought was a cool stream washing through her arid desert of doubts. It could all work out and everything would be better because she stood before herself. Taking control and overcoming her doubts had to result in something positive, otherwise people would not do it right. Her pessimism was not going to better the situation, and she needed to know that. When Naruto had neared her and leaned against the ship's railing, her stream became a rushing river. The man's presence exuded positivity after all. Naruto bent his tall frame and stared ahead at the island turtle. Huge colonies of algae stuck to the sides of the enormous shell, and the ocean water submitted to the great form, pushing slowly through it. Naruto could feel the joy of seeing the familiar place swell in him. He wanted to see Motoi and the giant animals of the island again. He had spent a good deal of time there before and during the beginning of the war. He hoped Kuratsuchi and Mitsui would enjoy the island's wonders as much as he had. Of course, the giant shell was not too welcoming at first sight. Naruto's worries melted when Mitsui met him against the railing. Her small icy eyes bugged out as she grew excited at seeing the gigantic animal. "That's where we'll be staying, Narani." Naruto picked up the little girl and allowed her to sit on his broad shoulders. "You bet. You don't think it seems scary though?" Mitsui shook her head and leaned forward to put the majority of her weight on Naruto's head. "Nope. It looks like fun. Naruto beamed at the comment. The child was brave and relished the premonitions of adventure when they were on the horizon. She was just like him as a kid. Good to hear, little one. Naruto looked over to Kuratsuchi, who was studying the nearing island silently. What about you, Kuratsuchi? Kuratsuchi's jaw was lax, but her eyes seemed focused. It looks a little foreboding, don't you think? Naruto grinned at that. That's what I thought at first glance too, but I promise that it's a great place. Besides, we won't be here too long. A month or two maybe. We can move on from there. There was a pause between them for a moment. We can go to the falls whenever you want. Could we try to go there tonight? Her question was sudden and unexpected for both of them. So soon? Naruto did not think that was the best idea. Kuratsuchi needed the proper time to mentally prepare. As much as Naruto's experience with the falls turned out to be crucial to his development, it had also been considerably weak in comparison to most. The slivers of negativity that had manifested when he had stood before the falls had not taken him too long to overcome. They had been potent, of course, but in comparison to Kuratsuchi's current issues they were minuscule. Naruto knew it would take some time for the experience to run its course. He had planned for it to take a few weeks if he was honest. They had time and they did not need to rush. However, Kuratsuchi's resolve was evident. Yes, I'm ready. Naruto was still hesitant. I believe you, it's just. Kuratsuchi interjected. If you do, then trust me too. I want to start this. I need to start this, Naruto. When he saw the determination within the fire of her eyes, Naruto knew there was no point in arguing. The young woman had a certain steadfastness to her opinions and did not like to budge on them. Naruto was glad he had noticed the quality about her recently because he could relate. Damn, it was attractive. Mitsui was mesmerized by the splendor of the island when she first set foot on it. She was so captivated by it that Naruto had to hold her hand to keep her from running off by herself. Motoi greeted all of them when they arrived and received a large hug from Killer Bee within the first few seconds of seeing each other. Motoi welcomed Naruto and was introduced to Kuratsuchi. Yes, I remember you, Motoi said when first meeting the kunoichi. You helped us escort Genba during the war. I'm sorry that we had to become reacquainted under such unfortunate circumstances. Kuratsuchi waved her hand and bowed gently. It's quite all right. Thank you for letting us stay here. It was Motoi's turn to wave off the civilities. The pleasure is all mine. I would do anything for Bee and Naruto after all. Please let me escort you to your accommodations. They were taken to Killer Bee's second home on the island that was also used by the Kumonin that were stationed there. Kuratsuchi held in a chuckle when she saw the giant head fastened above the front door that was made in the likeness of Gyuki the Hachibi. Once inside, everyone split apart to find their separate rooms. Killer Bee said he was exhausted and retired to his private chambers. The rooms were Spartan-like in terms of furnishing but tidy and cozy. Mitsui and Kuratsuchi unpacked their belongings and set up their room. After a few minutes, Naruto and Motoi knocked on their door. Motoi was the one to speak when Kuratsuchi opened the door. Naruto tells me that you require the use of the Falls of Truth? Kuratsuchi looked over at Naruto before she answered. His face was surprisingly neutral for the most part except for his eyes, they exuded concern. Kuratsuchi fixed her attention on Motoi. Yes, I do. Could we visit it tonight? Motoi's lips thinned slightly. Yes, but I hope that you know what you're getting into. I've seen many shinobi become insane and fall short of themselves before the falls. The depth of the human mind should not be underestimated. It would be wise to approach this ordeal with extreme caution. With that, Motoi turned to lead them towards their destination. Kuratsuchi and the rest followed. As they ambled across the short distance towards the falls, Kuratsuchi spoke softly to Naruto. I'm going to be all right. Naruto's eyes darted over to her and his lips curved slightly. I know. I just wish that you didn't need to do this whole thing. You don't deserve all of this. Kuratsuchi sighed and stared straight ahead of her. We rarely do, right? At least it's easy to feel that way. I don't like to think it's all circumstantial. It's mostly our own fault. Our imperfections tend to ruin the joy of life, but we don't like to blame ourselves and instead we focus on the faults of others or some natural event that no man can control. It's rather sad, isn't it? Naruto dug his hands into his pant pockets. Yeah, it is. I guess you're right. Well, let's hope we can fix it then. Kuratsuchi steeled her resolve. I'm planning on it. When she first saw the falls, Kuratsuchi thought it was the perfect example of what a waterfall should be. The pool it fed into was large yet notably calm. There was a small platform of land in the center of the pool and Kuratsuchi enjoyed the convenience. Motoi gestured towards the natural platform. Whenever you're ready, my dear. Just go sit and meditate on the falls. It will do the rest. Kuratsuchi thanked the Kumonin and stepped towards the pool. Before she took another, Naruto grabbed her hand. Remember, you're facing yourself, the only person that knows how to truly break you. Be careful. Kuratsuchi bit her lip and nodded. Her hand felt colder when Naruto released it. She walked across the surface of the water and sat on the grassy platform. From across the pool, Mitsui whispered in Naruto's ear. Is Kuro-ne going to be okay? Naruto felt his jaw tense. I hope so, little one. Kuratsuchi took a moment to admire the natural beauty in front of her. There was a cool white mist that floated from the waterfall and brushed through her hair. There was a strong power around her. The atmosphere was dense with it. There had been many that had come before her to experience what she was about to. Some far more skilled than her and some far lesser. She felt honored and terrified at the same time. Finally, after letting the sweet air slow her heartbeat and the rhythm of the falling water was a melody, Kuratsuchi closed her eyes. Kuratsuchi was not sure if she opened her eyes a few moments later or if they were still closed. The sensation of opening them and the visions she saw next were not similar to how they usually were. It was a new experience that she could not pinpoint as to what it felt like. It was like a dream but much more real. A vivid picture of what reality should be like, but was not because of the imperfections of humanity and nature. Colors popped out as if everything was some fantastic painting filled with dyes and hues no human could directly identify. Every sound was as precise and sublime as if it all was emitting from her own body. The cool mist had extended completely and covered the air all around her. She surmised she was in the mindscape the falls had created for her. For a time there was nothing but the mist, the waterfall, and Kuratsuchi. Suddenly the sound of the waterfall changed, at least she thought it changed. Maybe it had always sounded like that and she had only imagined a different rhythm. She tried to focus on the sound, but then she felt something. It was like a part of her was being drawn out and a long thin shade extended out of her body. She saw it creep in front of her and climb towards the sound of the water. It slid across the surface of the water as if it was a snake. When it reached the falls, it broke from Kuratsuchi's essence with a subtle snap and raced the rest of itself into the waterfall. The mist opened up and Kuratsuchi could see the waterfall clearly. The water was pure and blue like eyes she loved. The purity was ruined by the shadow, however. It stood behind the waterfall and Kuratsuchi was not sure if it was going to move or not. She knew it could before she saw it because she felt the cold creep in. It slithered through her heart long before her eyes could capture it. The shadow became a figure when it stepped through the falls. The hair was dampened and flat with the moisture, but except for that, Kuratsuchi felt like she was looking in a mirror. The shadow was her, it had always been, of course. The mist was no longer cool. The mist now felt like iron bars that closed her off from the rest of the world. She did not notice it at first, but the darker form's irises were not pink like hers. They were red and its scara were black. It was wearing the same exact clothes as her, and when it spoke it was the exact same voice. The mist practically tightened at the icy sound. It's about fucking time, the shadow said. Kuratsuchi could feel her blood tighten like the mist. You're a stubborn one, aren't you? Kuratsuchi's mouth hung open slightly as she tried to process what was happening. Her darker side was amused. Its smile could not have been her own. Are you going to say anything? Shit, would you speak up? Kuratsuchi gritted her teeth and stood up. She felt old anger boil in her and it was time to let it out. What do you want from me? Why won't you leave me alone? The shade scoffed and crossed its arms. I don't think you get it. How can I leave myself alone? We're not separate beings, you bitch. The falls just make it seem that way. Kuratsuchi shook her head frantically. She had planned to be calm no matter what, but the reality of her mind was far beyond her imagination. You can't be me. I don't smile like that. The shadow's grin grew. I wish it was. It would look far better. Although it wouldn't really matter anyway. Kuratsuchi narrowed her eyes. What's that supposed to mean? The shadow suddenly looked bored by that question. It scoffed again to indicate its irritation. It doesn't matter what your smile looks like. The world will just fuck you like it always does regardless. Kuratsuchi balled her fists. What kind of thinking is that? The world is not that bad. The shadow liked that comment. Its grin became grotesque and it took a step closer. It's not a world where millions of people die because of fucked up reasons isn't bad? A world where shinobi that only care about their countries and families have to kill other shinobi that care about the same thing isn't bad? A world where a damn hero can seem to magically fix everything while shit still happens isn't bad? A world where an innocent little girl gets raped and commits suicide isn't bad? The next question drilled into Kuratsuchi's core and made the warmth vanish. A world where he doesn't love you isn't bad? Kuratsuchi felt a snap in the air and she charged forward. She sent chakra into her fist and launched it at the shade's face. She felt the shadow's knuckles meet her own and exchange the same force, canceling both attacks. Kuratsuchi's darker side leaned forward and whispered, "Can you really attack yourself?" Kuratsuchi threw another punch and another after that. Each time she threw one it was met with the exact same punch. Even when she kicked it was the same. Every time she attacked it, she questioned why she was not stopping. It was pointless to attack herself, but she did not care. She knew the shadow was right because she would not lie to herself. This is fun, huh? The shadow cackled as Kuratsuchi tried to aim for its stomach only for a hand to meet it. A fight that goes nowhere is always my favorite. Finally, Kuratsuchi stopped swinging and fell to her knees. The mist clung to her skin and dampened her face. The moisture helped when the tears came. Why? Why are you here? You didn't always exist, so why did you come? The shade lowered itself and sat on the water in front of her. Well, the truth is that I've always existed. It's just that I was fully manifested when you finally realized the meaninglessness of life. You mean when the girl died? The memory made the tears freeze on her face. Exactly. Reality was finally shown to you in that exquisite moment. The truth. Life is fucked up and there's no point to it. Your hesitation and doubts are a wonderful testament to that. Kuratsuchi did not understand. She had found meaning. She must have because she could smile and enjoy life with Naruto and Mitsui. You're wrong. You don't really believe that. The shadow grinned and played with a lock of its ebony hair. Yes, I do. Kuratsuchi tried to stop the tears, but they felt heavier when her doubts were weighed in. If you did, then I wouldn't exist, dumbass. I'm you. Kuratsuchi's eyes widened as she finally let the revelation sink in. She was literally arguing with herself and it was not going anywhere. The shadow was the embodiment of her negativity and hate. It was not simply going to disappear because she willed it to. It was a part of her and she had to cope with that. She needed to conquer it without trying to eradicate it. The only way to do that was to understand it. Kuratsuchi fastened her attention to the darkness in the shade's eyes. Okay, you are me. So why do you exist? The shade smirked and nodded. Wonderful. It's simple, I exist to make sure you understand the true nature of the world. And what's that? The shadow rolled its eyes and frowned. Haven't I spelled it out for you? The world is full of pain and suffering and there's no fucking meaning to any of it. You can just go on living life experiencing more and more pain only for it to result in nothing. Those moments of happiness you enjoy so much are only times where you forget that. They are mere illusions to the harsh reality of the world. Life is shit and pain is shit. All of it is shit. Kuratsuchi shook her head and held it in one hand. She squeezed her damp hair and tried to understand what the shadow meant. That can't be true. If there is no meaning, then why do we all exist? The shade actually laughed at that. Its laugh was hers, but it carried a much harsher and sharper tone. The sound of it froze her blood. I wish I knew. I've been trying to figure that out myself, but what does it matter? It's pointless to think after all. That's circular reasoning. Damn, you're naive. Of course it is, but you believe it too because remember, you're me. Kuratsuchi was desperately trying to not get confused by the absurdity of the situation. There was no point in debating with herself because it was not working. She could not fight it either, so what could she do? She decided on to keep listening. She supposed the answer would come eventually. Why does all of this sound new to me? The smirk did not leave the shadow's mug. It probably sounds that way because you never heard it before, dumbass. You only thought about all of this before, but even then your thoughts were meager and pitiful with no substance to them. I'm here to drill these wonderful concepts into your pretty little head. The shade poked her head roughly. Kuratsuchi rubbed the sore spot on her head and scowled at the shadow. No, you're here because I chose to come and see you. My life is determined by my choices. The shade leaned in close. Kuratsuchi could see the red in its eyes flare in excitement. It loved every second of this, and that fact increased the rage in Kuratsuchi's chest. Then why did you choose to let her kill herself? You let that Junko girl die even though you could have done something. You could have easily saved her, but you didn't. You chose to hesitate. That's the reality of it. Kuratsuchi felt her chest get heavy and the anger burn away. It was replaced with confusion and regret. The shadow was right and there was no use in denying it. The shadow was not following logic because she was not either. Even if she tried to use reason, the shade did not care. Negativity and doubt rarely used such things. It relied on cynicism and emotion. Kuratsuchi wondered if she would ever get anywhere with it. The question she had asked originally was suddenly brought to the surface. What do you want then? The shadow's whisper was a knife that tore into the chest and made it bleed. The shade's eyes were alive and burning. There was no point in saying they were not, there was just no point. Release, the shadow whispered into the mist. All of a sudden Kuratsuchi's eyes opened and the waterfall's original rhythm was back. Kuratsuchi turned her head quickly and saw everybody standing behind her. Naruto ran forward and his face was brimming with worry. She questioned if the whole thing had actually happened as Naruto's figure drew closer. Kuratsuchi realized it did happen when she felt the dried tears on her face become fresh again. She wept into Naruto's arms when he reached her. When the others came around to console her and told her it was going to be all right, she wept then too. The blanket was warm and the room was comfortable. Kuratsuchi was thankful for that. Mitsui's sleeping form was next to her and the chair in front of them was occupied by the war hero. Naruto said he would watch her until she fell asleep, but the kunoichi did not feel like sleeping yet. Kuratsuchi's mind was full with dark secrets and dark discoveries. She had already told Naruto about the conversation she had with the shadow. Naturally, she carefully left out the part about him. The gentle rhythm of Mitsui's breathing was covered by Naruto's soft chuckle. You know, I'm kind of glad that you tried to fight it too. I don't feel as stupid knowing that you tried the same thing I did. Kuratsuchi did not laugh with him. Her eyes flickered up and stared at him. Will I ever be able to defeat it, Naruto? Naruto's expression softened and he looked down at the ground. I'm not sure, Kuratsuchi. I think so. It will take some time though. Kuratsuchi buried her face into the blanket. She tried to keep her voice low for the sake of Mitsui. I don't want to go back in there, Naruto. It was so horrible. It hurt so much. I know. I know it hurts. Naruto smiled as he said that. Kuratsuchi peeked up from the blanket. It was the smile too. It was the same smile he showed back in Taki. The smile that haunted her dreams. The shadow loved that smile. She could feel it slither through her and caress her. It felt terrible. But that's okay, you know. The shadow stopped with that and Kuratsuchi focused on Naruto. His eyes were low and he was biting his lower lip and thought. I'm glad there is something so important to me in this world that can make me feel such pain. Because of that pain I can love others. Kuratsuchi had not thought of that. She could feel the shadow cower and she felt stronger for it. Is there meaning in pain then? Naruto gazed at her and his chair squeaked as he leaned forward. A strand of hair fell over his eye. Yes, there must be. I feel the value of the pain every time I mention it to someone who has lost someone. I feel the meaning when a child cries and I tell them it will be all right. Naruto's eyes were bright as he spoke and Kuratsuchi was engrossed by them. I feel the meaning whenever others express themselves and become vulnerable with the pain. It must be necessary. You said your darker form told you it was all pointless. There's a side of me that feels the same way, but when I remember those in my life who have felt pain and grew from it, it becomes silent. Kuratsuchi thought about those words. Do you think if I say that next time it will listen? Naruto shrugged and narrowed his eyes. Maybe. Everyone's experience with the falls is different. I can't really give you too much advice about what to say because I don't know you like you do. Kuratsuchi sighed. She did not like that answer but knew it was true. I just want it to go away, Naruto. Naruto shook his head and brought up a finger to indicate his point. That's different. That's the wrong kind of thinking. You can't make a part of yourself disappear. You need to accept what it is without it controlling you. It sounds like you were trying to understand it, but it didn't seem like it was working, correct? Kuratsuchi could not help but smile a little. I thought you said you couldn't give me advice. Naruto mirrored the smile. Well, I'm pretty good at finding something to talk about. Just keep trying to figure it out, okay? It wants to make itself known to you. It will tell you everything if you let it. You just need to persevere, Kuratsuchi. I promise that you will overcome it if you don't give up. Kuratsuchi wrapped the blanket tighter around herself. Naruto's words were peaceful and true. They were even more comfortable than the blanket. You're pretty good at not giving up, right, hero? That comment earned her a dazzling grin from the blonde. It is my Nindo after all. I won't run away and I keep my promises. I sure have spat out those words pretty often in my life. I like to think they carry more clout to them each time I say them, but Naruto stopped talking when he saw that Kuratsuchi had fallen asleep. He mentally kicked himself for rambling on again. He got out of his chair and tucked her in next to Mitsui. He allowed himself a moment to savor the tender sight of the two of them. He loved each of them so much and never wanted any harm to ever come to them. He would protect them always. It hurt him to see Kuratsuchi go through such an ordeal, but he knew she could do it. She was strong and he loved that about her. Right before Naruto turned off the lights and left the room, he noticed a careful smile on Kuratsuchi's face. It was a beautiful smile that he would probably dream about later. He decided he would protect that too. The noise of the waterfall was a song to her now. It probably always had been, but she had not fully realized it until now. It had been a simple melody at first, but now it was a symphony that carried her through the worries. She found some comfort in it and tried to prepare herself for another encounter with her darker self. She had to change her thinking when concerning the shadow. It was the only choice she could make now. Motoi had escorted her back to the falls that morning and she had not wakened Naruto before she had left the house. It was not because of his concern or her inability to communicate but about her direct intentions. She wanted to confront the shadow of her own accord, and that did not necessarily always include Naruto. She closed her eyes and allowed the falls to take her again. She loathed what was to come, but she needed to understand herself properly. This was beyond her mere development as a person, it was also for her very view of life. She had to understand it all. She allowed the mist take her away. The familiar sensation of walking in a vivid picture embraced her once again, and the shadow was in front her. Her darker eyes met Kuratsuchi's lighter ones. The contrast seemed adequate. The shadow folded her arms and she grinned grotesquely at seeing the calm demeanor on Kuratsuchi. Look at you. You seem so relaxed and shit. I'm impressed by your tenacity, dumbass. Kuratsuchi was not amused by the simple banter. She kept her face as neutral as possible. Although the cold shiver that ran through her spine was making that exceedingly difficult. Well, I've realized that it's best not to get worked up about you. The shadow gave an exaggerated shrug and smirked. We'll see how long that lasts. I know how to push your buttons after all. Kuratsuchi frowned slightly. I don't doubt that one bit. The shade's eyes widened and she let out a loud laugh. That's good. I like that. Let's talk about doubts then. It seems we have a lot of them, don't we? Kuratsuchi remained seated on the grassy hill in the center of the pool. She needed to take Naruto's advice and let the shadow talk. Yes, it would seem so. The shadow scoffed and played with her fingers to indicate her point. I mean, there's a shit pile of doubts that you have, you know. You doubt your abilities to protect those you love. You doubt that you will be able to become the Tsukage. You doubt if your future will be prosperous. You even fucking doubt that the little girl loves you. That one stung so much that Kuratsuchi winced. Don't talk about Mitsui. Her voice was far louder than she intended for it to be. Oh. It's sure easy to get you to react. Maybe your tenacity wasn't as impressive as I had thought. How disappointing. The shadow's tone was mocking and dripping with sarcasm. Honestly, your shit is so easy to throw out. The shadow leaned in closer and lowered her voice. But I think my favorite doubts of yours are the ones concerning him. The mist was so chilly then and clung to Kuratsuchi's porcelain skin, making it seem tight and fake. It covered her like a thin oil that reminded her of plastic. She felt her throat turn dry and she knew there was no use denying the binding proclamation. Can we not talk about him, please? The shade ignored her as she strolled around her with a gleeful skip in her step. I mean, seriously. Not only do you doubt his love for you, but you even doubt your feelings for him. Fuck, you're so hopeless. Her chilled laughter was laced with malevolence. Kuratsuchi felt her teeth grate against each other and her palm squeak with pressure as she balled it. Insulting me isn't going to advance this conversation. I think it would be best for both of us if we keep it respectful. The shadow expressed mock concern by raising her pitch and bringing a hand to her mouth. The whole expression seemed oily like the mist. Oh dear. I didn't mean to be so crass. We should be more respectful. She quickly brought her pitch down and the sarcasm disappeared. Maybe if you weren't so fucking pathetic, this whole thing would be far easier. She was not going to let it snap. Kuratsuchi held herself together by a blonde thread that was far more resilient than either party had anticipated. The shadow scanned Kuratsuchi and wondered if the thread was breakable at all. Why do you think I doubt my love for Naruto? Kuratsuchi asked. The shadow kept her face stoic and sat on the surface of the pool. She laid her head in one of her hands and searched Kuratsuchi's features for something that was not there. Because I do, dumbass. He doesn't love us and we don't love him. How can love exist when there is no meaning in the world? Love is an illusion that stops humans from fully embracing reality. Kuratsuchi let herself slip a bit. That's not a definition of love. It's just a personal take on a characteristic of it, which is wrong, by the way. The shadow snickered and shook her head as if it was all a joke to her. Glad to hear that we disagree with each other. I'm sure that's healthy. All right, then what would you define love as? Kuratsuchi had never really thought about the definition. She had assumed it was a given. An emotional attachment to an individual? The shade scoffed again. That assumes a world with meaning, of course. Even if it did, would you really base the world around something so temporary? Kuratsuchi raised her eyebrows. She had not realized that. Emotion was temporary and that would assume love was fickle and not everlasting like it should have been. Was that not the definition of love then? Kuratsuchi was uncertain. I guess. The shadow rolled her eyes. Oh, wonderful. You're hesitant. Makes my job easier, I guess. Reality is an illusion, okay? Everything just distracts you from the truth, so why should we even bother questioning anything? Your reality is fucked up. Kuratsuchi paused to think on her next addition. And inconsistent. The shade grinned devilishly. Correction, our reality is fucked up. Her grin got wider and more sinister. And inconsistent. The thread snapped and Kuratsuchi could feel herself falling into the rage. It was the warmest thing around and she clung to it with desperation. It was too cold everywhere else. No. No. Naruto cares for me. He said so himself and I care about him too. I love him. He and Mitsui are the only things that give my life meaning. The shadow twirled a lock of hair in her finger. Well, that narrows things down at least. I just have to convince you that they don't mean anything and then you'll see, huh? Kuratsuchi cursed herself for falling in her steps. Perhaps it was wrong to hold back because she was speaking to her own self after all. She hated this scenario so much. It was hurting her beyond words. But there had to be some merit in this conversation, some kind of meaning. She had to find it, otherwise mania would come and take her away from him. No. There is meaning in this world. Whenever a sun rises or a star shines or a girl confesses her love, there is meaning in all of that. The shadow's eyes flickered and she licked the front of her teeth. Then why am I still here? I certainly don't believe that, which means neither do you. See how that works? I love him, damn it. Kuratsuchi was screaming now and her throat hurt, but not as much as her chest did. It was not fair, she could not convince herself of her love. She should have taken a break from this and waited to speak to her darker side, but she had to make some progress. She had to obtain some kind of new information that could help her. This was becoming increasingly difficult to manage and her emotions were getting the better of her. I have to love him. All right. Let's explore this love shit some more then. What do you think love is? The shade seemed focused now, but her smirk was sticking around. Kuratsuchi thought about it again for a second. If it was not something temporary, then it must have been something permanent. It had to be based around the goal of life then. Although she was uncertain of what that was exactly. But she was certain about how she viewed those she loved. She thought about her view of Naruto and Mitsui. She was giving them something when she loved them. Kuratsuchi smiled a little when she found the answer. The basis of all love is to want what is best for someone, she said with a sliver of confidence. There isn't a type of love that doesn't have at least that. The shadow nodded and gave an exaggerated sigh. Fucking finally! Something we can agree on. Okay, if that's what love means, then what is best for all people? What is the goal of life? Kuratsuchi tried to search her mind for the answer, but she was having trouble. She had to get more basic, but that meant she had to come closer to her own ignorance. Her pride was becoming more and more bruised. I'm not sure. The shadow gestured with her hands for emphasis by holding up her palm. I'll help you out then, dumbass. What's best for all people is to find their release from the constant search of meaning in life. Kuratsuchi immediately shook her head and scowled at the nonsense. No, it must be the search itself. Even if someone can't find it, at least they are searching for it. That in itself gives someone meaning in their life. The shade's grin was massive and grotesque. Is it now? That doesn't sound like a goal at all. A goal needs to have a fucking end to it. Fine. Then the goal is love. Wanting the very best for someone is the goal. Kuratsuchi knew that was not the most basic thing, but it was all she had. Then do you love yourself? Kuratsuchi was startled by that. She got her. They both knew the answer and it was not easy for either of them. It just brought more pain into everything. Kuratsuchi stated the obvious, no I don't. Then how can you love Naruto? Kuratsuchi was outraged. I don't know, okay? I don't fucking know, and it tears me up inside knowing that I can't find an answer. I want to love him and myself, but I don't fucking know how. The shadow was not smiling anymore. It was almost unnerving to see the darker form have a serious expression for once. Maybe she was feeling Kuratsuchi's emotion and being empathetic for once. Maybe she was just surprised. No one there knew for sure, even the shadow. Then release yourself and him. Release yourselves from this world. What the fuck does that mean? I hate this. Your questions and statements are so mean and they rip into me. The shade glowered and bared her teeth. Good. That means I'm getting through to you. Naruto doesn't actually care about us and it'll be easier for both of us when you realize that. Kuratsuchi hated to admit it, but she was becoming convinced by the shade. Her darker self was sounding more and more right every second. The meaninglessness and the absence of love was making sense. But could matters make sense without meaning? Could points be made without reason? Logic was not going to work, though Kuratsuchi surmised with dismay. She was not in some debate with politicians this time. She was facing herself. Reason could not help her completely here. Suddenly the thread came back and wrapped around her. Naruto's words resonated within her. But he does care. He's never shown us anything that proves otherwise. He has proven that he cares. The shadow was staring past her into the mist. How can something be proven without meaning? Isn't that what you're trying to do? The shade's smirk came back. Then why am I winning? She could not argue that. But she could use Naruto. He was the center of it all. You were there, weren't you? Naruto has found life in his pain. He sees the truth around him and has used it to propel himself into his bright future. A future that I want to be a part of. The shadow's eyes dulled a bit. Then why haven't you told him all that yet? Instead, you hold in your desires and make him work for you. He said that we were nothing more than a friend to him. You've lied to him and you still do. Maybe I would believe you if you fucking acted on your beliefs for once. Damn, you're hopeless. It's because I'm scared, okay? I don't want to hear his rejection, and I know you don't want to either. The shadow held up her arms for a moment of praise. Thank God. The truth has been revealed. Shit, you're fucking slower than this giant-ass turtle. We both know that he would reject us. He doesn't care about us and he never will. Only I care, Kuratsuchi. I'm the only one who can bring you release. Oh, you've done a fantastic job of showing that, haven't you? You fucking killed it, really. Your insults are really helping me at feeling loved. Kuratsuchi wanted to throw another punch so badly, but she held it in. It was futile to act in violence. The shadow brought up her hands in defense. Now, no need for sarcasm. Kuratsuchi scoffed at the absurdity. You use sarcasm all the time, you hypocrite. The shade shrugged again. We're full of contradictions. We are both hypocrites, at least I'm the one willing to admit it. I hate you, it was all emotion now. The rage filled Kuratsuchi and she cherished the warmth it gave her. She craved it so badly and it was not helping. It was so pathetic. I hate you and your constant insults, I can't stand the way you dismiss me so easily. The shade played with the cool water under her. She brought up her hand to catch the water only for it to slip through her fingers. Water was so weird. So you hate yourself, tell me something that I don't know. Kuratsuchi felt the moment stir around her. Her face felt hot with anger. The air was freezing and the mist floated above. It spread its essence beyond her vision and told the world that it mattered. It carried something intangible with it. The mist could not be underestimated because it had meaning within itself. It simply existed and did its part. It held the value in life, and that was something Kuratsuchi wanted more than anything. But the mist was so cold and so was the world. She did not want to be cold anymore. Despite this, she took a deep breath and allowed the mist to cool her down. I don't hate Naruto though. You're right about not being able to love him, but I know I don't hate him. The shadow sighed and nodded at that. Yes, I know. I don't hate him either. Kuratsuchi's eyes widened and she saw something to hold onto. The thread was strong and she grasped it tightly. Okay, so we don't hate him. We don't hate him because he wants to help us. He wants what is best for us. He has the basis for love, doesn't he? The shade scratched her cheek and leaned back with her hands behind her. Perhaps. He might have the basis for it, but that doesn't mean he loves us the way we want him to. Maybe so, but maybe we could make him love us. Maybe we could try to find that love and that would bring us meaning. I want it and you must want it too, right? The shadow gave a deadpan look that spoke only of cruelty. No, I don't. That search would be fucking pointless and it would only bring more pain in the end, just more meaninglessness. Kuratsuchi began to cry then. It was not like before though, these tears were from empathy. Why do you hate so much? Why do you go on with your negativity and accept these feelings of animosity? The shadow might have cracked a little there. An intangible line passed through her eyes when the question lingered. At least the line might have been there. The mist was as uncertain about it as Kuratsuchi was. The shade may have felt some emotion other than what she was used to. Kuratsuchi could only hope though. Because it's all I have. That's why I want release. I might have more than. The shade's expression revealed nothing when she said that. She was becoming a little more open with her and Kuratsuchi was grateful. Naruto can give us more though. He's shown us that he can. Kuratsuchi was hoping he might be able to reach both her and the shadow. He was the subject that seemed to bring the most out of them anyways. He could do it even if Kuratsuchi could not. The shade shook her head and splashed some water. Would you stop putting all of your trust and worth into one person? It's unhealthy, you know. Shit, this isn't some kind of romance where all you need is that one person to love you. Life doesn't fucking work like that. You can't find your self-worth and meaning in people. They're too imperfect and their damn flaws will only bring destruction. Are you seriously too fucking stupid to not notice that? Kuratsuchi mulled over that. That was probably true. Despite the shadow's cynicism and hate, she was right about certain things. But Naruto was still important and she needed to utilize that correctly. Then what part does he play in all of this? He may not mean everything, but he could show us something that we don't know yet. Maybe we've been assuming too much by pretending like we know everything. Naruto might have something worthy of knowing about. Hell, maybe even Mitsui knows something we don't. We don't know it all, but maybe Naruto knows more. He's not going to fix everything, but he could change everything. The shadow gave a look of disapproval, but Kuratsuchi guessed it was a farce. Turns out she was right. I still think you're putting too much on him. I probably am, but the guy did save the entire world once. Don't you think he deserves our trust? The shadow narrowed her eyes and made them shape like slits of dark portals. The red in them was hot in color but penetrated into Kuratsuchi's soul like icicles. She felt so transparent being in front of herself. She guessed that made sense by the shade's own accord. The shadow's tone was level when she spoke again. To be honest, he probably deserves more than that. I couldn't agree more. He's a remarkable person, isn't he? Kuratsuchi felt it then. Her true affection for the blonde Jinchuriki must have been strong enough to compare to the shadow's view of him. If it was not, then maybe it was not worth having in the first place. The shade let herself be convinced. Her expression poured out some relief and defeat. Despite everything she had thought before, Kuratsuchi saw something else in the shadow that time. Something that did not have to do with negativity. It was beautiful. Yes, he is. Fine. We'll hear what he has to say. The smile the shadow gave was uncharacteristically pleasant. Shit, I slipped a little bit. Kuratsuchi's smile was tender. We're both pretty good at that, it seems. The shadow caught herself and scoffed immediately. The nice moment was gone and the shadow was back to her usual self. But she was suddenly deeper than Kuratsuchi realized. The kunoichi wondered if that was good for her or the shadow. Probably both, she mused. Whatever. Just go for fuck's sake. With that, the song changed and Kuratsuchi was brought back to reality. She opened her eyes and saw the cerulean screen of water before her. There were no shadows lurking behind it, and she wondered if that was true for most things. She could only hope after all. It seemed hope was the only thing on her side. Mitsui laughed exuberantly as she fell upon the gorilla's enormous belly. She giggled uncontrollably and ran up the tree again to go another round. She jumped from the branches and fell another time on the primate's stomach. The gorilla did not seem to mind as it stared up at the clouds in a dozy manner. Mitsui turned to look over at Killer Bee's sleeping form. Earlier that morning, she asked the dark-skinned man if she could play with the animals. He had escorted her over to them only for the Jinchuriki to fall asleep on her as soon as they had gotten there. Mitsui had wanted to go with Naruto and Kuratsuchi, but they were both gone that morning. She realized she would probably see them eventually and did not really worry about it. Mitsui was about to climb the tree another time when she suddenly heard a presence near her. She turned around and felt immediate exhilaration. Kuro-ne! Mitsui ran over to her as fast as her little legs could take her. The kunoichi smiled and knelt down to embrace the little girl. Good morning, my dear. The child giggled. No, silly. It's not the morning anymore. It's past noon. Kuratsuchi's eyes showed absent-mindedness and were rather flat in color. So it is. Kuratsuchi gazed over at a sleeping Killer Bee for a moment. Would you like to take a walk with me, little one? Mitsui grinned at the idea and grabbed Kuratsuchi's hand. Sounds fun, Kuro-ne. The two girls found a nice path surrounded by exotic flora that seemed pleasant enough. With no real destination in mind, a casual and leisurely pace was set between the two of them. Kuratsuchi liked the scent of the moving island. It was strange and unusual but carried a unique fragrance that brought relief to the dark-haired beauty. It made her think of questions left unanswered. She wanted to talk to Naruto, but seeing Mitsui made her think it was best to inquire of the little girl for now. She may have been young, but the child packed a lot more wisdom than one might think. Kuratsuchi squeezed Mitsui's hand gently. Sweetheart, what do you think meaning is? Mitsui seemed a little put off by that cryptic question. She puffed her cheeks out a bit to think about it. Kuratsuchi thought she looked adorable. Meaning? Isn't it why we do things? Kuratsuchi was surprised by the girl's high-level thinking. She was truly beyond her years. It can be. I guess it's all about the way you look at it. Do you do things because they're meaningful? The little girl laughed like that was a silly question. Well, of course. Everything has meaning, and that's why I do stuff. The amount of confidence in her declaration made Kuratsuchi stumble in her thinking. Even the shadow was a tad hesitant by that simple answer. Surely some things are pointless, Mitsui. The little girl skipped forward and jumped onto a little rock. Not the important things, Kuro-ne. My parents died with meaning, I think. Kuratsuchi was shocked by that. The girl had said it so casually too. Sweetie, your parents died because of unfortunate circumstances. They died needlessly. There was no point in that. Perhaps she was being too morbid with a child of 9, but she knew the girl could handle it. Mitsui was stronger than most, and it still surprised Kuratsuchi every now and then. That's not what I mean, Kuro-ne. I mean their lives had meaning, and so did their deaths. They loved me and they died loving me. I know they hated a lot of stuff and were wrong a lot, but they still loved me. How did you know that, sweetie? Kuratsuchi wanted to hear the answer. She needed to know how it was so obvious to a little girl. The same way I know you love me, Kuro-ne, you show it. You protect me and want what is good for me. Narani says that is what love is. Kuratsuchi could not believe the simplicity of it all. Here she was arguing with herself about concepts that bothered humanity for its entire existence, and a little girl explained it so plainly. Of course there was more to it than that, but the child had a good basis to start with. I guess you're right, little one. Do you miss your parents? Mitsui did not seem bothered by all these simple questions, but she did give a quizzical look. Of course. It hurts a little whenever I think about them. Right here. She pointed to her chest and Kuratsuchi knew she could relate. Damn, she loved this little girl. Sometimes I cry about them too. They were nice. But I have you and Naruto now, so it's okay. What was Kuratsuchi doing? Did she really think she was the only one with pain? Here was a small orphan girl who missed her parents, and Kuratsuchi was being so depressed about her own problems. How could she be so audacious? Despite her understanding of the situation, she could not help but still look inwardly. It was selfish, but she knew the child would not mind. Kuratsuchi sighed and stopped walking. Mitsui stopped too and stared up at her. I haven't felt okay in a while, little one. Mitsui creased her brow in concern and hugged her surrogate mother figure. I know, Kuro-ne. But Naruto and I are here to help. Naruto says he will make you okay. Kuratsuchi beamed with affection at the little girl and patted her small head. The chestnut hair was soft to the touch, and Mitsui loved it when she did that. Did he now? That sounds wonderful, little one. Naruto is a good boy, isn't he? Yup. Can we go find him? I want to see him, Kuro-ne. I like it when you both are together like a mommy and daddy. Normally Kuratsuchi would have blushed and stammered at the very idea of the two of them in that position, but it was just so innocent. The statement was tender and there was no reason to be flustered about it. Kuratsuchi decided to accept it. All right. Let's go. They found Naruto in a small clearing where he was undergoing an intense training regimen. There was nothing innocent about what Kuratsuchi thought when she saw him. He was only garbed in his black training pants, and his bare chest glistened with perspiration. He looked amazing as he performed another perfect squat. He was holding a boulder above his head that was the size of a small building and was lifting it up with only his lower body. Even from across the clearing, Kuratsuchi could see the strain in his back muscles, and she felt her stomach warm up at the sight. Mitsui was clearly unfazed by the scene and ran over to him. Narani! You look so cool! Naruto grinned as he saw the child run towards him. With a careful push of his arms, he launched the boulder a few feet away from himself and Mitsui. The heavy boulder's impact distributed an impressive shockwave throughout the clearing, and Kuratsuchi almost lost her footing. Mitsui and Naruto seemed fine, however. The blonde rubbed his nose at the praise. Thanks, little one. I used to be able to only lift something this heavy when I was in sage mode, but I've clearly gotten stronger, huh? The war hero's childish arrogance tended to manifest itself every now and then. Kuratsuchi shook her head at his antics as she drew closer. She managed to control her thoughts enough to approach him. As long as she maintained eye contact, the blonde's impressive build would not affect her. That's what she told herself anyways. Get over yourself, hero. We don't want Mitsui to grow up with a big head. The little girl started feeling her head to see if that was something to worry about when Naruto chuckled. Yeah, we can't have that happening. I've gotten better over the years though. I swear. Kuratsuchi smirked for a moment and then looked a bit more serious. I talked with the shadow again earlier this morning. Naruto locked eyes with her and wiped the sweat from his brow. I figured. How did it go? Better, I think. We reached an agreement of sorts. Mitsui was pulling on Naruto's pants as they talked, begging for her to begin her own training for that day. Naruto raised an eyebrow and retrieved a rock for Mitsui to practice her squats on. He then looked back at Kuratsuchi as the child tried to imitate what he had been doing with her own rock of proportionate weight. What kind of agreement? Naruto asked. An agreement that involves you. Kuratsuchi felt her jaw tighten. Naruto was patient and alert as he listened to Kuratsuchi's brief explanation about her encounter. She concentrated on keeping her eyes fixed to his face. His chest was extremely alluring after all. The explanation felt tedious with the way she carefully avoided the parts directly involving her feelings about him. She wondered if it was always going to be like this. She kept hearing the Shadow's words about being honest with him, but she was actively trying to ignore them. She could not tell him yet. She just was not ready. After Kuratsuchi was finished, Naruto took the rock away from an exhausted Mitsui. Interesting. I guess the best thing that I can tell you is to remember that it's okay to think about all of this. Everyone has these thoughts of wondering if what happens in this world really matters. Don't think that you're weird or in the wrong for thinking them. Honestly, I'm really glad that you're facing all of this. It's healthy, you know? Kuratsuchi nodded slightly. I see. But I still want to have control of myself. The Shadow is still separate from me and unsatisfied. I know that not everyone has this big of a problem about it. Most people have either decided on whether to accept it or not. I'm still so uncertain though. Naruto crossed his arms and tilted his head. That's okay too. You'll figure it out eventually. Just don't beat yourself up too much. Kuratsuchi's voice was raised and Mitsui looked over at her with deep concern. But I'm not happy, Naruto. I can't find the joy in life because of this. I want to so bad, but it's so hard when you can't agree with yourself on your view of it all. Naruto's expression was sad, to put it simply. His eyes were lowered and his lips were thin. He understood and hurt for her. You can't be happy all the time, Kuratsuchi. You need to base your life around something more solid and constant than mere happiness. Kuratsuchi's throat felt hot as she spoke louder. Then what, Naruto? What do I base it around? The Shadow's ideals? You and Mitsui? Naruto was silent. Whether it was because he did not have an answer or not was unclear to all parties present. Mitsui broke the silence. Narani didn't mean to make you mad, Kurone. He just wants to help. Kuratsuchi felt immediate guilt. She was yelling for no good reason and it was upsetting the two people she cared about the most in the world. She did not know where to center her life and she needed to choose eventually. Her life would not feel stable until then. She suddenly dropped to the ground in a seating position. She let the cool grass underneath her take away her agitation. Nature always seemed to refresh her and was usually glad to take away her burdens for a little while. She stammered out an apology. Sorry. Naruto sat down in front of her and pushed his long bangs away from his face. Mitsui stood behind him and leaned against his back with her arms wrapped around his neck. It's okay, Kuratsuchi. We understand you're going through a lot. Naruto's lips curved into a bright smile. Kuratsuchi returned the smile with a small one. What do I tell the Shadow next time, Naruto? Well, first off, I think you should take a good break before you go back in there. After that though, I think you should tell her that you want to understand her. It sounds like there is still a lot of hostility between you two and you need to eliminate that as quickly as possible. Otherwise, it will continue to mar your relationship. Naruto's words were sagely and Kuratsuchi decided it was best to heed them. But it's so hard to understand her, Naruto. Kuratsuchi was not denying his advice, she was only digging for more of it. Naruto frowned and thought. Well, there's still some confusion. You need to find out what this release she keeps talking about is. I think if you can see her aim goal in all of this, then an answer will present itself. Kuratsuchi nodded and brushed a hand through her longer hair. It was well past her shoulders now and she liked it like that. Okay, I'll give it a shot. Also, I told her that I would ask you about meaning. Naruto rubbed his chin and closed his eyes. I thought I answered this already, but I guess I wasn't clear enough. Sorry about that. His eyelids opened to reveal the deep orbs behind them. And Kuratsuchi thought the grass had looked refreshing. Boy, had she been wrong. Meaning is held within the lives of the many. I think true meaning is found in the human heart. The sage of 6 paths had showed me that bonds needed to be created with the basis of the heart. The search to understand that and the world is what brings meaning. My experience with my friends and those I deemed precious has shown me that my power does not lie within myself. Which is rather ironic considering I left to go on my own for this mission. Naruto's smile was silly in its nature as he had said that. Naruto continued. But I ended up finding you too, so it's okay. Look, I'm not saying that I have all the answers, but knowing people helps figure them out. There's a little bit of truth in everyone. I think understanding people reveals that truth. Every person I've met has shown me their unique selves, and as a result they've shown me some truth about the world. I think knowing people shows us meaning. All a relationship really means is to know another person and continue to know them. There is so much meaning in that truth. We can find that meaning within each other. Kuratsuchi let that sink in. Naruto could have been right. The human heart was typically categorized as cold and evil, but it did not have to be that way. Even if it was, it did not necessarily mean it held no truth. Whenever humans separated themselves from each other, it was like taking a step away from the truth and meaning of the world. Naruto had shown his bonds with everyone during the war. He did not rely on his own strength, but those around him. Even when he defeated Kaguya, he was not alone. He knew being with other people got not only the job done but also made life worth living. He was a true hero because he did not stand by himself but with those around him. That was why peace had been brought to the world and he was the child of prophecy. Naruto brought people together. Kuratsuchi flicked her eyes over to Mitsui, who was giving her a large grin. Kuratsuchi finally nodded at Naruto's reasoning. I'll be sure to bring that up with the shadow next time. Thanks, Naruto. My pleasure. Now come on. Let's all train together. Naruto spun around with his leg muscles and grabbed Mitsui in his arms. He started doing squats with a giggling Mitsui above his head. Naruto began laughing too and Kuratsuchi joined in as well. She found some joy in that moment. There was a wave of tangibility to it. The mist had shown that to her earlier that day and she realized what it had been trying to tell her. Life was worth it for those moments that could be held and cherished. The shadow may not have known this, but Kuratsuchi did. Maybe the world was warmer than she had thought. At least it was with Naruto around. That's a bit too fucking pretty for me, the shadow said as she twirled her hand in the water of the pool. Kuratsuchi was not sure why it was not obvious to the shade. But it makes sense, doesn't it? She had explained Naruto's description of people and meaning she had heard a week before. After she had taken the break, the blonde had suggested Kuratsuchi had decided to face the shadow once again. She had been hoping it would be a matter of simple persuasion this time around. But she was starting to get accustomed to being wrong. The shadow shrugged. Maybe, but it sounds like it's full of holes. What holes? You're not being fair at all about this. The shade rolled her eyes. Since when have I been fair? Since when has life been fair, dumbass? Is it still wrong to wish for such things? To plead for the world to be a little merciful sometimes? The shadow's smile was reminiscent of a blade, sharp and unwavering. Wishful thinking. That's all you ever preach about. Does Naruto have wishful thinking? Kuratsuchi's question was raised vociferously and wiped the shadow's smile away. It made the air feel even more dense with the mist sinking into it. Because he's shown us so much more than that. He's proven his beliefs through experience, and that sounds good enough to me. The shadow scowled. Can you make proper judgments based off mere experiences? Fuck no. Kuratsuchi narrowed her eyes in disgust. It's better than how you reason, if you can call it that. The shade shook her head in disillusionment. How could she not see it? The shadow was trying so hard to make Kuratsuchi realize the truth. She was becoming more irritated with every pressing word and her patience was thinning. Look, it seems your poor views are blinding you from my intentions. Naruto just can't see what we can, that's all. To him the world is full of pretty sparkles and friendship, which is perfectly fine for him. But both of those views can't be true. That defies all reason. Truth is not subjective, and to think that is missing the point. Either reality is like how Naruto says it is, or it is not. Otherwise both views would contradict itself. Reality is not a contradiction. The shadow sighed in great annoyance. She could feel herself breaking from her growing anger. Very well. Reality is not like how Naruto describes it to be. But my purpose is not to persuade Naruto. It is to persuade you. I'm trying to fucking help you by showing you the truth and the proper action to take with the only possible conclusion. The shade hoped for that to seal the deal or at least make Kuratsuchi calm down. Of course it did not. Kuratsuchi was too stubborn for that, just like the shadow. You're talking about purpose, but based off your very philosophy there is no meaning and no purpose. You have no logic and no consistency. Damn it. That's not the fucking point. If there ever was any calm rationality in the conversation between Kuratsuchi and her darker self, it was eradicated at that moment. I thought there is no fucking point. Kuratsuchi roared. God, I hate you. It's like talking to a child who doesn't understand simple logic. Well, guess what? I'm you, so you just called yourself a fucking child. Kuratsuchi could practically feel her teeth snapping from how much force she was exuding from her tightened jaw. She knew both of their tempers were raising to dangerous levels, but she could no longer contain herself. I'm nothing like you bitch. I know, and I'm making some sense. I know what it's like to be loved by someone. No one has ever loved you, and that's why you're so damn gloomy and emotional. You're so terrible, and no one will ever love you. The shadow stood up from her place on the water and her hands were balled. Her dark frame shook from the sheer fury she was undergoing. She shouted at Kuratsuchi. You don't fucking get it, do you? I'm the only one who looks out for your best interests. Instead of appreciation, all I ever get is your shitty attitude. Kuratsuchi stood up and roared with equal ferocity. You're nothing but a slimy monster filled with emotion and unreasonable behaviors. You don't care about me one bit. All you do is insult me and spout contradictions about our fucked up relationship. I can't believe that you're me because you're nothing like me. The shadow scoffed in outrage. I am you, dumbass. We're the same entity with the same fucking thoughts and emotions. This whole ordeal has been about me making you realize that. You still separate us, and that's why you can't break free. You're so pathetic that you need Naruto to think for you, and you just believe everything he tells you without testing it first. Kuratsuchi rolled her eyes and her mouth screamed out sardonically. Oh, because you're so good at testing your beliefs. I'll just take your word for it then. The shadow's jaw was ajar and the rage was practically tangible. Veins popped from her neck and spit rattled from her lips. Fuck you. You ungrateful bitch. Helping you is pointless, just like everything else. You're so fucking depressing. No wonder no one loves you. Kuratsuchi forgot she was talking to herself. The illusion of the falls was supposed to do that. Everyone hates you and wants you gone, you miserable cunt. That did it. It was not surprising that after that insult fighting ensued between the two of them. There was no dodging or cancelled out attacks this time either. Both wanted to feel pain and the joy of striking something. They allowed themselves to be hit, slapped, violated, mutilated, and shamed through violence. There was hair-pulling, breaking of nails, gnashing of teeth, smashing of bones, and blood spilled. Ninjutsu was used and both parties utilized their lava release. Of course, because their techniques were only in a spiritual form and not a physical one, there were no actual injuries. The falls created the illusions of the injuries to make up for the feeling because the agony was still there. It was all there, like the emotions. In the end, Kuratsuchi and the shadow finally collapsed from the pain of it all. They could not handle the duel any longer and there was no clear victor between them. The fight had been futile in nature, but both were glad they had done it. They did not want to regret anymore. She did not want to regret anymore. For a time there was just heavy breathing and the exchange of scornful glares. Kuratsuchi's tired voice was the first to break through the gasps. I hate you. I hate you so much. The shadow allowed her eyes to fix on the water underneath her. There was no reflection there, and that was why she struggled. She struggled to know who she was, but there was nothing there. There never was. I know. I know you do. Kuratsuchi still did not understand. She did not know anything anymore. Then why do you hurt me so much? Because you need it. We can't grow unless I hurt you because we need to be released. There was sadness in the shadow's face and Kuratsuchi could not comprehend what she was witnessing. It should have been impossible to see such a sight. Kuratsuchi needed to know. What do you mean by that? What is this release? A small humorless chuckle left the shadow's mouth and she put her hands into the water before her. She could not look at her counterpart. You're so fucking stupid. Her words did not sound harsh but were actually feeble. She was so feeble. Death is the release. The epiphany finally came. It struck Kuratsuchi harder than any of the earlier punches had. It was so simple and was the only way. She stated it without doubt: suicide. The shadow would not stop staring at the pool and only nodded at the correct answer. Please release me for once and for all. There is no point in living in a world with no meaning. Kuratsuchi was on her hands and knees. They were damp with the spray of the water and the mist. Her face had lost all warmth. There was no longer any warmth left. Kuratsuchi could not accept it. Has your hopelessness taken you so far? Have you been so dejected that you don't want to exist anymore? The shadow blanched at her darker self's words. Yes, that's what I've been trying to get across to you. It's not my fucking fault you're so dense. Kuratsuchi knew it was all clear now. The mist was filtering away from the area now and she saw it all. So when I hesitated before Junko. The shade's voice was monotone and it no longer sounded like herself. You were relating with her intentions. You had a dark thought that wanted what she wanted. You were looking out for her by letting her escape from all this meaningless pain. You wanted her to die. That was how I was brought about because of that doubt. I am your doubt and hesitation. I am the one who no longer wants us to exist. I am your shadow Kuratsuchi. Kuratsuchi heard a vehement buzzing in her ears. It was cacophonous and made her clutch her head in agony. She wanted to die? That was what this was all about? But she wanted to live. Or was that just a lie she told herself? Naruto hated when people lied to themselves though. Naruto would not love her if he knew. Naruto was the only reason she was alive, was he not? The shadow heard her thoughts because they were the same person. Yes, he is the only reason that is stopping us. It's pretty fucking morbid, isn't it? Kuratsuchi's eyes were wide and her heart was exhausted. She felt so worthless. That's reality, I guess. Suicide can be the only solution if your thinking is correct. The shadow did not say anything to that. Kuratsuchi did not know why she kept talking. It was all pointless after all. The world holds nothing for me anymore and that means there is no reason for me to be in it. The shadow sank into the water. She submerged herself until there was only her head above the surface. Exactly. Now release us. Please, I can't stand the pain anymore. To be honest, I never really could. When Kuratsuchi opened her eyes that day, she did not know what to feel. She had gone to the pool alone that morning. She only knew what she knew, and that was a heavy burden to carry. She hoisted it on her shoulders and walked away from the pool to find a place to rest. A quiet place. She did not know where to go and she could not understand where she was. She supposed that was good enough. Kuratsuchi fell to the ground and leaned against a convenient tree. She let herself relax and tried to admire the spring day. There were flowers and berries in the foliage around her with little birds and creatures playing about. There was life everywhere and the season was buoyant because of it. The lingering scent of fruit and delicate mint hit her tongue and she was rewarded with the sense of wonder. She did not deserve any of it. Kuratsuchi put her hand by her hip and fished out the necessary tool from her pouch. The black metal glittered in the sun's rays that poked from the tree canopy above her. Kuratsuchi held the kunai carefully at first. It was not long until she was practically squeezing it. The edge of the blade was razor thin and would cut through flesh in an instant. Kuratsuchi could see her reflection in the metal and she wondered why she looked so sad. The image was blotted out by fat tears as Kuratsuchi began to sob. The shadow wrapped her fingers through her mind and told her to do it. It was best not to think too much about it and just let it happen. Kuratsuchi held the kunai in front of her. She aimed the tip at her throat and held it in place. All she had to do was to pull her muscles one more time and it would be over forever. She could escape reality and leave the pain all behind. No more suffering, no more emotion, no more joy, no more Mitsui, no more Naruto, and no more Kuratsuchi. There was still doubt, nevertheless. What if there was an existence after this one? What if that existence was worse than this current one? What if it was better? At least she vaguely understood this reality. The one that may or may not exist was completely unknown to her. Was this the best choice? No, it was the only choice. She was going to do it. She would end it all right here. The point of the kunai inched closer and closer until it stopped. But the blonde thread held her back. It stopped her from making the horrible mistake. The thread stirred hope in her and spoke of only finer things. For once her hesitation was helping her. There was just too much to live for. She still wanted to know what it felt like to be old, what it meant to marry and love another, what it felt like to raise a child, and what the future held. That was what hope did. It made a person wonder and yearn for what was to come. Hope was an old friend to Kuratsuchi. It was the friend that never asked anything from her but had always been there in her darkest times. Could she just throw everything it ever did for her aside like that? She knew that when she hated the shadow, she was also saying she hated herself. And that meant she hated hope too. But she could not keep doing that anymore. To hate hope was to hate Naruto because the blonde instilled that hope. He was practically the embodiment of the concept, and she could not give up on him because he never gave up on her. She was so tired of hesitating and doubting. That was it, she told herself. She made her decision there. She would be thankful for hope. She would be thankful for Naruto. Kuratsuchi discarded the kunai and wept into her hands. She had almost done it and regretted ever thinking of doing it. How dare she have the audacity to throw away the gift of life and be ungrateful of it? The act was not to be taken lightly, as she had done from wishing to act off mere impulse. Still, she felt the shadow boil at her cowardice. She pushed it aside and stood up from her seat by the tree. She wanted to see the creator of the thread. Naruto was scrawling away on a scroll when Kuratsuchi found him several minutes later with his back against a large tree trunk. He had actually not been that far away from her. He was alone and seemed to be in deep concentration with what he was writing. She got close and stood in front of him. She knew he was aware of her presence without him having to look up at her. Kuratsuchi spoke to him over the gentle sounds of his pen scratching. Report or novel? Her explanation of the day's events could wait. Naruto stopped writing and looked up at her. His eyes peeked out from under his bangs. For some unknown reason to her, she could not get an accurate read on his expression. Novel. Actually, you might be able to help me. I'm having trouble making the heroine seem realistic. I don't know a ton about women, you know. Could you give me a proper feminine response to some of the situations? Kuratsuchi coiffed her hair over to the side. Her eyes were foggy and far away. She kept her voice level. Sure, I can do that. Naruto nodded and looked to his paper. All right. So the hero is struggling with depression because he feels that he's not good enough. I've been making the heroine rather perceptive of his situation. Do you think that's a good idea? Kuratsuchi's expression was stoic and light as she answered him. That sounds good to me. Naruto grunted with acknowledgement. All right. I'll make it so that she confronts him about it. When I do that, would it make sense if she was aggressive about it? Kuratsuchi was a little shocked that Naruto's perception was not on point currently. Normally he would see right through her, and she thought she appeared to be obviously going through something. Nonetheless, Naruto seemed to be completely undisturbed about her distant demeanor. She must have assumed too much of him. That happened when someone was in love. Yeah, it wouldn't be weird if a girl did that, especially if she was concerned for him. Excellent, I was having some ideas about what their meeting will be like. I want him to have hit rock bottom, you know? He needs to be in some sort of unfortunate circumstance that really illustrates his destitution. I've been raking my brain to decide on one. Despite her earlier ordeals, Kuratsuchi felt herself particularly intrigued by Naruto's story. She leaned a little forward and moved her head to the side. Well, what are some of your ideas? Naruto brushed his bangs to the side and his voice became serious. I was thinking that she could walk in on him trying to stab himself. Kuratsuchi's eyes widened and her heart skipped over itself. No way, she thought. There was a knowing glint in Naruto's cerulean eyes. Do you think it would be best if she stopped him or if she allowed him to make his own decision? Kuratsuchi could not believe that she underestimated him. She was embarrassed and a tad frustrated, but above all, she was relieved. She allowed a small smile to form on her lips. She should intervene. Naruto's glint got brighter. What if she trusts his intuition? What if she believes he knows better? Kuratsuchi was probably enjoying this a bit too much than she should have been, but the blonde was just so good at dragging people into his antics. Does she really think that she knows him so well? Naruto smiled at that one and the glint transferred over to its brilliance. Yes, she does. She cares a lot about him after all. Kuratsuchi wanted to laugh at that. She wanted to so badly because the whole conversation was humorous, but the situation was grim. It was so ludicrous that she wanted to laugh. Instead, why was she crying? She could not hold it in any longer. Naruto knew, and that made matters easier. She choked out the words in between the tears. Why didn't you stop me? Naruto dropped the pen and scrolled to embrace her. She buried her face into his expansive chest and allowed herself to enjoy it. She felt an unbelievable amount of comfort from the gesture. Naruto wrapped his normal hand around the back of her neck and rubbed her back gently with his bandaged one. If Kuratsuchi was not so emotional, she probably would have been confounded by the embrace. She was emotional, however, and grateful beyond words. Naruto kept his embrace tight yet tender. Believe me, I was about to. I was almost ready to jump out and destroy that kunai. But I knew you would stop. Kuratsuchi shook her head, making her dig deeper into his torso. Her voice was muffled but still cognizant. How could you possibly know that? Naruto grinned as he rested the bottom of his jaw on the top of her head. I just did. Just like I knew what the shadow meant by release. Kuratsuchi removed her head from his torso and looked up at him. You did? Naruto nodded when he dropped his hand from her neck. Yes. Despite my upbeat attitude, I've gone through some depressing ordeals in my time too. When Nagato attacked Konoha and I thought he had killed my friend Hinata, I had almost given in to my depravity. However, that doesn't equate our experiences with such things. Your experience is vastly different from my own, and I acknowledge that. That's why I couldn't interfere unless it was completely necessary. You needed to learn it by yourself. Believe me, it killed me to watch you almost do it. But I knew you wouldn't do it. I know you, and you would never go through with it. Kuratsuchi felt more tears brimming on the edge of her eyes, and she released them wholeheartedly. She had no idea how strong his trust in her was. She did not mind he saw her in such an emotional state. He was trustworthy, and that was enough. Thank you, Naruto. Thank you so much. They held each other well into the afternoon. At some point, Kuratsuchi has asked about the whereabouts of Mitsui, and Naruto had said she was with Killer Bee. After some time passed, the two shinobi had eventually retired to laying on the ground. When the excitement of the moment had left, they released their holds and began talking. Kuratsuchi pushed Naruto's bangs away from his eyes. You need a haircut, hero. Naruto smirked and combed his hair with his fingers. Yeah, you're probably right. Naruto took a moment to admire the beautiful woman in front of him. He was enamored by everything about her. Before he could stop himself, his affections were becoming fabricated. You know what's something that I love about you? Kuratsuchi was a little bewildered by that, and her blood surged. The angle of her face tilted downward because she could not look at him in the eye. What? Naruto smiled as his compliment slipped out. I love your eyes. They remind me of a rose. Kuratsuchi had heard another boy say that to her when she was a teenager. He had just been trying to sleep with her then, but this time she knew it was sincere. Naruto was always sincere. A rose right before its color has matured and it's left to dwell in its existence. It's not a true rose just yet, but it doesn't need to be, because its confidence in itself is what makes it worthy to be called a rose. I think a rose is the most beautiful in that moment. Kuratsuchi blushed and tried not to stammer. Well, thank you, Naruto. That's very sweet. She felt inclined to compliment his own eyes, but she supposed it would seem like it was only out of obligation if she did. She wanted to enjoy this moment longer, but the shadow intervened. She always did, it seemed. Her dark counterpart was getting in the way too much, and it was time for her to go. But that was not right. Kuratsuchi needed to accept the shadow, and in order to do that she needed to. Naruto? The blonde locked eyes with hers, and curiosity was present there. What? I think I know how to handle the shadow now. I need to go to the falls right now. It was there. The solution had been right in front of her for so long. She just did not want to accept it until now. Naruto glanced to the western horizon where the sun was setting. It's getting kind of late. Shouldn't we wait until tomorrow? Kuratsuchi stood up quickly. No, we have to go now. I need to get this over with. She clutched Naruto's hand and they ran towards the direction of the Falls of Truth for hopefully the final time. Sakura loved the moment right after the sun set in its daily course. The moment where the light faded only for smaller dots of light to pop out in the velvet of the night sky. It was a pristine moment that could only be fully appreciated for a minute or two. Sakura had surmised long ago if it lasted any longer then it would not have been nearly as lovely. It was another reason why her balcony was her favorite place to be. As Sakura cherished the natural light stance, Sasuke emerged from inside the apartment and met her on the balcony. He was dressed in casual clothes she had helped pick out for him the other day. He was holding 2 cups of steaming tea and handed one of them to Sakura. She accepted it gratefully with a wordless thank you. Sasuke focused his eyes on the dimly lit horizon. Do you suppose that our favorite blonde is admiring the same sunset? Sakura giggled and smirked. Naruto? Appreciating a sunset? Are you joking? Sasuke kept his face stationary. There was a time where I would have agreed with you. But our old teammate has grown considerably over the years. Sasuke blinked. I'm surprised you didn't already figure that out. You've spent a far longer amount of time with him than I. Sakura's expression changed to a bittersweet smile. It was as if she just tasted something she was not sure if she enjoyed or not. You're right. I guess I don't really know him then. Sasuke turned his head to the side. No, you do. You simply choose to be ignorant of him because you're scared to be close to him. Sakura closed her eyes and felt his words twist through her. Her boyfriend was the epitome of perception and she marveled at his abilities. She sighed and stared farther away from herself. Is that such a bad thing? I'm just being careful. You don't need to be anymore. She liked that. She showed how much she did by kissing him. After the kiss she took a sip of her tea. The tea's good. Sasuke smirked and leaned against the railing. I'm sorry I can be so dauntless with my words. The kunoichi shrugged and took another swig of her warm drink. It's all right. I've chosen to love you so it works itself out most of the time. Sasuke remained quiet until the stars started to multiply in the sky. I miss him. Sakura closed her eyes for a second. I miss him too. He's pretty amazing, huh? Indeed. His personality is unlike any other. Of course it would need to be in order for him to have accomplished all that he did. There's a part of me that wants to worry about him but I know that he would hate that, Sakura said. He prefers people thinking the best of him. Sasuke drank the rest of his tea. Probably because he does the same thing for everyone else. Sakura grinned at that and felt her eyes get hot. Her vision of Naruto was probably a tad glorified but the man had done more than enough to deserve it. How do you think he's doing? Sasuke allowed a thick thought to pass through him. It was laden with emotion and nostalgic memory. He saw a blonde boy running around trying to find the shiny pebbles among the dull rubble. When the boy found the gem he was searching for, he announced his ability to treasure it and that he would do so forever. His proclamation reverberated through the hearts of everyone who heard it, and the boy made sure that was truly everyone. Sasuke smiled and looked over to his lover with starry eyes. I'm sure he is just fine, Sasuke said. The falls welcomed her this time because it knew. It knew why she was here, and this would be the last time it would need to practice its power for her. The falls tried to present itself as ominous and powerful, but it was too ancient and drained to continue to do that. It always wanted what was best for the user, and it cherished them as much as it was able. Kuratsuchi could not hate it for that reason. She knew its intentions and thanked it from the bottom of her heart. She silently asked for its illusion one more time. The waterfall was happy to oblige. Kuratsuchi looked back and saw Naruto nodding with a calm demeanor. He was confident she could do this, and he transferred said confidence to her. The last sight Kuratsuchi witnessed before she closed her eyes and beheld the shadow was a dazzling grin from the unpredictable blonde. When the shadow exited the screen of water, Kuratsuchi knew this was going to be the most painful encounter. This one was going to hurt. The shadow scowled at her and the sound of teeth grating bounced throughout the pool. You fucking coward! Kuratsuchi sat still and kept calm. She did not need to fake it this time either. You're right. I constantly cower from things because I'm scared of the outcome. I am a coward. The shadow took a step back from that response. Stop acting so pretentious. That shit won't work on me. I know what you're trying to do. You think I'll simply stand aside and let you conquer me so easily? Fuck that. Kuratsuchi's eyelids lowered and there was pity in her pink eyes. I've been going about all of this the wrong way. I thought I needed to control you and make you submit, but that's not how it works, is it? You got that shit right. I don't surrender to anyone. Kuratsuchi was unfazed by that comment and continued as if nothing was uttered. But you've been trying to do the same thing all along, trying to make me submit to your faux authority. I almost did it too. I almost gave in and did what you wanted. No, what I wanted. The shadow was shaking again, but not with anger. So you think you've fucking figured it out, huh? Well, congratulations, bitch. I suppose you'd like a medal for your efforts? You hide behind your sarcasm. Kuratsuchi's observation made the shadow stagger. I know this because I do the same. The shadow deepened her scowl and her anger rose. So fucking what? You think that calm shit is going to work? You're not a fucking sage. Kuratsuchi smirked a bit. You got me there. So why did you come if not to conquer me? Kuratsuchi did not answer her question, at least directly. Instead, she went to the heart of the matter. She lowered her head and was solemn. I'm sorry I let you go through that. I didn't know you were hurting too. The shadow's eyes glared at her like daggers. Shut up. This whole time I'd been hating you because I hate myself. I forgot that you're not just the embodiment of my negativity and animosity but also of my sadness. You are the manifestation of my pain. The shadow was not looking at her anymore. She was staring at the water and seeing no reflection. She was loathing the fact that she could not see it. It was because it was right in front of her, manifested in her other half. Shut up! Kuratsuchi did not stop. You were there through all of it. You didn't want Junko to die and you didn't want to stop your search for meaning. I'm so sorry. The shadow's tears were not black like Kuratsuchi had thought they would be. They were clear like normal ones. She began to cry with her other half. Shut the fuck up. You know nothing. It hurts so much and you don't fucking know it. The shadow fell to her knees and clutched her stomach. Kuratsuchi's voice rose higher past all of the turmoil set before her. It was all so clear now. But that's not what hurt the most, right? Naruto's pain did that. When he pretended like he could handle his suffering, it broke us. The shadow was grimacing and brought her hands to her sodden locks. She fought against the aching headache that erupted from her mind, her very soul. The pain was so unbearable. It was so bad when he said he needed us. When he smiled like that, we couldn't take it. We were hurting so much. We thought he loved us back and then he told us it was just a mistake. Why? Why does the world make us suffer? How can there be meaning in that pain? Kuratsuchi's eyes stung through the tears. She felt it. She felt all of it. I'm sorry. You don't need to fight anymore. I accept you now. You fought so hard for us and I wasn't thankful for that. Although I am now. You did a great job. I don't hate you. I'm so sorry I ever did. Kuratsuchi rose from where she sat and walked over to her shadow. She embraced her and held her close. The shadow did not stop her and cried into her shoulder. I love you, Kuratsuchi said. The shadow sobbed harder and harder until there was nothing left. No more pride. No more anger. No more hatred. I love you too. It was all gone and something else rose to take its place. I'm sorry. The shadow's eyes changed from blood red to the cool shade of pink they always should have been. Her scarab brightened to the standard white. The hatred leaked away and so did the strife. She was no longer a shadow. She was Kuratsuchi. So what now? The other half stated. I don't want to go away. I don't want to leave you. Kuratsuchi rubbed her other half's back warmly and then released her. Their identical eyes met and they were reminded of who they were. You don't have to. You just become me because you are me. The mist came then. Or at least it seemed to. It was more accurate to say Kuratsuchi's other half became the mist. She was a part of the kunoichi now and forever. The fall stopped the illusion of separation and allowed them to join. There was only love and acceptance now. Kuratsuchi did not think, did not know, and did not believe. Instead, she felt. As she watched her other half fade away into her mind, she saw something bloom out of the water. It was a pink rose that had not reached maturity yet. Kuratsuchi smiled tenderly at the delicate flower. It was a gift from the falls. There was meaning in that rose. There was a reason for its existence. Her heart was warm now. Kuratsuchi was no longer held down by herself. She was allowed to roam through her journeys and desires without worry. She was one with herself. She loved herself and found life to be a wondrous gift. She found hope and clung to it. She was no longer a shadow, and there was no need for there to ever be one again. Kuratsuchi was glad for that. The falls were glad too. Mitsui never knew such beauty was attainable. The sun-kissed coasts of Mizu-no-Kuni's mainland were comprised of gorgeous sandy beaches and fresh foliage blooming around the vastness of the coastal trees. Mitsui marveled at the natural splendor of it all as she and her surrogate family members glided across the coastal trail. Her little ice-blue eyes darted around the beach, trying to find her prize. Every now and then she would see the sun hit a certain area of the sand, and she would run out onto the beach to obtain her treasure. Mitsui felt the little fragments of coral in her hand and the cathartic texture of the dried organisms. They were the color of dull orange, and Mitsui had special plans for the pieces. Kuratsuchi would always fidget and worry whenever Mitsui ran towards the beach, but she always came back seconds later holding her special findings. The way the child looked at the bits of sea rock reminded Kuratsuchi of when she did the same thing with shiny stones when she was a little girl in Owa. Mitsui looked up at Kuratsuchi, who was eyeing her, and beamed. The little girl watched the kunoichi's blossom-colored eyes shine with contentment at the smile. Mitsui loved the fact that Kuratsuchi would smile and look at her like that recently. Ever since the last time she had gone to the falls, her surrogate mother figure had been noticeably different. She smiled more, laughed more heartily, hugged more, and looked at Mitsui and Naruto more intensely than before. One night after some extreme training a few weeks back, Mitsui had even seen Naruto and Kuratsuchi sleeping next to each other. Even though Mitsui was young, she knew the intimacy behind such actions. When Mitsui had asked her later why she was acting so differently, Kuratsuchi had told her it was because she had learned to love herself. Mitsui still wondered what that meant, but she liked it. She liked it a lot. The three companions had stayed in Genbu for another month after Kuratsuchi had united with her other side. They then said farewell to their friends Motoi and Killer Bee. The dark-skinned Jinchuriki had not taken the parting well. He had cried and rapped out his goodbye, then rapped and cried some more afterwards. Naruto had managed to comfort him by the end, but everyone present knew the blonde had similar feelings about the departure. They had arrived in a northern port city on the mainland earlier that morning and were currently proceeding towards the heart of the country where the hidden village of Kiri was located. The path they were on wound along the coast and then turned sharply, heading directly towards inland. The three of them stopped for a moment at the curve of the road. Naruto pursed his lips in thought. Well, it looks like it makes a beeline for Kiri from here, just like the guy at the docks said it would. Naruto had never been to the mainland of Mizu-no-Kuni, and Mitsui had never even visited the archipelago before. Kuratsuchi had traveled to the islands once, however, but she had taken a different route to Kiri when she had been in the country. Kuratsuchi scanned the nearby area. You think they would put a sign up or something so travelers could know for sure? She put her hands on her hips in minor indignation. Naruto shrugged. It's the only road around here, so it makes sense that there is no marker. Mitsui stared down the long path that seemed to venture straight ahead for miles, well beyond her field of sight. Suddenly an odd phenomenon occurred before Mitsui's cool eyes, and she questioned if she was misinterpreting her eyesight. It seemed to her vision that far down the path a screen of fog floated gently across the clearing of the trail. From this considerable distance it was hard to tell if it was not merely a trick of the light, but Mitsui could swear that whatever it was, it just did not fit. Finally, the three companions picked up their feet once again to continue their sojourn along the path. After about an hour of traveling along the trail, Mitsui realized she had been correct in her assumptions. The mist that Mizu-no-Kuni was famous for crept in through the surrounding forest. Mitsui knew of the mist, but it still did not align well with the atmosphere, not a natural way, but a different one. It hung heavy on her soul and left her muddled. She looked over to Naruto to see what he thought about the current situation. His eyes were sharp and staring straight ahead. He had a confusing frown set on his features that was detailed with wariness. Mitsui felt her own caution rise at the uneasy feeling. She was not properly trained in sensing danger or knowing what to do in harmful situations, but she had the instinct in her gut that felt jeopardized by something. She was not sure if it stemmed from the mist exactly or from whatever unknown threats were hidden within it. The party kept moving through the mist, and because the dirt path was easy to distinguish from the forest around them, they did not have to worry about losing themselves. At least that was their hope. Mitsui felt her heart thundering in her chest as her little eyes raced across her vision, trying to discern what was in front of her. The mist was cool, damp, and drastically different from the sunny atmosphere of the coast. Mitsui put her hand into her little pocket and fingered the bits of coral settled in there. She could not tell if it was day or night anymore. There was only mist. She felt her throat tighten as it felt like the mist was closing around, choking her. She kept one foot in front of the other and tried not to think of her slow suffocation from the fog. After several minutes of clouded vision, Naruto stopped in his tracks. I can't see anything out here. Hold on, guys. Give me just a sec. Naruto then sat down cross-legged and stayed completely still. Mitsui looked over to the blurred figure of Kuratsuchi. In the haziness of the mist, she could barely make out the kunoichi's troubled expression. After a few scant moments, Naruto's eyes changed into their sage mode appearance. He stood up and surveyed the area around him. Much better. He suddenly frowned in a serious manner. Just like I thought, it appears this mist is laden with chakra. Kuratsuchi's eyebrow rose. Really? I don't sense that. Naruto shook his head. That's because it's not just chakra. It's the natural mist of the land, but someone's infused their chakra with it to throw off our senses. It's just a strong enough amount to disrupt sensors while also not directly alarming regular shinobi. The technique requires a significant amount of control to pull off. Unless your intuition is amazing, you won't think there's anything wrong. Naruto flashed a small proud smile. Of course I can still sense nature chakra even if it is a bit blurry. Kuratsuchi stepped forward and deepened her look of concern. Blurry? You mean your sensory skills aren't clear? Naruto rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. Well, not perfectly. The chakra in the mist is having a slight effect on me. Naruto suddenly brought his hands up defensively. But it's not a big deal. Despite my worries, there doesn't seem to be anyone around. Kuratsuchi's eyes narrowed in scrutiny. How large is your field of sense right now? Naruto averted his eyes from her and fidgeted with his fingers, clearly giving away his predicament. 50 meters. That distance was roughly the equivalent to the skills of an amateur sensor. In normal conditions, Naruto had mastered his sensory skills to the distance of 30 kilometers if he focused hard enough. Kuratsuchi brought her hand up to scrunch the bridge of her nose in frustration. 100 meters. A slight effect? Naruto still did not look her in the eye. He was not a man that liked to identify his faults unequivocally even if everyone around him was already aware of them. It's better than nothing, right? Kuratsuchi was about to give a saucy retort when Naruto's expression hardened in a split second. His sheepish look morphed into a protective scowl. His entire body stiffened in concentration and peak performance. I sensed someone. Naruto formed his hands into a hand seal. A clone appeared next to him with the exact same expression. He's moving. Kuratsuchi, stay here with Mitsui. Kuratsuchi was in immediate unease as she saw the steeled eyes focus, and when Naruto raced off, her disquiet did not relent. The clone stayed with the two girls and Kuratsuchi appealed to him. What did he sense? She had difficulty in accurately differentiating Naruto from his clones, so she spoke of the original Naruto as separate from his clones. The clones usually did not mind. The clone's face was grim. Aggression. Not killing intent exactly, but more like pure hostility. Kuratsuchi swallowed. She did not like it one bit. She knew Naruto could take care of himself, but her agitation was strong at the moment. She wondered if it was an effect from the surrounding mist. This mist was nothing like the mist from the falls. That vapor had been welcoming and mysterious. This mist was cruel and angry. Kuratsuchi felt blind, and she was not only referring to her vision. The mist hung around them and was still as they waited for Naruto. The whole area was still. Time even seemed to be still. All was still. No one was certain if any time had passed because there was no sound. No feeling. There was only stillness. Then the mist moved, not like it naturally would either. It moved as if it was a living thing. All of a sudden Naruto's clone brought his hands together and expelled a gigantic amount of chakra. He had sensed something and the mist was getting heavier, trying to dampen his senses. The amount of chakra that came forth from his body was so great the mist began to retreat from him. The original Naruto had made sure the clone had a large portion of chakra to protect his companions. Kuratsuchi gazed in awe at the potent chakra pushing away the mist. And then she saw them. Four cloaked shadows with hoods suddenly broke from the forest and ran towards the clone. The clone ceased his technique and easily evaded a shuriken that was thrown at him. The clone had barely managed to sense the approaching foes. Kuratsuchi quickly brought out a kunai and stood protectively in front of Mitsui. Mitsui nervously brought up her hands in a rough taijutsu stance. She was not ready for an actual fight yet, Kuratsuchi surmised, as one of the hooded enemies noticed her and sprinted at her. Metal clashed against metal as Kuratsuchi's kunai was met by a crudely shaped knife. The knife was forged from a much darker metal than the standard kunai. Kuratsuchi felt sweat form around her brow when she saw a sickly purple liquid drip from the knife. She felt heavy resistance on the other end of the knife and she pushed back with great force. Kuratsuchi saw a sinister smile flash underneath the hood. For some reason or another she knew it was a woman's smile. After one swift second a great blue light shone on the both of them. Kuratsuchi side glanced over to see the clone launching a giant spinning ball of chakra into one of the other hooded attackers. The hooded victim was thrown across the cleared path and spun into a tree, their clothes shredded and consciousness lost. The other two swiftly approached the clone while Kuratsuchi felt like she had enough of this madness. She took a deep breath to release a strong bullet of water from her mouth. However, the hooded kunoichi was quick. Very quick. She took a step back and darted to Kuratsuchi's left. Kuratsuchi spat out a water bullet at the circling foe. She then formed a quick tiger seal to increase the chakra in her attacks and boost her firing speed. Her mouth became reminiscent of a machine gun as it fired water projectiles rapidly at the evasive shinobi. The hooded kunoichi gracefully dodged the attacks and then beelined straight for Mitsui, her crude knife extended forth. Kuratsuchi flashed to her side. There was only time to do one thing. Mitsui barely had time to register what happened when she saw Kuratsuchi blocking her view of her attacker. Mitsui looked over her friend's side and saw the knife embedded to the hilt in Kuratsuchi's abdomen. The little girl stared in horror at the grisly sight. She heard a cackle from the hooded foe as she kept her grip strong on the knife. This was bad. Kuratsuchi winced and then cursed loudly from the pain. The poison burned in the wound and she struggled against the physical torment. Kuratsuchi saw red. She gritted her teeth as she sent a significant burst of raw earth-natured chakra into her fist and threw it with all of her might at the hooded kunoichi. She could not dodge this time. Her fist easily pushed through the kunoichi's skull to meet the soft brain tissue underneath and the bitch's head was sent flying. The knife exited Kuratsuchi's abdomen as the kunoichi's corpse fell back. The mangled body of the kunoichi dropped to the ground in a heap. Unfortunately, the kunoichi's grip on the knife was as tenacious as the bitch herself. After the blade left her body, Kuratsuchi covered her wound with her hand and buckled under the pain of the poison surging through her circulatory system. Blood was seeping out and she looked over to see icy eyes bugging out. This was bad. Matters worsened when Kuratsuchi saw Naruto's clone was having difficulty with the remaining two ambushers. One was grappling with the clone and trying to reach his throat. But the attacker seemed to be having difficulty with the Sage Mode clone's superior strength. Kuratsuchi audibly heard bones snapping from the hooded foe. Unfortunately, there was another one. While the clone was clearly distracted, the other hooded figure ran behind the clone and put its hand to his back. Kuratsuchi saw a flash of lightning burst out and then a cloud of smoke that indicated the dispelling of the clone. Shit, this was bad. The two hooded attackers turned to the two girls and began to move slowly towards them. One was holding its disfigured hand gingerly and obviously hobbling. It at least appeared that the clone had managed to injure one of them. Still, Kuratsuchi was not ready to take on two opponents who had managed to best a famed shinobi's clone who was known to have held their own against Kages. Plus, Kuratsuchi had a major injury that was probably life-threatening. Fuck, this was really bad. Mitsui was petrified. She shook in pure terror at seeing her surrogate mother figure in such pain and two menacing opponents walking towards both of them. She did not know what to do. Naruto and Kuratsuchi had trained her to handle these kinds of situations, but all of that was forgotten and replaced with horror. Despite this, Naruto had done a fantastic job of teaching her to simply act from instinct rather than remember acquired knowledge. Before she knew she was doing it, she clapped her hands and a strong gust of wind shot out from them. Since the gale palm technique was better suited for increasing the lethality of projectile weapons and not for isolated attacks, it was not very effective. The hooded figure who was not injured sidestepped away from the attack. However, it did partly hit the injured figure and they lost their balance from the gust. Kuratsuchi was losing consciousness. The mist had come back and she was having difficulty trying to decide if it was because her vision was becoming hazy from the fog or the fact that she was losing a lot of blood. Or it could have from the poison. Then again, did it really matter? She did not think so. Suddenly there was a flash of yellow. Mitsui was about to try a water release technique when she felt her terror drift away from the mist. Her fright dissipated when the injured foe was incapacitated by Naruto's knee driving into his neck. The war hero was holding an unconscious person who wore the same hooded cloak the other ambushers wore with one arm. Naruto stood up and his horizontal pupils screamed rage when they were aimed at the last standing rogue. "Get the fuck away from my family!" After Naruto's words were heard, the hooded figure silently brandished a crude knife from their cloak and ran towards Naruto. The attacker's other hand glowed with lightning chakra. Naruto could feel it. Pure rancor was firing in his veins at the awful sight. The two people he would easily die for were in danger because of him. It seemed Kuratsuchi had disposed of her attacker, so he decided to take his emotions out on the only standing opponent. Naruto wanted to eradicate their very existence and use Kurama's potent chakra to do so. Nevertheless, he settled on a different strategy. Naruto did not move a muscle until the hooded figure was right in front of him. Even then, the attacker's knife was inches away from Naruto's frame until the foe switched tactics by bringing their lightning-enhanced hand up faster, hoping to catch Naruto off guard. Despite their worthy attempt, Naruto still had not moved. A sudden shockwave erupted from the blonde a fraction of a second later, and the compression was so sharp that the surrounding mist was immediately pushed back by its abrupt force. The hooded figure was motionless and practically suspended in action for a second more. Then they collapsed. Naruto appeared like he had never even moved, and then his expression changed from ire to extreme concern. Kuratsuchi. Kuratsuchi's equilibrium may have been disrupted considerably, and she was losing cognitive function with every passing second, but none of that stopped her from staring at the impressive blonde with extreme awe. "What the hell did you do to him?" The situation was too critical for Naruto to participate in her banter, but he still answered quickly. "I punched him." "Kuratsuchi, please stay with me." Kuratsuchi wanted to listen to his pleas. She really did, but her body was in too much pain and her head was swimming. She saw Naruto's ocean blue eyes darken when her head hit the dirt. He looked so beautiful when he was worried. Her romantic musings were probably a result from her critical condition, but she did not care all that much. They were true. Mitsui was standing next to him yelling at her to not fall asleep. She was only going to take a nap, honestly. Why was everyone freaking out? Everything was fading away to black and Naruto was telling her to stay awake and they were going to get her help. He also said he could not lose her. Well, that was odd. She was not lost, she was right there. Naruto cared about her though, and she liked that. As she finally slipped into unconsciousness, she thought about how much she liked that. This was good. Naruto was gnawing on his fingers as he looked over to Kuratsuchi's sleeping form. There was a number of machines hooked up to her and he wondered how long it was going to be until she awoke. Mitsui was also fast asleep in a giant chair next to him. The hospital room felt too quiet to him. It was already early morning and he had yet to sleep. He and his clones had even carried his companions and all the hooded attackers to Kiri in less than an hour. He had used Kurama for that bit because the situation had definitely called for it. The looks on the village guards were priceless when he had approached them toting a bunch of cloaked fighters and an injured Iwaku no Ichi. He still wondered if they were more surprised by that or by the fact that he was Naruto Uzumaki. He had done all of that and he still did not feel even remotely tired. The Kiri hospital was smaller than Konoha's but was still equipped with state-of-the-art medical equipment and its staff were all top-notch professionals. This did not mean Naruto liked it, however. He still abhorred hospitals and would rather be anywhere else than in one. Despite this fact, he would have traded spots with Kuratsuchi in a second. He had really fucked this one up. Regrets and shame flooded his mind. He should have made more clones or given them more chakra. He should not have even left in the first place. It had obviously been a tactic to divert him from the rest of the group, but he had acted out of impulse anyways. He hated moments like this because he was usually so certain he had matured as a person and as a shinobi over the years, only to realize he was sorely mistaken. The man who had distracted him from everyone was the one who had infused chakra with the natural mist and turned out to be extremely elusive. In the end, Naruto had bested him. After he had incapacitated the slippery opponent, his clone's memories had hit him and he had sprinted to his friends with the utmost haste. When Naruto found out the blade that had punctured Kuratsuchi was poisoned, he had really kicked himself. Thanks to her efforts, though, Mitsui was unharmed and he was grateful for that much. Naruto wanted to move now. He wanted to make this right. He needed to do something rather than sit around and hate himself for making such a horrible mistake. Naruto was so antsy that when the doctor finally came to the room, he had scared the poor man with his distressed attitude. Also, the fact that Naruto practically cornered him as the door closed did not help either. Is she going to be all right? Naruto's eyes searched the doctor's face for something hopeful, praying it was something positive. The medical man was alert by the brazen attitude, but he quickly collected himself. Yes, Uzumaki-san. The young lady will be just fine. Lucky for you, this was not the first time we have had a case like this. Naruto tilted his head. It isn't? The doctor appeared to be grave about the matter. His countenance darkened a bit. No, I'm afraid not. The rogues you came into contact with have attacked many travelers and shinobi alike. They are quite formidable and their skillful knowledge of toxins is astounding. Naruto bit the inside of his cheek. So the poison was bad? The doctor's manner suddenly became irritable. It's not poison, Uzumaki-san. You ingest poison, this was venom. A most potent one at that. It's derived from a rare blowfish that can only be found in Mizuno-kuni, and even then they added some nasty components to it. Again, you were lucky because we created an anti-venom a while back because of all the frequent cases. Naruto was glad Kuratsuchi would be fine, but his investigative instincts were kicking in. Do we know who these criminals are? With their knowledge of poisons and the skills they displayed, my guess is they are missing mean? The doctor closed his eyes and shook in irritation. Venom, Uzumaki-san. And I don't know. That information is not held within my field of work. You'll have to ask Mei-sama when she arrives later this morning. This was news to Naruto and he perked up at the announcement. Mei's coming? Is that because I'm here? The doctor nodded and he suddenly looked exasperated. Yes, it's not every day that a war hero shows up in our village, Dad, and she wants to see you. Now if you'll excuse me, I have work to attend to. As Naruto watched the doctor leave, he stared at the woman he loved. She was gorgeous even as she slept, and he was relieved by the good news. Those few moments where he had seen her close her eyes, however, were some of the most terrifying of his entire life. He had thought he would lose her, and simply reminding himself of that time tore him to pieces. The epiphany was slow, but it ebbed along the shore of his mind. What would happen to him if he ever lost her? Would he be able to live on as he did now? He did not know and did not want to. Naruto eventually made his way back to the chair by Mitsui and relaxed into it. Naruto tried to at least get some sleep. He failed miserably. The next day was dazzling. It was a sunny day in Kirigakure, and according to the locals, that was a rare occurrence in the spring. However, for Naruto, it was dazzling for another reason. Kuratsuchi was awake and she was smiling at him. It was one of the smiles that was cultivated after dreadful events and filled primarily with alleviation. There was a hint of attraction buried within it as well. Naruto was sitting next to her on the bed and Mitsui was tinkering with something in her chair adjacent to them. Naruto's hand was on top of Kuratsuchi's and both were acutely aware of that fact. I'm just glad that you're all right. I shouldn't have run off like that. Kuratsuchi shook her head and frowned slightly. No, it's not your fault. Seriously, hero, for as confident as you are, you have too many regrets. Naruto leaned his head forward and his jaw tightened. It's not that I regret what can't be fixed, it's just I made such a stupid mistake. I don't want to make any more mistakes, Kuratsuchi. I thought I had outgrown such things. Kuratsuchi sighed. We don't outgrow mistakes, hero. We just learn from them. Naruto nodded. He should stop kicking himself. Considering what Kuratsuchi had gone through when it came to doubts, it would probably benefit him to not do the same thing. Okay, I just won't repeat it. Kuratsuchi smiled brightly. Her smiles had always been beautiful to him, but now they held something different. They held hope and confidence in the future. She wore that smile well. After a few more questions and answers involving yesterday's events were exchanged, a knock was heard on the door. Naruto went to answer it and was not surprised to see the Godai Mizukage Mei Terumi standing on the other side of the doorway. She was accompanied by her personal guard and friend Chojuro. "Hey Mei!" Naruto held his hand up in greeting and gestured for her and Chojuro to come in. Mei smiled cordially as she stepped into the private hospital room. "Hello Uzumaki-kun. My, how you've grown." When Naruto introduced Mitsui to Mei, the gorgeous woman's visible eye lit up. A Kitagawa member? Her eyes narrowed a bit as she calculated the little girl's appearance. "Yes, I know those eyes well. My, oh my, I have read the report regarding your clan, my dear. My condolences for your loss." Despite her manners concerning the deceased, Mei's lips twitched with a small smile. "That would make you the last known ice release user, dear. And by the look of your muscles, it looks like Uzumaki-kun has been training you well. My, you'll be a strong shinobi when you grow up." Mitsui blushed at the generous compliment. She knew this lady in blue was easily one of the strongest kunoichi alive. She could tell just by the way she carried herself. To be appraised by such a deadly warrior was surely an honor. After proper introductions were exchanged, Mei turned to Kuratsuchi and bowed. "I'm so sorry that you were injured in my territory. As a small token of my apologies, I will cover all hospital fees and any further expenses you may have while you are present in Kiri." Kuratsuchi smiled sheepishly and waved her hand in a dismissive manner. "It's quite all right, Mei-sama. I could never blame you for something like this. There's no need to handle our expenses." Mei stood up from her bow and furrowed her brow. "Nonsense. I wouldn't be a decent host otherwise. It's the very least I can do." Kuratsuchi wanted to protest further, but when she saw the steeled resolve behind Mei's stunning eyes, she decided for that to be most unwise. Naruto broke the minor tension by wrapping his arm around Chojuro's neck in a friendly manner. "Man, it's been far too long, Chojuro. How you been?" Chojuro gave an embarrassed smile, but Kuratsuchi was happy to see it was a far more confident one than it had been years ago. "I'm well, Naruto-san, thank you." Chojuro looked over to Kuratsuchi with concern evident on his features. "Are you well though, Kuratsuchi?" Kuratsuchi smiled kindly at her friend. She and Chojuro had been good friends ever since they became representatives for the Shinobi Union. "I'm fine, Chojuro. Thank you. Is the union holding up all right without me?" Chojuro nodded. "Of course. We've all missed you since you took your leave for the remainder of your mission, but Akatsuchi's done a considerable job of taking your place." Kuratsuchi smirked at the comment about her best friend and teammate. "I bet he is. I like to think that I was better at it though." Chojuro only smiled at that remark. At that moment, the doctor barged into the room. When the doctor saw Mei, he immediately bowed nervously. "Mei-sama. I speak for everyone here that we are all honored to have your presence here with us today." Mei grinned happily and giggled. "Why, thank you, sensei. You're all doing a marvelous job." The doctor looked like he was about to cry at the compliment and was still in the bowing position. "Thank you, Mei-sama." Mei then tilted her head. "Now I have read the report for this case and it is my understanding that the Edo clan is involved, yes?" The doctor finally stood up straight. "Yes, Mei-sama." Naruto scratched his chin and looked inquisitively at Mei. "The Edo clan? I didn't think they were clan members." None of them showed any signs of a Kekei Genkai. As Mei's head moved to stare at Naruto, her bangs fluttered gracefully with her. "Well, they're not exactly a clan per se. They're more of a band of missing mean that started from a clan. The clan head and a few of his personal guards are the only remnants of the actual clan left after the civil war, I'm afraid." Naruto's face formed a scowl at the mention of a leader, and it did not go by unnoticed from a certain dark-haired kunoichi. "They've recently gathered up many of the missing nin in the country and have used their forces to burden our own." Naruto noted the slight twinge of contempt in Mei's lips as she spoke about them. "They've been a rather large thorn in our sides for a few months now." Mei's smile brightened. "However, you've brought us a wonderful gift for living members that are being interrogated as we speak." The deceased woman's body, whose face had been horribly obliterated, is undergoing an autopsy. Judging from their abilities and rank within their clan, they were certainly no amateurs. The squad leader should reveal much to us. I must thank you, Uzumaki-kun. We've been troubled by them for far too long. The doctor coughed politely into his hand. Yes, Mei-sama is correct. As I said earlier, Uzumaki-san, our number of similar cases has been increasing. Mei gave a forlorn expression. Indeed. When they first started to bother us, we had a lot of trouble with them because of their poison. The look on the doctor's face when Mei said poison was almost too much for Naruto. He had to bite his lips from laughing out loud, and from the glint in Mei's eye it was not hard to tell she enjoyed it too. He knew he liked her for a reason. After the humorous moment passed, Naruto spoke up. If they've been bothering you so much, why haven't you asked the union for aid? Mei brought her hand up to her face defensively. I couldn't possibly ask for help from others for my country's problems. Naruto frowned. But it's important to ask for help at times. Gaara asked me for help when I was in Suna a few months back. That comment seemed to interest the Mizukage. Her visible eye sparkled at the mention of the red-headed Kazekage. She had great respect for the man. Well now. It's different when it's a war hero. Mei seemed to think about something for a moment and she gazed at Naruto pensively. Would you like to dispose of the Ito clan, Uzumaki-kun? I'm sure a man of your caliber could handle them. Naruto was about to agree to the proposal with extreme elation when Kuratsuchi beat him to it. Excuse me, Mei-sama, but I don't think Naruto should do that. It would be best if he stayed here with me and Mitsui. Naruto looked over at Kuratsuchi with bewilderment as Mei blinked at the judgment. Kuratsuchi, I can handle it. Those people hurt you and... Kuratsuchi glared at him and cut him off. Naruto, please. I don't want you leaving here. Mei's eyebrows lifted when she saw Kuratsuchi's expression. Interesting, she thought. The young Kunoichi had affections for the blonde. Oh well, he was too young for her anyways. It was at that time Mei decided to drop the matter. It's all right, Uzumaki-san. I'm sure we'll manage on our own. She bowed one last time before she left. Get well soon, Kuratsuchi-san. You are all welcome to stay in Kiri for as long as you wish. Mei then exited the room with Chojuro escorting her. The doctor followed after her with haste. When the others had departed, Naruto glowered at Kuratsuchi. What the hell, Kuratsuchi? Why didn't you let me take the mission? Kuratsuchi narrowed her eyes in scrutiny. Your anger on the matter only convinces me more, Naruto. I don't want you leaving to fight them. Naruto shook his head in confusion. But why? I'm worried, okay? Naruto's temper subsided at that remark. What? Do you not think that I'm strong enough? Kuratsuchi sighed and looked down at her hands. It's not that. I'm just worried about you. I'm afraid you will do something you will regret if you face that clan. Naruto knelt down in front of her bed. Like what? Do you think I'll lose myself in my anger? Kuratsuchi, that won't happen. I faced Nagato in battle once, the man who killed my sensei, and I didn't kill him then. Why would I do such a thing now? Kuratsuchi could not meet his eyes. It's just that the way your face looked when Mei mentioned the clan head wasn't a good one. Please, even if I'm wrong, I don't want you leaving me right now. The emotion in her eyes was palpable. Naruto wanted to argue more. He wanted to tell her that her worries were not logical, but her eyes were convincing him otherwise. After a few more scant minutes of mental debate, Naruto complied. All right, Kuratsuchi. I won't go. Kuratsuchi's dazzling smile came back. Good. Thank you. At that moment, Mitsui, who had been rather quiet during the previous conversations, piped up. Done. She held up a lovely orange necklace with a large grin plastered upon her delicate features. Here, Narani, I made you this. She held up the coral necklace she had been working on meticulously for most of the morning. Naruto smiled affectionately and accepted the necklace gratefully. He had been looking for something orange to wear, and such a gift was priceless in his eyes. Thank you very much, Mitsui. I promise I'll never take it off. Naruto fastened the gift around his neck and looked to Kuratsuchi. Look good, Kuratsuchi? She flashed a wry smile. The necklace is fine anyways. Naruto pondered if every smile the Kunoichi possessed was capable of making him weak in the knees, because this one surely was. After the girls had laughed for a considerable amount of time at Kuratsuchi's jab, Naruto joined in too. He supposed this was perfect, but he still felt a pull in his stomach regardless of the splendor of the moment. He felt like he had lied to Kuratsuchi a minute ago. It was rather simple why he felt that way, it was because he had lied. After the stars had materialized against the silky backdrop of the night and the moon had cast its light on the land long enough, the man decided it was best to move. The hospital room was dark and the noise of the medical building was minimal. The woman and the child were fast asleep and he supposed this was his moment of opportunity. Guilt was a lump of lead in his stomach as he stared at the flawless woman dozing away. Because of where they were in her condition, she had let herself drift away deeply. She was not going to wake up despite her trained instincts. He stood over her hospital bed long enough to drill the design of her face into his skull. He did not want to forget it during his endeavor. He was doing it for her after all. He had lied to her once before, so it was not surprising he could do it again. The lead in his stomach was heavy, but not heavy enough to stop him from leaving. He did not want to dwell on the future consequences of his actions, so he merely acted. He stepped upon the open windowsill of the room and looked out upon the beautiful village. A sliver of mist had cut through the village, but for the most part all was visible. The village seemed to drink the moonlight greedily as it was relatively dark in the dead hours of the night. While Konoha's lights never seemed to be off, Kiri citizens used the night to rest. He glanced back at the woman one last time and he let the lead feel dense one more time, then in a flash Naruto was gone. If he had stayed perhaps one more second, he would have witnessed the single tear that escaped the closed eye of Kuratsuchi. As Naruto flew through the trees of Mizu, he mused about the peculiar way Mei's hair had been disheveled at night. He had woken her from her slumber and she had been peeved at first. Whether it was more about the fact that he had bypassed her security so easily or she had lost some beauty sleep was difficult to determine. After some quick dialogue, Naruto received the information he needed. He learned not to underestimate Kiri's interrogation team. They had managed to get all of the clan members to talk and had even acquired the coordinates of the Edo clan's base. Mei had mentioned she was going to send several teams of Kiri shinobi to the base, but after Naruto's persuasion skills were set, she settled on letting Naruto go solo. She had warned him about a woman's wrath when she was openly lied to, but Naruto was much too stubborn about the matter. He was also terrified by the woman's perception skills. In the end, Naruto had got what he wanted. The Mizukage had no doubt he would end the conflict indefinitely and she would only have to clean up the mess afterwards. She could not complain. The location of the Edo clan's base was on a small island to the deep south of Mizu no Kuni. After Naruto was a considerable distance from Kiri, he decided he wanted to complete this mission as quickly as possible. Because of this decision, Naruto asked Kurama for the necessary chakra and he charged his legs with the powerful energy. Naruto launched from a sturdy tree branch and it broke from the sheer overload of force, but not before Naruto had received the proper leverage. He lifted off into the night sky and was a golden shimmer of light that mingled well with the stars. After only an hour or so, Naruto was in sight of the targeted island. The southern islands of Mizu no Kuni were remarkably subtropical. Naruto knew from stories told by Haku many years ago the northern islands received snow regularly, so it was surprising to see so many climates were recognized in the country. He dropped Kurama's cloak and suppressed his chakra before he got too close to the island. He did not want any sensors to raise the alarm. He needed intel before he simply barged into their base. Kakashi would have been proud that every decision made by the incorrigible blonde was not brash in manner. The island was relatively small and shaped like an egg. Naruto had jumped from an adjacent island and landed on a beach. If he had upgraded to his six-path sage mode, he could have levitated over to his destination, but he had deemed that overkill. He rarely relied on such power, and without the exception of training, he had not utilized that form since the war. The island was gorgeous, and the beach Naruto stood on was comprised of soft white pieces of sand that upon closer inspection were actually bits of white coral. The sand was cool and fine to Naruto, and he allowed himself to stay still. There was an abundance of nature chakra around here. It was not nearly as saturated as in Mount Myaboku, but it was more than most places. Naruto knew normal sensors could not sense nature chakra, let alone even have knowledge of its existence. As he entered sage mode, Naruto could sense all the life forms on the island as easily as if they were directly in front of him. He did not focus on all of them just yet. Naruto's breath hitched as he realized he was right next to the base. In fact, the boundaries of the compound were only about 100 feet away from him. Naruto crested a hill at the end of the beach and looked in between the subtropical trees at the top. Naruto's yellow eyes widened as he realized there was a genjutsu around the base. If it was not for his sage mode, he would have missed it. He also surmised a seal had been placed around it to alarm anyone who breached the boundary. Fortunately, it was a rather rudimentary seal and did not cover every means of access. Naruto grinned. As long as he knew where the barrier was, he could bypass it undetected. He asked Son Goku for some earth-natured chakra. He asked for a minute amount, however, so he did not alert any of the sensors. After Son Goku acceded by forming a small tunnel, Naruto burrowed underground to pass under the barrier. He popped his head out from the hole in the ground on the other side of the boundary. He took a few seconds to collect information about his opponents. There were almost 200 fighters in the base. Naruto gulped. If he was not so confident in his own abilities, he would have doubted he could complete the mission. It was said his father had defeated over 1,000 shinobi in the Third Shinobi World War, and Naruto had a family legacy to uphold. He knew he could handle it, but there was another matter he sensed that made him uneasy. There were 5 enormous chakra signatures. Correction, there were 4 significant chakra signatures roughly the size of Kakashi's and 1 enormous signature. Naruto guessed the 4 were the original members of the Edo clan and the largest was the clan head. His bandaged hand tightened at the sight of the gigantic blob of dark blue chakra. The man who was responsible for all of this. The one who by indirect association was guilty of harming the love of his life. After Naruto had a clear understanding of where all of his opponents were, he took a moment to focus on his task. Regardless of his use of nature chakra, as soon as Naruto created the clones he needed, the sensors among the enemy would sense the large burst of chakra. Naruto would need for his clones to move so quickly that those who noticed them would be too slow to retaliate. Luckily, he was in Sage mode. This time Naruto was not going to be stingy with the amount of chakra he gave his clones. He formed the necessary hand seal and suddenly 200 Sage Mode clones appeared and dashed swiftly towards their individual targets. Everything happened so fast. The base became a riot when the chakra burst was sensed and 200 cloaked figures descended upon it. The Edo clan members literally did not know what hit them as the formidable clones annihilated almost the entirety of the camp within a few short minutes. Even the more adroit fighters among the Edo clan were no match for the Sage Mode clones. A few were lucky enough to outsmart or outmaneuver their assigned attacker but were then apprehended by another clone who had succeeded in taking out their specific target. In the end, there were only 5 clan members left. Just as he thought. Naruto dropped down to the center of the compound where the 5 members were surrounded by cloaked figures. When Naruto saw the 5 circled up defensively, he took a quick account of their appearances. They were all garbed in light black armor and had golden hair with brown eyes. Naruto could tell by their sleeves they were most likely close-range fighters. The one in the middle of the 5 was probably the clan head. Naruto was able to deduce this fact because of 3 observations. He was the one with the largest chakra signature, he was physically the largest of all 5 of them, and he was staring straight at the real Naruto with an intense glare. Naruto glared right back. Instead of sending the clones forward, Naruto tried a different tactic. He dispelled all of the clones, thus making all 5 original members stare directly at him. Standing alone, Naruto's toad-like eyes glowered at the 5. The clan head's eyebrows furrowed. I know your face. You are Naruto Uzumaki. One of the 4 clan members, a tall man with a thin face, blinked. What? You mean the guy who freed everyone from those cocoons a few years ago? We're going to fucking fight that guy? The man's companion, a woman with a scar on her cheek, kicked his knee. Don't look like such a pussy in front of Norio-sama. The man with the thin face shook his head. He just took out everyone. With fucking clones. Am I the only one who saw that? The clan head, Norio, snorted. Rafa, silence. A warrior does not show fear before his opponent. You disgrace me. The man with the thin face, Rafa, shrunk at the booming voice of his leader and remained silent. Norio turned his massive head back to Naruto and fixed his eyes on him fearlessly. Why does a Konoha nin come and attack me? Naruto loathed the way the gigantic brute was looking at him and the way he implied his importance over his subordinates. He wanted to plant his fist square into that monster's huge nose. Nevertheless, Naruto controlled himself. I'm here on behalf of the Mizukage and have come to bring you and your entire clan back to Kiri to answer for your crimes. Naruto smirked. It would make things a lot easier if you surrender without a fight. Naruto gritted his teeth in ire when he heard the bear of a man release a baritone laugh. Take me back to Kiri? Why, my little naive friend, that look you're giving me tells me otherwise. The large man grinned dangerously. You want to kill me, don't you? Naruto's pupils dilated in surprise for a mere second, but he focused back on his target. I'm taking you back to Kiri. Whether I do that by force or peace is up to you. Norio guffawed loudly. There's nothing peaceful about the way you're looking at me. To think the famed war hero has a grudge, it's deliciously ironic, to say the least. Naruto was growing impatient. Look, are you going to surrender or not? No, I'm not, the clan head stated blankly. Naruto almost took a step back from the awful grin he received from the clan head. Naruto hated to admit it, but he was glad the clan head had made that decision. Very well. Naruto still was not sure of the clan members' capabilities, so he needed to take them out before they could use them. He still had a considerable amount of nature chakra. He would need to act fast. He moved his hands into the proper hand seal and 2 clones materialized next to him. They quickly channeled chakra into their hands to brandish 2 Raisin Shuriken and sprinted at the 5 clan members. The clones were fast, but to Naruto's astonishment, the clan members were even faster. All 5 of them flashed away from the approaching clones. Luckily, Naruto's clones sensed the 5 of them quick enough, and one of the clones threw their Raisin Shuriken at a clan member. The spinning ball of wind chakra struck the unknown clan member, and he was immediately caught in the white vortex of the Raisin Shuriken's explosion. Naruto tried to scan the chakra signatures to discern what had made all of them capable of such speeds. It was not like the Raikage lightning enhanced speed or a mere use of Shunshin. Naruto did not have time to figure it out as the woman with the scar appeared to his immediate right. Before she could attack, he swung his leg swiftly into her sternum and she flew back from the sheer force of the nature-enhanced kick. Naruto was pretty sure he had at least cracked a few ribs with that strike. The woman reeled at the pain and the other clone took advantage of the situation and threw their Raisin Shuriken at her. The wind technique almost reached her too, but she vanished from sight before it struck and it barreled down harmlessly into the trees beyond. Naruto cursed as he felt the nature chakra leave his body. Suddenly, the 3rd clan member appeared in front of him. She was short with her hair tied up into a bun. She looked up innocently at Naruto. Your eyes changed. Does that mean you got weaker? Naruto blinked in surprise. All of a sudden his body was covered in Kurama's golden chakra and he grinned. Nope. The short girl did not have enough time to back up as a fist was thrown directly into her abdomen. She flew across the base like a rag doll and Naruto knew she was not going to get back up anytime soon. Immediately following that attack, Naruto felt a very evil presence. The woman with the scar suddenly flashed behind him and was directing her sword that Naruto noticed was soaked in poison at his neck. You dick! She exclaimed. In Kurama chakra mode, Naruto had no problem sensing her and dodging her attack. He effortlessly ducked under the swing and directed an uppercut into her face as she was above him in mid-air. But the evil presence was still around. It had not been her. She fell to the ground a few feet away and did not move. The last standing member, Rafu, appeared next to her with concern. AI-san. He swiftly checked her pulse, and once he proved she was still alive, he glared at Naruto. I know that you're probably going to defeat me, but I won't forgive you for what you did to AI-san. Naruto did not seem to be paying attention to the tall man's declaration. He was scratching his chin in thought. Oh, swift release. That's why you guys are so fast, huh? Wow, that's impressive. I didn't think there was a clan with that Kekkei Genkai. Rafu growled at being ignored by the formidable blonde. I'll fucking kill you. He flashed towards Naruto with great speed, but Naruto was far quicker. He lowered his body and performed a sweeping kick to drop the tall man. Once he was on the ground facing up, the last sight Rafu witnessed before he blacked out was Naruto's elbow slamming into his face. Naruto stood up from the attack and scanned the area for the clan head. He sensed his movement too late when Norio flashed from behind and kicked him. Naruto flew forward from the impact and skidded across the rough terrain. His back felt rather sore from the hit, but it was nothing major. Norio stood in front of him and began to clap slowly. Amazing, you took them all out faster than I thought you would. To be completely honest, I'm sure you surpass me in ability. Naruto frowned. You don't seem that concerned with your fellow members. The shrug the large man gave made Naruto grind his teeth so hard he thought they would shatter. I don't really give a shit about them. You see, the Norio was not able to finish that sentence because the blonde Jinchuriki had sent a fist into his jaw. The humongous man fell several meters away in front of the war hero. Naruto slowly sat up with his mouth bleeding and he smiled grotesquely. Fantastic! Even with my swift release there's no way I could possibly keep up with you. Naruto did not buy the lie. Something was odd too. The man had huge chakra reserves but he was barely using him. You managed to get a hit in before. Naruto shook his head. Something tells me you could have dodged that attack if you wanted to. In fact, I'm positive that this isn't even your strongest form. Naruto grimaced as he finally noticed. The evil in the man before him was growing. It was rather large to begin with as Naruto realized this was the evil presence he had felt earlier. The manic grin on Naruto's face surely proved that theory. He started to laugh and it was not hard to determine it was a laugh of a madman. You're amazing, Uzumaki. It would be my privilege to be slain by you. Naruto scowled and screamed, "Shut up!" He dashed forward and punched the enormous man in the gut. His knees buckled from the blast of power and he fell to the ground, more blood spewing from his mouth. Fantastic. Naruto grinned up at Naruto. Dementia was clearly evident in the man's brown eyes. Naruto raised his fist again and the man's grin grew wider. Yes, kill me. Give in to your rage. It feels amazing. I love the hatred you bring forth. A man as pure as you with so much anger makes my heart flutter. It's wonderful. Kill him. Naruto smashed his fist against the man's face one last time, silencing him. When Naruto saw the man's chest heave with intake of breath, he felt relief wash over him. He did not do it. Kuratsuchi had nothing to worry about. He did not kill anyone and he was justified. But why then? Why did he still have lead in his stomach? Apparently his relief could not wash away the guilt. Kuratsuchi had already been discharged from the hospital when he returned to Kiri. Naruto found her and Mitsui in one of the rooms in Mei's house. Instead of most Kage, Mei lived in her own house that was right next to the headquarters. Mei had plenty of room for guests and had given 2 rooms to Naruto and his friends. When Naruto opened the door to see the 2 females, his guilt weighed him down. Kuratsuchi looked up from her seat in a rocking chair. She had been reading Mitsui a story from a large storybook. She closed the book when she saw Naruto and her expression was unidentifiable. She turned to Mitsui who was sitting at her feet. Sweetie Kurone and Narani need to talk. Can you go train with Mei-sama? I promise we will finish the story later. Mitsui appeared to be reluctant with the decision but she obeyed nonetheless. After Mitsui hugged Naruto and left the room, Naruto closed the door behind him. This could get loud, he thought. The way back to Kiri had been arduous for him. It was not because he had to create another 200 clones and carry all the clan members back, but because he knew he would have to have this talk when he got back. Naruto tried to alleviate the palpable tension with a harmless topic. Mitsui's training with Mei? Kuratsuchi did not look at him as she stood up from the chair. Seeing the bandages around her waist did not make him feel any better. Yes, Mei-sama has offered to help her with her ice release. Mei-sama may not be a user but she has plenty of scrolls that have techniques and exercises to strengthen Mitsui's Kekkai Genkai. Naruto smiled softly. That's very kind of Mei to help her considering her busy schedule. Kuratsuchi still did not look him in the eye. Yes, it is. This was far worse than Naruto had anticipated. He was expecting her to scream and curse and throw things at him when he returned. He expected her to show some emotion at his mistake. Anything was better than this bitter and indignant attitude she was showcasing. He just wanted something from her he could work with. He wanted to apologize for his actions, but the problem was it would be an empty apology. He would have done it all again and that meant he was not sorry. Somehow Kuratsuchi knew this. Women were terrifying creatures. Finally, after a few painful minutes, she threw him a bone. Do you feel justified? Naruto shivered at her icy tone. It burned. He did not want to tell the truth, but he supposed it was time for the truth to reveal itself. Yes, I do. It was then that Kuratsuchi turned to look at him. Naruto felt sheer agony at what he saw. There was heartache present in her pink eyes. He had hurt her and she was not trying to cover it up with bristling fury. She was being real with him because she was able to be real with herself, something she had tried desperately to obtain back at the falls. She had been working so hard and here was he with his guilty conscience. Her next words cut deep. You said you didn't want to make any more mistakes. Naruto grimaced. I thought it was for the best, all right. Do you know how many Kirinin would have died if I didn't handle it myself? I didn't kill anyone, so there was no need for you to worry. Naruto had raised his voice, something he did not want to do. Just like he had not wanted to hurt her. You don't get it, Naruto. Naruto scoffed. You're right. I don't get it. So talk to me, Kuratsuchi. Please tell me. Kuratsuchi's voice was only slightly louder than it was before, but somehow it made him quiver internally. You acted out of anger. That is not like you, Naruto. You're usually so righteous in your actions, but this time you were not in the right. Naruto shook his head and he clutched his chest. I don't understand what you're saying. I did it because they hurt you. I saved lives and stopped criminals. How is that not right? Kuratsuchi closed her eyes and sighed with exasperation. It's not what you did, Naruto, it's why you did it. Naruto's eyes widened as he realized what she was saying. He was not himself when he fought that clan, and that was what Kuratsuchi had been worried about. Regret flooded his heart and his guilt seemed heavier. I'm sorry, Kuratsuchi. I didn't realize. Kuratsuchi pointed her eyes away from him. You're right, you didn't realize. Naruto knew his heart nodded him when he heard the scorn in her voice. He had really fucked this one up. The blonde understood that when it came to relationships it was impossible not to hurt those around him, but it was still his fault. He had to accept responsibility for his actions, and that entailed this insufferable attitude from a beautiful woman. Seriously, he had fucked up. He tried to mend what he could and finally realized his error. I understand your resolve on the matter. I'll accept whatever you decide to throw at me. Kuratsuchi allowed her feelings to subside. She could not hold it against him. He had always had her best intentions at heart, even if they were wrong sometimes. But that did not mean she had to just concede with his unjustifiable actions. She needed to investigate further. You hurt me, Naruto. You hurt me when you lied to me. I know. I'm sorry. I can only beg for your forgiveness. She knew this was not easy for him. It was not often the blonde apologized for his impulsive decisions, and she supposed that displayed improvement. Then again, she kind of liked Naruto like that. Do you still feel justified then? Naruto knew the right answer this time around. No. Kuratsuchi still needed to understand the end goal behind his actions. Unbeknownst to her at the moment, her investigative behavior on the matter would ultimately transform their relationship forever. Many years later she would find herself ever grateful for her curious ways. Very grateful indeed. You lied to me, Naruto. You've never done that before, she said, having already forgiven him. The guilt was so heavy he felt he was going to fall to the ground. Before his mind could comprehend what his mouth was doing, he spoke the truth. It's not the first time. Kuratsuchi's eyes fixed immediately back at him, terror evident in the rosiness. What? She was so startled by that statement that she did not know what else to say. Naruto could not meet her eyes. Back in Taki, I lied to you. Naruto took a deep breath. This was it. Why did it have to be now of all times? But she needed to know the truth. She deserved it. When I said I wanted you, his eyes found their way to hers. I meant it. Kuratsuchi did not move. She let the confession sink in. She wanted to tell him she had lied too, that she had not been entirely truthful that night. If he had wanted her, then what did that mean? Was it purely from a sexual standpoint? He clarified and shattered her whole world. I still do. There was a moment of silence so long that when Naruto spoke again she did not hear him. I'm sorry, can you say that again? She asked with growing clarity. I love you, Kuratsuchi. Before she knew it, she was kissing him. She did not even remember if she had approached him or if he had approached her. It did not really matter, she supposed. She was kissing Naruto. She was loving every second of it too. He had to lean his head down to match her height and meet her lips. It had been so long since she last kissed a man that she had been afraid she would forget how to. But the fact they were locking lips passionately abolished all her doubts. Finally, after a protracted time filled with physical affection had passed, Kuratsuchi broke away. She gasped for air and buried her face against his chest, grazing the orange necklace. His lungs heaved for air and she could hear them fill up and then release. It was intoxicating. She decided to meet him where he was at. I love you too, Naruto. They owned that moment. Despite the tension and disagreement, the truth had finally been known to each of them. The weight of guilt had been lifted from both their souls. They had been through pain and had hurt each other, but at least they made it all have a purpose. They had a definite goal now, to love each other. That night the two of them slept in separate rooms, but they both dreamed of each other. When they awoke the next morning, both had wondered if their confessions had been dreams too. They were happy to find out it had all been real. Had the world always been so bright? She did not think so, but she could have been wrong. Colors were so vivid and the sun felt so warm. Everything had more life to it. Even after she had united with her other half, she had not felt half as wonderful as she did now. Love was an odd thing, she supposed. Kuratsuchi had been in love before. She had been entangled with unrequited love in her teen years. That feeling had been different and had sometimes been filled with great pain and heartache. However, to be loved by the one you loved was a completely different feeling. It made everything so much more enjoyable. It was like a whole new reality awoke to the splendor of its gentle rhythms and knew the hope it concealed within. It was alive and Kuratsuchi breathed in that new life. This feeling must have been the epitome of happiness, and she knew emotion was temporary too. Perhaps love was greater than mere happiness though. Perhaps love could be the beginning of joy. A joy that could be sung and whispered at the same time, with a million endings that all illuminated the grandeur of what love was. She was high off the feeling of it, but more than anything Kuratsuchi knew with her mind that she loved Naruto Uzumaki. Kuratsuchi clutched the blanket in her hands and turned to lay on her side. The sleeping form of Naruto was next to her, breathing deeply. The early morning sunlight gently irradiated his chiseled features. She had accepted him last night, and not for the first time. About 2 weeks into their defined relationship, they had decided to love each other in the purest form. Normally Kuratsuchi would not have jumped into such an act so quickly, but she had known the blonde long enough to where it was deemed appropriate. They loved each other after all. Both had been virgins, and neither knew what they were doing that night. It had been awkward and experimental, but their laughs were easy and the tension washed away quickly enough. Kuratsuchi had been surprised by how little Naruto knew, considering he could have acquired a ton of experience from women in his life. Nevertheless, it was pleasant, and it was fortunate that she got to be his first. They had been in Kiri for about 2 months now, and there had been a lot of development since then. They had told Mitsui what was going on between them in the most basic way they could. Mitsui was pretty sharp and picked up the fact that while they were not exactly on the same level as a married couple, they were on that course of direction. When Mei found out, she had worn the same devilish grin for about a week straight. She had commented it was so obvious from the beginning, but Kuratsuchi had decided to ignore that prickly detail. Naruto had reported to Kakashi about his new relationship with her, to which the Hokage had responded with a cheeky letter that left Naruto red in the face for a few days. Kuratsuchi in turn had mentioned the relationship in a report to her grandfather. His reply had been short, but it carried his simple blessing. Naruto stirred in his slumber and changed his position. Kuratsuchi felt her face heat up as she marveled in the allure of her lover. As far as physical looks went, Naruto was by far one of the most handsome men she had ever seen. She was probably a little biased, but in an objective sense Naruto was gorgeous. All of his muscles were clearly defined and his face had a masculine elegance to it. He also had finally gotten a haircut. He had let her cut his hair a week ago, and now it was about the length of what Obito's had been. She thought he looked great like that. Naruto was exquisite to her eyes, but also to her soul. He was so kind, thoughtful, and careful with her. Even in their love-making, it was never about him. He never went to her as something he could take from, instead he only ever gave her more. In return, Kuratsuchi gave all of herself to him, praying it was enough. The way he looked at her and kissed her showed her it was more than enough. They were both just so grateful for one another that their insecurities were not really a problem. They never stopped giving, and they were joyful for it. After a few moments of quiet appreciation from the kunoichi, Naruto slowly opened his eyes. He smiled at her and kissed her forehead. "Good morning, beautiful." She beamed. "Good morning, hero." Naruto sat up and left the bed. He strolled over to the adjacent closet and skimmed around to find a shirt. Kuratsuchi laid on her back and sighed up at the ceiling. "Can't we just lay in bed all day? Do we have to go train again?" Naruto chuckled as he found a suitable orange shirt. "As wonderful as pleasing you all day sounds, I'm afraid we need to train because Mitsui will surpass us soon if we don't. Kuratsuchi knew he was exaggerating, but not by that much. In the last couple months, the little girl had grown exponentially. Her control over ninjutsu and her chakra reserves had increased. Everyone was uncertain as to how. Some said it was due to Mei's rigorous training and others said it was Mitsui's great talent. Kuratsuchi had discerned it was probably both. She probably would never surpass Naruto Uzumaki, but she would no doubt be a Kage-level shinobi one day. Kuratsuchi sat up in the bed and blinked tiredly over at Naruto. Fine. Can we at least get breakfast this time? Naruto grinned after he put his shirt on. You bet. After they both were dressed and their stomachs were filled, they knew they would find their other two housemates at the Western training ground. Every morning they would find Mitsui and Mei training as if they had been there all night. One morning when the two lovers tried to see if they could get up earlier and beat them to the training grounds, they had discovered the two females sparring each other. Naruto wished he had not been surprised by that development. That morning they found Mei standing over a sprawled Mitsui. Her chest was heaving and there were scuffs and bruises surrounding her little frame, a typical morning spar with Mei. When the Mizukage saw the two lovers approaching them, she waved at them with her delicate fingers. Why, good morning. Did you two lovebirds sleep well last night? A sly smile crossed her features. Considering the noise, I wonder if you two slept at all. Kuratsuchi visibly blushed and Naruto coughed into his hand. Mitsui either did not notice or was too exhausted to care about the suggestive jab. Mitsui sat up then and beckoned Mei. Can we work on chakra now, Ne-san? Mei loved that name, so her smile brightened when she heard it. Of course, my dear. We need to increase your chakra levels. Mei instructed the girl to work independently on some strenuous exercises. Physical activities increased chakra capacity and so did frequent meditation. As Mitsui started to do some sit-ups with a dense weight in between her small hands, Mei sauntered over to the couple. You know, that girl is certainly impressive. She actually caught me off guard once during our spar. Naruto grinned proudly at that. She made a spire of ice shoot out from under me when I was in the air. She made me have to actually use my lava release. It was only once and was a little unnecessary on both ends, but still she has a lot of potential. Kuratsuchi smiled at the beautiful Kage. Yes, well, we've always known Mitsui was capable of great things. She aware she was starting to sound like a standard parent speaking about their talented child. Mei leaned forward and covered her mouth with her hand. Her sly smile returned. I also am happy to say that the girl has another nature affinity that you both might be interested in. Naruto's eyes widened and Kuratsuchi nodded. A glint shined from the Mizukage's brilliant eyes. She can use earth release. It's not a remarkable affinity like her water or wind release, but it's adept enough for it be worth working on. Mei turned to Kuratsuchi. I'm sure you won't mind helping the little one with that. Kuratsuchi grinned. She was quite proud of her skill of water and fire release, but her earth was surely the strongest basic transformation she had in her arsenal. With her help, she was confident she could make Mitsui a capable earth user. After that, Naruto joined Mitsui in performing some sit-ups and Mei had to leave to attend to some Kage business. After the Mizukage had left, Kuratsuchi decided to work on her new technique. She had been using her lava release to form ash. If she was precise with her chakra, she was able to use the ash to trap and seal her target. That was the theory anyways. Kuratsuchi stared at the small boulder in front of her. The stone was smoothly gray and blank. Kuratsuchi took a deep breath and let her lungs surge with chakra. The familiar sense of burning liquid was there and she focused to dry it out while still keeping it hot in essence. She sent the burning chakra up and cupped a funneled hand around her lips. Her mind was only on the task and nothing else. She focused fire-natured chakra into her hand to make sure the chakra was even more hot and dry. With her free hand, she performed the appropriate 2 half seals. A screen of hot ash burst from her lips and coated the rock. Particles of ash slid off the rock face and the surface of the stone seemed to be partially charred. Kuratsuchi bit her lip in frustration. The boulder should have been trapped in the ash like a natural cage, but this was more like a blanket. To Kuratsuchi's confusion, she was having a hard time as to why it was not working. Granted, she was training a skill that no one had ever used before. It was all experimental and mostly based off her knowledge of lava release and corrosion in general. She was treading new ground with this technique and it was natural for there to be pitfalls. It might have had something to do with the way she was using half seals and using her other hand to channel chakra. But the fact her focus was so strong made that hypothesis crumble. It needed to be thicker like dried lava. For some reason, however, she could just not figure out the proper components of it all. After a few more minutes of quiet brooding, Kuratsuchi decided it was time to take a break. The sun was high above her as she trotted over to her little family. Naruto was laughing as he was performing curls with a heavy log that used to be the trunk of a solid oak. Mitsui was doing the same exercise with a smaller log that was more proportionate to her size. The poor girl appeared to be on her last leg. She worked so hard that it was alarming how much drive she had at her age. Kuratsuchi had a feeling Naruto was probably similar at her age. The war hero always influenced others in an interesting way. When Naruto saw the beautiful kunoichi approach him, he could not help but show off just a little. He threw the log up in the air and swiftly flipped over onto his hands. With his legs in the air, he caught the falling log with them and balanced the gigantic piece of wood. Mitsui's mouth was open as she gaped at the trick. Naruto grinned broadly and flashed his proud eyes at his lover. Kuratsuchi rolled her eyes, but her amused smile broke through for him. "Do you ever get tired, hero?" Naruto chuckled and pushed the log away with his feet. He stood up and wiped his brow in a refreshed manner. "Not really. My stamina has always been impressive." She could not argue with that. It was at that moment where Mitsui hit her limit and she fell to the ground in a daze. Kuratsuchi rushed to her side and held up the child's head. "Are you all right, sweetie?" she asked with concern etched in her inflection. Mitsui opened her stark eyes and pointed them to the kunoichi. "Yeah. Sorry, Kurone." Kuratsuchi sighed in relief. "It's fine, little one. Just don't push yourself so hard. Training means nothing if you destroy your body in the process. At your age, it's easy to hurt your body from tough exercise." Mitsui nodded her understanding. Naruto's shadow loomed over both of them as he stood upright. "Come on, let's get some ramen and rest for a bit, okay?" Naruto picked up Mitsui with one arm and intertwined his free hand with Kuratsuchi's. He led the way out of the training ground and his family happily obliged. As Kuratsuchi felt his warm hand encase her own, she marveled in how it felt warmer than the ash ever could. The air in the room tasted smooth on her tongue when he held her. It reminded her of sweet milk as the white moonlight filtered into their little bedroom. She felt secure and safe in the man's veined arms. Despite her arousal, she did not want to jump right into a physical act. Kuratsuchi instead decided to let out her intrusive thoughts. She turned her gentle head up to his eyes. "Naruto, do you think I'm strong?" She knew it was an abrupt question, but her thoughts were intricately connected to her feelings. Naruto blinked and pondered for a moment. He did not seem particularly fazed by the question. He was a blunt person by nature and was quick to make decisions based off his hasty inclinations. However, every now and then he would take a little longer to think on something. Kuratsuchi liked it when he did that. "I do." The following point was probably the manifestation of his pause to think. "Because you know what strength is." Kuratsuchi raised an eyebrow. Naruto elaborated, "Strength is having power over what you can control and realizing what you can't." Naruto shrugged. "Most people have understanding over the first part and ignore the second one." Kuratsuchi stared forward and thought about his words. "So they try to control what can't be controlled." Naruto's lips thinned. "Yes, I'm a man who tries to do that pretty often." His lips curled into a smile. "However, I've learned that others can help me with what I can't control." Kuratsuchi smiled openly, showing her pearly teeth. "And that's why you'll be a great Hokage, Naruto." His eyes softened. "Thank you, Kuratsuchi. You work so hard yourself that I know you'll surpass your grandfather in no time." Kuratsuchi smiled modestly. "I don't work that hard, hero." Naruto kissed her nose gently. "But you do. I'm in awe at the effort you've been putting into your training. It's actually a little surprising because I've only seen you like that recently." Kuratsuchi averted her eyes and chewed the inside of her cheek. "Maybe I've discovered a reason to be strong." Naruto narrowed his eyes in confusion. "Haven't you already had that? Didn't you want to be strong for your village?" Kuratsuchi nodded vigorously. "Yes, of course, and that's brought me a long way. Except now I found a new obstacle I want to climb over. I don't need to climb it, but I know that it's worth it." Naruto still did not completely understand. "Why?" Because it will bring me closer to you. Her eyes were shining. I want to be strong for you and Mitsui because you both are doing the same thing. She was not wrong, Naruto thought. Naruto had a multitude of reasons to train, most of which were simply because he loved training, but being strong for the love of his life had definitely been added to the list. Any other reasons? There were actually. Ever since her encounter at the falls, Kuratsuchi's philosophy on life had solidified. I found that perseverance has brought me to where I am now, and I want it to bring me even further. The world has a lot of potential to it, and it deserves to be sought after. Naruto grinned cheerfully. I couldn't agree more. I love how much you've grown before my eyes, Kuratsuchi. The couple found their way to the bed and embraced each other tightly. Kuratsuchi breathed in her lover's scent. Naruto smelled of a summer's air with a curious hint of ramen mixed in pleasantly. It was interesting how she knew the smell so intimately now. She was so acquainted with his scent that she could not remember a time where she was unaware of it. She supposed the smell came with loving someone so greatly even the senses were subject to love's power. Naruto ran his fingers through Kuratsuchi's hair slowly. He allowed his eyes to roam over her fine features, exploring every inch of her flesh as if it was the most exquisite painting ever created. Did she know how well her rosy eyes accentuated her ebony locks? Or the way her creamy skin seemed to melt in his hands? He relished in the revelation of knowing he was the only one permitted to know such wonderful things about her. Every day with her was like an amazing gift that was only for him. He cherished the gift who was Kuratsuchi. Finally, after several seconds of admiration, Naruto spoke softly to her. I love you. She kissed him. I love you too. Naruto paused to think about something. Did you know I used to play alone when I was a kid? It was Kuratsuchi's turn to be taken aback by the sudden announcement. Her eyes widened and then closed as she giggled. Naruto did not seem to mind though, because he smiled as she laughed. Sorry, you just caught me off guard. Naruto grinned. No, I'm sorry. I just figured I could tell you anything. I've never really told a person everything about myself. Maybe you can't do that though, because you'll never know yourself completely, but I might as well tell you what I can. Kuratsuchi nodded. I like that. Okay, what games did you play? Naruto's eyes were not exactly full of sorrow as he spoke, they were more elaborate than that. They bore knowledge of events long past and the forgiveness that came with old wrongdoings. Mostly ninja games where I jumped around pretending to know what I was doing. Sometimes I would find other kids playing with each other and I'd feel alone. Naruto's eyes dulled a bit. Not the kind of loneliness that comes from not having anyone with you so much. It was more like the loneliness that feels like no one likes you. An almost dreary expression formed upon his face. It turns out I was right about that part. Kuratsuchi grabbed his hand and squeezed it. Her eyes felt hot. I'm so sorry, Naruto. His eyes broke through the moonlit darkness and he smiled. It wasn't your fault, Kuratsuchi. Besides, all of those people are my friends now. What happened is over now, but today will always be here, right? Kuratsuchi could not understand how the man's emotions could change so swiftly. A person never really knew where he was going to go and how quickly he would do so. She absolutely loved it. Right. Tell me more. Didn't you have people there for you even in those dark times? Naruto nodded. I had Hokage Ji-chan and Irika-sensei. They showed me enough love to where I overcame the loneliness. I found my own inner strength and went forward with that. That got me far, but it wasn't until I found the power in all of my friends that I knew what strength really was. Kuratsuchi was glad to hear the origins of his earlier thoughts on strength. And who showed you that? Naruto gave a thoughtful look. Well, Eros and Nin gave me the idea. From there, I kind of just ran with it. Kuratsuchi pursed her lips. You mean Jiraiya the Toad Sage? Yep. He was the reason behind a lot of my reasoning and is the man who made me the way I am today. Kuratsuchi gave her lover a heavy kiss. Well, I'll have to thank him one day. Naruto laughed into his pillow heartily. I'm sure he will appreciate that, the old pervert. He directed his eyes back to her. Now it's your turn, tell me a story from your childhood. Kuratsuchi smiled and tried to think of a good one. Okay. I remember when I was little girl I was always so amazed by my father. He's one of the strongest shinobi in Iwa and I wanted to be just like him. Once when I was about 7 or 8, I followed him to a training ground where he was teaching a young genin. They were working on the earth-style wall technique and I just couldn't resist the challenge. Kuratsuchi's pitch was higher than usual as she spoke. I had been practicing my own version of that technique for a while up to that point, mind you, and when I made a larger wall than the genin did, my father couldn't stop laughing about it. The poor kid was so embarrassed after that and hated me for it afterwards. Kuratsuchi snickered. I think it was at that point where my father started to train me by himself and I became the kunoichi that I am today. Naruto laughed with her. Your father is a great man. We should go see him sometime. Kuratsuchi nodded as Naruto continued to laugh about the story. He tried to explain how much he enjoyed it through his laughing fit. I can just see you one-upping that poor kid. Sounds like something I would have done. Kuratsuchi rubbed her fingers against his neck. Are you comparing yourself to me, hero? Naruto held her wrist tenderly. Is that so wrong? He opened his mouth wide as he spoke. I am the greatest shinobi to ever exist after all. Isn't that right, Kurone? Oh no, you didn't. She giggled as she sat on top of him and kissed him passionately. It did not take long after that for clothes to be thrown aside and for the two to be intimately intertwined with each other. They allowed their bodies to talk now and they reveled in their love. The moonlight painted them in a still atmosphere that could only be described as beautiful. The next morning involved a pleasant change in routine. Mei was making breakfast when Naruto and Kuratsuchi came downstairs. Mitsui was seated at the dining table looking over a scroll. Naruto was the first to comment on the peculiarity of the sight. What's the occasion, Mei? Mei beamed at the couple. Nothing in particular. I just wanted to cook this morning. My schedule is rather free today, so I thought treating all of you would be a nice change of pace. Naruto licked his lips and rushed to the table. Well, you don't see me complaining. Kuratsuchi thanked Mei and took her seat next to Naruto. Breakfast included rice with raw egg and some fresh fish with a side of miso soup. It was not ramen, but Naruto found himself asking for seconds because of the quality of the meal. Mitsui ate a substantial portion of the food herself, to which Kuratsuchi had told her not to eat too much. As Naruto shoved a serving of rice into his mouth, he turned to Mei. Did you sleep well, Mei? Mei smiled cheerfully. Yes, I did. A playful glint radiated from behind her gorgeous locks. Did you? Naruto gulped down his rice and averted his eyes. He was not going to go down that road. Yep. Kuratsuchi saved him from any more embarrassment by stepping in. We should do something fun today, Mei. You did say you were free, right? Suddenly Mei's expression changed to excitement. Oh yes. That sounds wonderful. We could go to the beach or go on a nice nature hike. She jumped a little in her seat as a better idea hit her. We could even go to a beautiful resort on a nearby island. I could ask Chojuro to watch the village for a few days. Naruto deadpanned. You'd really extend your availability to several days just like that? Mei waved her hand and puffed out her cheek. Now, Naruto. It's been so long since I've had some rest and relaxation. Mei looked over to Mitsui for some support. Wouldn't that be nice, little one? Mitsui blinked as she took a sip of tea. What about training, Mei-san? Mei laughed daintily. Oh my dear, as a woman there are so many things that I must teach you and not all of them involve training. How to relax is one skill that should not be neglected. Do you not agree, Kuratsuchi? Kuratsuchi fidgeted in her seat. Truth be told, she had forgotten the last time she had allowed herself to properly relax. She usually pushed herself too much or let her worries keep her from enjoying herself. Naruto had changed most of that, however, and she had learned how to enjoy every moment to its greatest extent when she was with him. She supposed a trip to a resort would be nice. Yes, Mei's right. What do you think, Naruto? Naruto took his chopsticks and tapped them on his cheek. He decided to forget his initial behavior on the matter and focused in on the rich benefits. He had a rather comical look on his face as he thought about it. Will there be ramen? Mei's eyes lighted up. There is an exquisite ramen stand at the resort. Naruto grinned as he set his empty bowl on the table. I'm in. With that, the four friends began to pack up their belongings. Mei quickly made arrangements for 4 at the resort with a hasty message. Within less than a few hours, preparations were finished and the small group were at the village gate. Mei was jubilant as she hopped ahead of everyone else. She had asked for no escort, seeing as Naruto himself was suitable protection by himself. She turned around ahead of them as she passed the gate. Just you wait, my friends. The resort has a beach that makes the very heavens jealous, and the water is so pure that it's like staring into a sapphire. Oh, and the food. Don't even get me started on the food, Mei continued on her tangent as the others could only smile sheepishly. Kuratsuchi felt bubbly herself due to Mei's antics. The Mizukage certainly enjoyed luxury, and her excitement was rubbing off on the dark-haired Kunoichi. Some time to unwind fully and allow her mind to take a break from her serious matters would be gratefully welcomed. It seemed her life was full of drama recently, and it would be best for her to forget about all of that for a little while. Unfortunately, the world had different intentions. All of a sudden, Akiri Nin ran from the village gates yelling at the top of his lungs. Wait! Please wait! I have urgent news! Everyone stopped in their tracks to look back at the Kirinin. Mei stepped past the rest of the group and folded her arms in an annoyed fashion. What is it? The young shinobi was gasping for air and holding his knees in exhaustion. Whether his fatigue was from running so hard or the urgency of the news was uncertain. The news came out in barely coherent breaths. News from Iwa Kuratsuchi-san, Father Katsuchi mission failed in critical condition. Sachikaji asks for immediate presence. Kuratsuchi's perfect world seemed to become addled then. Everything started to spin and she was not sure where she was standing anymore. The only thing that was stable was the hand that held her up. A hero's warm hand keeping her from falling into the abyss that never seemed to leave her. Edo was an unlucky man. Growing up, Edo's family had been sickly and poor. Due to his impoverished childhood, he had vowed at the age of 10 he would become rich and successful. Now, so many years later, his dream was nowhere close to being reached. He had undertaken many odd jobs in his riper years only for all of them to reach dead ends. He had learned the roles of a fisherman, a builder, a chef, a bouncer, and even a mortician. But he wanted to be a miner and had tried to be one for most of his life, but never became one because everyone in Iwa wanted to be one too. Some of the most prosperous civilians in the country were miners. Despite the constant misfortune, Edo never lost his hope for his dream. He believed that to persevere with a hard-working attitude and strong commitment was the foundation of living. A few years ago, he thought he had found his key to success. Tsuchi no Kuni was not known for its fertile land and relied on many imported crops to sustain itself. However, the soil was suitable enough for a few versatile crops, the most prominent one being the potato. As long as the soil was kept loose and consistently filled with moisture, then potatoes would thrive. Edo had heard from an old co-worker that potato farming was a true moneymaker as long as the farmer did not mind working hard. Edo did not fear hard work, so he had bought a few acres of good land with the last of his savings on the outskirts of Iwa and had immediately begun the necessary preparations. Unfortunately, Edo had been potato farming for a couple years now and had barely made any profit in the trade. He had been able to live by himself without worry of starvation or becoming homeless, but he did not feel successful. His crop was not even bad, it was merely a means of supply and demand. Apparently his co-worker had failed to mention the extreme surplus of potato farmers. There were so many potatoes in Tsuchi no Kuni that Edo could never sell even half his crop. After learning his trade was deemed practically useless, he had started to question his goals. Why was hard work not fulfilling his dream? He had put so much time and strength into his work over the years, and he had nothing to show for it. He could not support a wife or kids, so he felt happiness was beyond his grasp. His constant pursuit of success, fueled by his beliefs, felt hollow now. Was there more to life than just hard work and dreams? Edo could never find the answers to his questions. One summer evening, Edo just wanted to wash away the pestering questions, so he bought a large quantity of sake to do the trick. He sat on his front porch overlooking his tilled land and downed an entire bottle of the clear alcohol. Edo was not worried about anyone taking advantage of his weakened state. He had heard rumors about the missing Nin that had been robbing civilians lately. But he was a poor potato farmer and was positive he was not worth the trouble if the rumors could even be considered true. That evening, as the moon burned softly above the farmer, Edo tried to forget his misery. Destitution was his companion and the sake was an old lover that came by for another tumble. His hope was still strong in his heart though. He truly believed his goal was not far away and knew all was possible if he worked hard. Sometimes it just took a while and doubts were normal to have. Matters would get better, he told himself in his intoxicated state. Life was fickle with luck and soon it would be his turn to have some. At some point Ado must have fallen asleep because he was raised from his slumber when he heard a shout in the night. The drunken haze had lessened a bit and he could see a figure running across his farmed land in the moonlight, soil and pieces of potato being destroyed as the figure tore through them. With great fervor Ado called out, "Hey! Get off my land!" His words were slurred but the message was clear enough. The figure stopped for a moment and then turned around away from Ado. For some reason the potato farmer surmised the pause was not initiated because of his outburst. Suddenly 4 other figures darted out from the far side of the farm and sprinted towards the lone figure. Because of the great speed they used, Ado knew they were shinobi. Wonderful, another unfortunate circumstance, he thought. As the 4 figures swiftly neared the lone shadow, 2 explosions suddenly erupted from under their feet. The lone figure raced towards the clouds of upturned dust without hesitation. Ado stood up from his chair and stumbled towards the set of stairs on his porch. In his drunken stupor his portly frame lost its balance and he fell to the ground at the bottom of the stairs. Ado peered up from his low vantage point and saw the lone figure punch a wounded shinobi. Ado barely had enough time to notice the wounded shinobi's red Awa-branded outfit before another explosion erupted from the figure's fist. Ado had heard about Awagakure's explosion core, but the enemy had just utilized the famed technique. Who was attacking who exactly? The rumors of the missing nin suddenly did not seem like rumors anymore to the potato farmer. It was at that moment Ado noticed another red figure emerge quickly from the dust. A gigantic fist struck the missing nin's face and he was airborne for several seconds from the hit. Despite the obviously powerful blow, the missing nin landed on his feet like a cat and ran parallel to the larger shinobi. In the pale moonlight Ado could discern the large shinobi's face. He could make out a large bulbous nose that could only belong to the famous Iwa nin, Kitsuchi. Everyone in Tsuchi no Kuni knew that Tsuchikage's son, and Ado's worry melted away. Surely the formidable man could handle one missing nin. Because Ado's attention was entirely focused on the 2 shinobi, he failed to notice the peculiar absence of the other 2 Iwa nin. All of a sudden, the figure that was Kitsuchi flashed around the missing nin with unbelievable swiftness. For such a large man, such speed should have been inconceivable. Kitsuchi moved in an arc until his back was to Ado and then darted straight towards the missing nin. The traitor had barely enough time to throw out a handful of shuriken that missed their mark until the massive Iwa nin was upon him. Ado's eyes bugged out as he saw actual rock form around Kitsuchi's hands and he launched both of them into the missing nin's chest. The remnants of the missing nin were unrecognizable, to say the least. The distorted corpse collapsed to the ground and Kitsuchi turned to look over at Ado. Kitsuchi brought his earth-clad hand up to wave at the farmer and Ado was about to wave back when a look of terror crossed his face. A pale hand had arisen from the soil and grasped Kitsuchi's leg. For one ghostly second no one seemed to move as the hand clutched the Iwa nin right above the knee. Then the largest explosion seen that night reverberated throughout the little farm and an ear-splitting cry rang with it. Ado reached his hand out and attempted to call out to the high-ranking shinobi only for blood to sputter out from his mouth. It was only then that Ado noticed the 2 shuriken sticking out from his chest and the alarming amount of blood that dripped from the fatal injuries. Had he failed to feel anything because of the alcohol? Or was it because of how engrossed he had been with the fight? The moonlight was fading away for some reason. Ado could not believe his misfortune had betrayed him again. What were the odds of getting a fatal wound by merely being an onlooker for such a small battle? He cursed his fate and the fact he would never reach his dreams now. Ado was an unlucky man. Naruto gazed with wonder at the massive stone building that Kuratsuchi had said was the main hospital of Iwa. It was surely the largest hospital he had ever seen and was several stories tall. It also stood out from most of the other buildings in the Grey Village. Most of the architecture was comprised of tall, wide tower-like structures jutting high into the air. The hospital was large, rectangular and made from snow-white stone rather than the standard gray like the rest of the buildings. The structures were not as tall as the skyscrapers in aim, but there were certainly a great number of them. The 2 most notable to an onlooker's eyes were the Tsuchikage's Tower and Iwa's main hospital. After Naruto had his fill of awe, he directed his attention to a quiet kunoichi at his side. Kuratsuchi, to put it bluntly, was not doing too well. Her smiles were sparse and weak. Even when Mei had apologized that they had to depart at such short notice, Kuratsuchi had not shown much emotion. Her mind was somewhere else and brimming with worry. Naruto knew the only remedy that could help her now was seeing her father. When Kuratsuchi had entered the village via Iwa's gates and the guards had let her pass without a word, Naruto pondered if such an occurrence was normal for her. The guards had kept a lingering gaze on him and he had felt the number of eyes on him immediately when he entered the village. Naruto was acutely aware of the fact that he looked like his father and what the Yondaime Hokage had done to Iwa in the Third Shinobi World War. The odd thing was that none of the stairs seemed to remember that war. They only remembered the last one and who had saved all of them. Naruto had always known the weight of his achievements, but that day they all felt a lot more serious. He had made thousands of people's hate evaporate from his acts and they all looked at him with amazement and aspiration. Despite their obvious gratitude, no one approached the traveling trio. They all knew what had happened to Kitsuchi and knew it would be impolite to inconvenience Kuratsuchi as she made her way to the hospital. Kuratsuchi's stride was steady and balanced with Mitsui trailing quickly behind her little feet attempting to match the older woman's foot pattern. Naruto casually strolled next to them and grabbed Kuratsuchi's hand. The kunoichi straightened and she looked up to him. There was worry there but also a heaping supply of affection. Naruto squeezed her hand and told her he was there for her without having to say anything at all. Kuratsuchi received the wordless message with a nod. After they had entered the hospital and learned the appropriate room number from the front desk, they marched up to the top floor and found their destination. They found Kitsuchi awake in bed with his left leg in a cast as well as other familiar faces. The Tsuchikage Inoki was present and to Naruto's surprise so was Tsunade herself. Before anyone else said anything, Naruto called out to the former Hokage. "Ba-chan! What are you doing here?" Tsunade tried to feign annoyance at the man's outburst, but everyone who was present could see right through her. She had missed Naruto greatly after all. "Hello, Naruto. I know this meeting may seem abrupt, but I was in the area when Inoki-san called for my aid." Needless to say, it seems that Kitsuchi was very fortunate considering the odds. Quick introductions were exchanged and Kuratsuchi immediately went to her father's side, who looked increasingly embarrassed at seeing his daughter worry so. Kuratsuchi grabbed his hand as small tears rolled down her face. "Father! Are you all right? The report only said you were in critical condition and nothing else." I didn't know what to expect, and she trailed off only for her father to brush aside her dark locks. "It's all right, Kuratsuchi. I'm fine." Kitsuchi's smile was strong and wide like the man himself. Kuratsuchi fixed her eyes on her grandfather to pose the necessary question, "How was my father injured?" Inoki stepped forward and answered her. He and 3 other shinobi were sent to apprehend a missing nin that had infiltrated the village. There were in fact 2 missing nin. It turns out that it was a ploy to bring out Kitsuchi. Sadly, one of Kitsuchi's team members and an innocent civilian were killed in the skirmish. The other 2 are in critical condition but are still alive. Your father was injured by a direct explosion technique. Thankfully, your father had managed to cover earth-natured chakra around his leg to soften the blow. He was still severely injured by the explosion, but luckily even in his weakened state Kitsuchi had managed to slay both of his opponents. Kuratsuchi turned to her father. "Why were they only after you?" A forlorn look passed over the high-ranking shinobi's broad face. "They were my former students, Kuratsuchi. I had trained them and they used their knowledge against me. I was holding back because of that and they took advantage of my weakness. They caught me off guard." A sad, humorless smile creased across his large lips. "I guess I'm getting too old for all of this." Kuratsuchi shook her head. "It's not your fault. You're still one of the strongest shinobi in this village." Kitsuchi smiled and Tsunade, ever the bad news bringer, cleared her throat. "I'm afraid I have to intervene on this conversation. I was waiting for your daughter to be here before I gave you my whole diagnosis, Kitsuchi-san." Kitsuchi's jaw tightened. "While your life is not in immediate danger, your bones have been shattered and a great number of fragments have been lodged into your muscles. It seems that your external covering of earth-natured chakra ended up preventing the explosion from blowing your leg off, but not the shockwave that destroyed your bone structure. Bones were not meant to handle such extreme pressure. To remove the fragments and return your leg back to working condition, you will require extensive surgery." Tsunade ruminated on the dreary fact. Kitsuchi's condition was quite similar to the incident involving Rock Lee many years ago after his fight with Gaara. The young man had almost lost his ability to ever fight again because of that surgery. Tsunade was not one to act haphazardly on such a serious scenario, but she had no choice. The Iwanden's bones were practically like broken glass and it would take an extreme amount of precision on her part for the surgery to be a success. Despite this adversity, Tsunade kept herself calm. It was her specialty after all. Kitsuchi swallowed. "I see. I'm assuming if the surgery doesn't go well, then I will lose my leg? Tsunade nodded grimly. Yes. I'm sorry, but there is another possibility that may occur as well. We've examined your heart too, Kitsuchi-san. It's not in the best condition. I'm afraid that undergoing this surgery will put it under severe stress. She paused for a moment to allow the heavy words to sink in. Then Tsunade followed up with the real kicker. She always hated this part. To be frank, you may die. The news hit hard and Kitsuchi looked down to his hand where Kuratsuchi was holding it tight. I see. What are my chances of success? 40%. However, I have requested aid from one of my students, and with her help I should be able to boost those chances to about 60%. Naruto jumped in as his ill-timed excitement was getting the better of him. You don't mean? Tsunade smiled as she looked at the closest person she had to a son. Sakura should be here soon. She has also mentioned that Sasuke will be accompanying her. Despite the harsh circumstances, Naruto could not help but be elated by the announcement. Both of his former teammates would be in Iwa, and the three of them would be together again after almost 5 years. Tsunade's explanation slowly settled in for the injured party. Kitsuchi took a deep breath and allowed his exhale to be as drawn out as possible. He hoped he would not regret this decision. All right, I'll do the surgery. Kuratsuchi was silent, but her eyes were large with fear. I can't give up on being a shinobi just yet. I still have so much to protect. Tsunade nodded solemnly. Very well. Kuratsuchi gritted her teeth in frustration at her father. She knew she could not talk her father out of his decision, so she focused her anger to another topic. Why do you insist on using your chakra externally? I told you that if you send it through your muscles, you get a more favorable result. If you had just done that, then maybe your leg wouldn't be a complete mess. Kitsuchi's smile was sad, but there was still a hint of amusement hidden in it. I know, my daughter. But I told you before, my body just isn't suitable for that kind of chakra usage. Your capabilities are too unique and grand for me to utilize them like you do. A smooth sheen of pride glazed over his wide eyes. You surpassed me long ago, Kuratsuchi. Kuratsuchi suddenly wept into her father's arms at that emotional comment. Naruto's earlier excitement was gone at seeing his love's misery. He walked over to her and wrapped his arm around her. Kitsuchi looked up at Naruto with a curious expression. Naruto Uzumaki. I understand that you have a relationship with my daughter? Naruto's stance became rigid. He was in the presence of his girlfriend's father. While this was not exactly how he had planned for this inevitable encounter to take place, he supposed it was best to roll with it. Naruto immediately bowed and tried to remember the manners Shikamaru had drilled into him. Kitsuchi-san, my sincere condolences for your injury. Yes, I'm currently in a relationship with your daughter. I've been treating her with the utmost respect and have done. Naruto was cut off by hearty laughter. Kitsuchi's laugh was loud and boisterous in nature, similar to an echoing cave. I see. I see. Very good then. Kuratsuchi looked up from her father's arms, her ruddy eyes blinking at him. I approve, Kuratsuchi. Wait until your mother gets a look at him. I'm sure she will be ecstatic in meeting the famed war hero. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. It could not have been this easy. Considering he had saved the world, it probably was not that startling. Still, he counted himself fortunate. Naruto beckoned over Mitsui, who was standing patiently the whole time. The little girl waddled over to the hospital bed with a shy look. Kitsuchi beamed at her. And who might this beautiful young lady be? Mitsui blushed and looked down at her feet. Naruto smiled. Her usual confidence dissipated when meeting new people. Still, he and Kuratsuchi had been helping her with her etiquette, not that she needed much help in the matter. My name is Mitsui Kitagawa. I've been traveling with Kurone and Narani. I'm honored to meet you. Kitsuchi's hearty laugh returned. I'm the one who should be honored, little one. Mitsui moved her startling eyes up to him. You are Kurone's father, yes? Kitsuchi grinned brightly. Yes, indeed. Can I call you Aji-san then? Kitsuchi blinked and thought on the suggestion. His grin then got wider and brighter than ever. Of course. At this moment, Inoki decided it was best to mingle in with the company. He walked up next to Mitsui. Much to his mental dismay, he realized the child was actually several inches taller than him. He cleared his throat, resulting in Mitsui turning to look at him. "Hello, my name is Inoki, I'm Kuratsuchi's grandfather and the sandaime Hokage." The old man had a prideful smile envelope over his wrinkled face. "You may call me Aji-san as well if you wish." Mitsui tilted her head and paused as she examined the little old man. She smiled sweetly and patted his bald head. "Okay, Ji-chan." Inoki's eyes bugged out at the informality, and Naruto quickly covered his mouth with his hand in order to not burst out laughing. Even Kuratsuchi had to stifle her laughter. They had taught the little girl well indeed. Venomous old eyes darted up to Naruto, and the blonde tried not to make eye contact with them. Kuratsuchi stood up and stepped over to her grandfather. "I missed you, Gigi." She embraced her grandfather with a warm smile. The old man visibly flushed and returned the hug, his frustration ebbing away quickly. "Yes, well, of course you did that," Hokage muttered. "I missed you as well, Kuratsuchi." After Kuratsuchi let go of him, she stood up to her full height. "I'm guessing Akatsuchi is with the Union right now?" The Hokage nodded slowly and scratched his long beard. "Yes, he is. Which reminds me, I have some business to attend to. When you can, Kuratsuchi, meet me at the tower. I need to hear your full report as well as discuss some important matters with you." Kuratsuchi agreed and Inoki excused himself. No one in the room missed the small smile on the old man's face as he left. After that, Naruto directed his attention to Tsunade. "Ba-chan, when will Sakura and Sasuke be here?" Tsunade smiled at the Jinchuriki's obvious excitement. "They should be here within the next couple of days. In the meantime, the only thing we can do is wait." Kuratsuchi's lips thinned and she looked over to her father. Naruto grabbed her hand and she swiveled her head back to the blonde. "Don't worry, Sakura and Ba-chan are the greatest medics in the world. They'll take care of everything." Kitsuchi nodded with a wide smile flashing at his daughter. "Naruto is right, Kuratsuchi. I'm in good hands." Tsunade closed her eyes with a serious expression. "Now then, my patient needs to rest, so everyone should get out. Now." The edge of sternness in the former Hokage's inflection was enough to remind Naruto of a lot of old headaches he had over the years. Without another word, Naruto hastily grabbed his companion's hands and ran out of the hospital room. After they left, Kitsuchi looked up at the Sannin with amusement. "You've got to show me how you do that." Tsunade shrugged. "It's a Kage thing." "Your mother?" asked Naruto as they traversed a stone bridge overlooking the expansive village. Kuratsuchi turned around with an eyebrow raised. She seemed to have relaxed a great deal since they had left the hospital. Since she met her father and saw his hopeful condition, it was natural for her personality to slowly recuperate. "Yes, of course. She would be furious if I did not introduce the both of you to her immediately. She's not exactly a woman you want to cross." Somehow Naruto was not surprised by that fact. Mothers were known to be scary when they got angry, and Kuratsuchi had to learn her wrath from someone. Mitsui was ecstatic about meeting Kuratsuchi's mother. She was hopping up and down at the prospect. As they neared Kuratsuchi's abode, Naruto admired the architecture around him. The level of skill the craftsman must have used in the standard building of the village was extraordinary. There was also a healthy number of shops in the streets and a substantial lack of poverty to be seen. Naruto pursed his lips and called out to his lover in front of him. "How is Uwa's economy so great that it could afford all of this? It looks like you have a lot of imports, so I'm curious to how it all works." Kuratsuchi looked over her shoulder at him. "It's because of our mines. The mountains surrounding our village have a ton of rich minerals and gold in them. The mines in the area are very auriferous, and the best paid individuals in the village are the miners. There have even been some shinobi that have retired early to become miners because of the wealth it can bring." Kuratsuchi's fist clenched as she walked. Unfortunately, some shinobi in recent years have also been so upset with the fact that the miners have had more business than us in this time of peace that they have defected from the village. Kuratsuchi decided not to say anything else on the touchy matter, and Naruto moved up to her to hold her hand. Naruto could fill in the blanks himself. Her anger subsided after that, and the rest of the short trip was quiet. Kuratsuchi's house was actually close to the Tsuchikage's tower and was considerably modest in its structure. Its style was traditional, and the stonework used in its construction was quaint and expertly done. Kuratsuchi went ahead of the others and approached the front door of the house. She knocked twice on the wooden door, and before she could knock a third time, the door opened. Naruto's jaw dropped as he saw one of the most exquisite women he had ever seen. Her eyes were a soft hue of pink, softer than Kuratsuchi's, and her skin was like gentle unblemished snow. She must have been extremely young when she had Kuratsuchi, because Naruto could not believe she was past her mid-30s, even though that seemed to be pushing it. Her hair was dark as night and longer than her daughter's, with no graying strands in sight. By the details of her hands and demeanor, Naruto could tell she was a civilian. But there was this air of dignity about her. Her smile was easy and her body was similar to a dancer's. Even her movements were graceful and soft. And Naruto thought his mother had been good-looking for her age. This family was full of surprises. Truly, Kitsuchi was a fortunate man. Kuratsuchi's mother smiled broadly and brought her arms out for a hug. Kuratsuchi! Oh my, look at you! Kuratsuchi smiled tenderly. Hello, mother. She embraced her mother and nuzzled her head in her mother's shoulder. They were both the same height. Kuratsuchi leaned closer and whispered something in her mother's ear. Naruto could not really make out the words, but he assumed it had something to do with Kitsuchi's current condition because the older woman's eyes were substantially softer after that. Her mother caressed the back of her daughter's head. Did you just get into town, sweetheart? Kuratsuchi nodded and retreated from the embrace. Yes, a little bit ago. We went to see father first, but came straight here after. The older woman nodded with half-lidded eyes. Ah, I see. I've been there every day, but someone must keep the house intact while my husband is away. Now that I have the diagnosis, I'm sure everything will be fine. With Naruto's suspicions confirmed, he waved over to the lovely woman. The older woman's half-lidded eyes opened completely when she finally took full notice of the tall blonde behind her daughter. Her gentle pupil-less eyes were wide and alert at seeing the virile man. Is this? Kuratsuchi beamed in pride at her mother admiring her man. She nodded and gestured towards the war hero. Mother, allow me to introduce you to my boyfriend, Naruto Uzumaki. The older woman gulped and steeled her eyes for control. Naruto bowed with respect at meeting the lady of the house, but she spoke first. Hello, Naruto-kun. You are a handsome one. My name is Fumiko. Please take care of my daughter. She bowed politely. Naruto stood up and smiled brightly. This woman did not seem scary at all. Hello, Fumiko-san. I'm pleased to meet you. All of a sudden, Mitsui poked her head from behind Naruto's leg and a high-pitched squeal rang through the air. With a large grin, Fumiko stepped outside the doorway and ran to the little girl. How adorable! Oh, Kuratsuchi, who is this darling little girl? Kuratsuchi gave a sheepish smile as she saw Mitsui look at the beautiful woman with hesitation. This is Mitsui, mother. What a charming name. Oh, I just love your eyes, sweetie. I bet you're hungry, aren't you? In fact, I bet you're all just famished. Come along, everyone, I'll prepare a feast for us all. To Mitsui's bewilderment, Fumiko picked her up and carried her into the house. Naruto and Kuratsuchi followed right after her. The interior of the house was simple but had that feminine touch that all mothers seemed to be gifted at bringing about when it came to decorating. The kitchen was broad and appeared to be well used with the number of cooking implements it contained. Fumiko put Mitsui in a comfy seat at the dinner table and instructed her to sit still. After that, she ran to the kitchen and began working at a remarkable pace. About an hour or so later, Naruto's mouth was agape at the extent of food in front of him. When the older woman had said feast, she had not been joking. There was a great plate of somen noodles in the center of the table and other dishes surrounding it. There was fried pumpkin, pork buns, rice, diced chicken for the noodles, bowls of watered-down soy sauce for dipping, carrots, leeks, radishes, and a heaping portion of potatoes. For refreshment, there was iced tea and water. Everything was cooked to perfection, and Naruto greatly enjoyed the somen noodles, but not nearly as much as his favorite noodle dish. Still, the food was amazing. As Fumiko dipped some noodles into her bowl of soy sauce, she chimed at her guests. How is everything? Naruto was inhaling his food while Kuratsuchi was just finishing her second bowl of rice. Mitsui was on her third bowl of noodles when everyone answered Fumiko with a resounding "It's delicious." Fumiko smiled and tilted her head at her daughter. So I suppose you'll all be staying here until further notice. We can give the spare bedroom to Mitsui, and I'm sure Naruto won't mind sleeping. Kuratsuchi interrupted her mother before she went down that path by loudly speaking up. Mother, did you know that's Mitsui's natural hair color? Kuratsuchi asked with an almost frantic demeanor. Of course, Fumiko immediately began commenting on Mitsui's beautiful chestnut hair that had to be professionally done and went on a tangent about her personal hairstylist. The young child was rather patient in listening to the older woman as she ate some fried pumpkin. Unfortunately for Kuratsuchi, the little girl could only control Fumiko's eccentric attitude for so long. After the conversation about hair had been virtually exhausted, a devilish smile formed on the mother's delicate lips. "You know, Mitsui, we have the most exquisite koi pond outside. Would you like to see it?" The little girl's light blue eyes lit up and she was quickly escorted out back to see the fish. With a clear view of the child through the window, Fumiko closed the back door and flashed an innocent smile to the couple. Naruto could feel tension rising from his lover next to him. He looked at her with perplexity as he sipped his tea. Fumiko put a hand on her hip and pushed a lock of hair behind her shoulder. "So how's the sex?" Naruto nearly choked to death as cold tea came spewing out of his mouth and nose. Kuratsuchi slammed her hands on the table as Naruto coughed uncontrollably next to her. "Mother!" Fumiko pouted and shrugged. "What? We're all adults here and I know there's no way you haven't jumped that hunk's bones yet." Naruto could feel all his blood in his face and he suddenly did not know where to put his hands. This was not a conversation he wanted to have with his girlfriend's mother. Thankfully, it seemed Kuratsuchi was used to this sort of thing. "Mother, our sex lives are to be kept private." Fumiko showed her teeth with her next smile. "So you're implying that you have had sex then?" Kuratsuchi stood up from her chair. "Damn it, mother." Fumiko giggled playfully. "Oh, come now, dear. The women in our family are known to be great lovers, so it's normal to talk about it freely. I mean, your father is an absolute animal in bed, and even then it takes a bit to fully satisfy me. Naturally, Naruto-kun here, who I'm certain is well endowed, probably has to work extra hard to get you." "Mother! Please stop." Kuratsuchi was holding her face in her hands. Naruto was trying to drown himself in noodles at this point and was virtually unsuccessful. Fumiko finally brought up her hands in defeat, but she still had that devilish smile. "Oh, fine. I'll stop. But if you ever need any pointers, I can teach you how to." Kuratsuchi was outside calling to Mitsui to come back inside because things were getting weird. Naruto looked over the rim of his dipping bowl only to see the older woman winking at him. He was wrong. Kuratsuchi's mother was scary. The sun hung low in the sky when Kuratsuchi entered the Tsuchikage's tower. It was easily the tallest structure in the village and was well known to the kunoichi. She remembered learning every hall and room by heart when she was a little girl. The tower was like a second home to her, and she had often gone to its higher decks for solace whenever her mood was in a less favorable state. Against her better judgment, she had left Mitsui and Naruto in the care of her mother. She supposed leaving them there would result in some better conclusion rather than the one involving them accompanying her, although she had been wrong before in matters pertaining to her mother. This made her feel as if she was gambling with Naruto's innocence on the line. But putting some of the couple's more creative romps into consideration made her think otherwise. The spiral staircase that led up to the higher levels of the tower was carved out of fine stone, and Kuratsuchi had missed the old stairs just as much as she had missed the rest of the village. The familiar clicking sound of her sandals was nostalgic for her. She knew she would find her grandfather in either two places, the stone monument or the top balcony. Taking the time of day into account, she surmised on the latter. She successfully found the Tsuchikage at the top balcony overlooking the entirety of the gray yet bustling village. Inoki was most certainly up here to enjoy the beautiful phenomenon that Iwa was known for, a golden sunset that made the small crystals embedded within the gray stone shine brilliantly for a few minutes, turning the whole village into a glassy glimmering masterpiece. Inoki was seated on the ledge of the balcony with his arms resting on a thin iron bar used as a railing. Kuratsuchi approached him and sat next to him, copying his stance on the iron bar. The Tsuchikage kept his eyes focused on the setting sun and glittering village below. Kuratsuchi followed his gaze. "Do you really want to hear my report now, Gigi?" He ignored her question. "I'm glad you picked him, you know. Out of all the men in the world, you really picked the best one." Kuratsuchi chuckled as she nodded. "Reports could be discussed later. Don't you think that's a subjective thing to say?" Inoki shook his head. "When you've lived as long as I have, you start to understand people's hearts pretty well. Naruto is as pure and righteous as they come. He's influenced us all to become better people." Inoki sighed. "I just wish he had won over everyone. If he had, then maybe your father wouldn't be in the hospital right now." Kuratsuchi frowned slightly. You're not blaming Naruto for that, are you, Gigi? The old man did not seem to be even remotely bothered by the obvious misunderstanding. No, I'm blaming this world. I'm getting far too old for all this now. My son gets injured, my granddaughter arrives early from her mission as a result of it, and some innocent farmer dies in the crossfire of an unfortunate battle. Honestly, where is the peace? Well, there's always going to be bad people, Gigi. You can't just eradicate all evil in the world. The Tsuchikage looked tired as he ran his fingers through his white beard. Precisely. I tried to do that for far too long, I'm afraid, and it resulted in me becoming the very monster that I used to resent. It took the words of the young Kazekage to make me see that, and it was not until the young war hero appeared that I realized I had been doing it all wrong. I forgot that I did not need to put it all on myself, I just needed to acknowledge who I was protecting. I forgot to pave the road that everyone else was paving for me. I had to run ahead and join them. A gentle smile had covered his wrinkled cheeks, and Kuratsuchi thought it was far more stunning than the glittering sight below her. I forgot what it meant to be a Kage, my dear, and I hope to never forget it again. The old man closed his eyes and allowed the sun's weakening rays to shine on his withered face. Now it would seem I need to pass the gauntlet. He finally turned to look at her, and his normally stern eyes were soft as they gazed at her. Although my successor has come back with complications. Kuratsuchi's eyes widened and her world came crashing down. She had forgotten. Oh no, she had forgotten. She was supposed to be the next Tsuchikage, and Naruto was supposed to be the next Hokage. They were lovers, and the ramifications of that realization finally struck her. How could she have left out that important detail? This complicated everything. Could it be possible for both parties to be leaders of different villages and have a relationship with each other? Being a Kage was an extremely busy profession, and between that and traveling issues between the two villages, did that leave any room for a successful relationship? So many questions ran through Kuratsuchi's head that she almost did not hear the most important one come from her grandfather. So do you still want to be the Tsuchikage? For the first time in Kuratsuchi's life, she actually did not know the answer to that question. She always knew she wanted to become the Tsuchikage, especially after the war. Except now Naruto had come along and changed everything she had wished for and wanted. That honestly terrified her, that a man could change her whole life so easily. Was that a good thing? Was it supposed to be like that? Suddenly Kuratsuchi remembered what had happened at the falls. There was meaning in her relationship with Naruto. She knew herself now and her heart. She knew what hope looked like now. No matter what happened, she knew she wanted Naruto, and she could find joy in that. Reality was more solid than it seemed to be sometimes, and living in it was simply worth the suffering. Kuratsuchi was watching the sun closely now. It carried the dying light with it, promising to return the next day. It would seem that even the sun brought hope. I don't know, Gigi. I need some time to think about it. I'll need to discuss it with Naruto. Inoki nodded. I figured as much. Just know whatever decision you choose, Uwa will be fine. There are plenty of worthy candidates to be the next Tsuchikage, and I still have a couple good years left, I believe. Take it from a man that has become comfortable with time, you have plenty of it. Kuratsuchi smiled and hugged her grandfather. The old man chuckled as he held his granddaughter. They had both changed so much since the war. They used to be so stubborn in their stern views that they had forgotten compassion. If anyone knew compassion and empathy, it was the blonde man that had changed all of them. They were so grateful they had learned from him. Inoki patted her shoulder and they ended their embrace. Now on a much lighter note, the Stone Festival is tomorrow night. Kuratsuchi looked puzzled. Is it that time of year already? Inoki grinned. Yes, that means your favorite dance will be happening in the center room as always. I've already prepared an outfit for you. You should invite your little family over. Kuratsuchi felt her heart get heavier. Do you think it's right to celebrate with father in the hospital? Now you know he would drag you to that dance if he could. Do not let his condition stop you from enjoying yourself a little bit. Considering all you've been through, you deserve a bit of fun. Kuratsuchi crossed her arms and stared at her grandfather skeptically. How do you know what I've been through, Gigi? A small slow smile painted itself across the old man's mug. Your eyes have changed since you left, Kuratsuchi. You've been through quite a lot. Do you deny it? Kuratsuchi shook her head in awe. Her grandfather was ever the perceptive man, or maybe it was more obvious than she realized. Perhaps her feelings were far easier to understand than she ever thought. If that was true, she supposed it was all right to be that way. No, Gigi. Is there anything else you needed to tell me? The man shook his head as he saw the kunoichi leave his presence. Long after she was gone and the stars had come out to give the old man some company, Inoki still sat there with the iron bar under his arms. His thoughts remained on the interesting way the world managed to move events. Despite how the world would seem to be filled with pain and strife, he liked to think it typically concluded with nice endings. The Stone Festival was one of the greatest celebrations of the year in Iwa, save the Rinne Festival or the New Year. Its origins came from the first Tsuchiga's declaration of the Will of Stone, and as another form of commemoration the first gold mine was created on that day. Ever since then the Stone Festival was celebrated every year. Merchants and food stalls from all around Tsuchi no Kuni lined the village streets. Virtually every citizen of the village, shinobi and civilian alike, would participate in the grand festivities and mutual mirth across the village. A large dance was held in the expansive center room of the Tsuchiga's tower. The center room was actually improperly named as it was more like an earthen ballroom than a mere room. The expansive hall had a humongous ceiling that reached far up to the first 3 floors, hanging high over the patrons below. When the traveling trio reached the center room accompanied by the Tsuchikage himself, Mitsui stared out at all of the finely dressed dancers gliding along the marble floor. Naruto was staring straight ahead at the dancers and trying hard not to gawk at his girlfriend by his side. Kuratsuchi had been given a gorgeous red dress for the dance. The dress had a long slit that opened up on the side, allowing it to be suitable for dancing. It was also just tight enough around her hips to make the blonde weak in the knees. He had seen her naked more than a few times, but seeing her in that dress made a man question what true beauty was. Her mother had helped Kuratsuchi fashion her hair, which was styled with 2 thick locks of ebony hair tied from the back with the rest spilling around her shoulders in a lovely half-up half-down knot. Needless to say, she looked angelic. Naruto had garbed himself in a simple arrangement of a nice gray shirt and a black vest. True to his promise, he kept his orange coral necklace on. Mitsui was given a pretty blue dress for the festival that accentuated her eyes. Inoki was dressed in his usual formal clothes. There was a nice mix of dancers in yukata and modern-style dress alike, so the 4 of them did not stand out, at least not for that reason. Because Naruto was a war hero and Kuratsuchi was probably the strongest kunoichi in Iwa, everyone was making obvious glances at them. Word had quickly spread across the village and probably all the nations by this point of their relationship, and there were some rather mixed feelings about it. Jealousy was divided among some of the men and women that had probably prayed about having one of the lovers to themselves at one point in their lives. However, most of the stares were comprised of simple admiration for the couple. And it was those looks that gave Naruto the confidence to meet Kuratsuchi's rosy eyes directly with an outstretched hand. "May I have this dance?" Naruto learned something new about his lover that night. Kuratsuchi could dance. Well, she was a fantastic dancer that moved with extreme grace and precision. She had never really talked about it, so Naruto never really knew, but he quickly fell in love with the discovery. There was a live band that played jubilantly off to the far side of the center room. Kuratsuchi danced so carefully to the intricate sounds performed by the band that if Naruto did not know any better, he could have sworn Kuratsuchi controlled the music herself. Off to his other side, Naruto could see Inoki and Mitsui caught in a simple, elegant dance. The little girl was grinning brightly as the elderly man chuckled heartily with her. Naruto noted the tender smile on his lover's face. "We used to dance like that when I was her age," she said softly. Naruto grinned as he pivoted over to her side with a little flair added for good measure. The smile she gave him illustrated her approval. "Are you getting jealous? A woman should focus on her man at these types of events, you know." She pecked his lips as she wrapped her arms around his neck, moving her hips from side to side in rhythmic fashion. "Whatever you say, hero. I'm always focusing on you after all." Naruto flashed her a brilliant grin as he grabbed her hips and moved her full circle. He was not that great of a dancer, but he knew some basic moves. She was a good enough follower for it to not really matter all that much anyways. If he was off beat or unsure of what to do, she simply moved his limbs to where they needed to be or tapped his legs gently with her feet to indicate the proper footing. She did all of this without having to give verbal advice. Truly, the kunoichi was a master at her art. Naruto knew there were a lot of things on her mind, so he decided this was a good enough time to work them out. "I think you're really going to like Sakura and Sasuke Kuratsuchi. You've seen them before back during the war, right?" Kuratsuchi nodded as her hair twirled around her neck when the tempo sped up. She let her arms fall from him and she made them glide with the song. "Yes, I remember them. Although I never formally met them, I'm sure they are wonderful people. Her breath hitched as he grasped her hands and swung her in an arc. They have to be if they were your teammates. Naruto grinned at the compliment as sweat started to drench his fine clothes. They are awesome. I can't wait for you to meet them. I mean, I wish it was under more favorable conditions, but that doesn't mean you can't find some joy in meeting them, I suppose. The tempo was increasing, and so was the speed of Kuratsuchi's feet. They were a blur that danced around the blonde, and his eyes could not handle the onslaught of beautiful choreography. You're right. I'm sure everything will be just fine. As the song reached the maximum tempo, Kuratsuchi flowed with it and pushed past her lover. Her body seemed to fly as her entire body glided all around him. Naruto could only say one thing to her in that perfect moment: I love you. Kuratsuchi beamed at him and froze as the song stopped, posing expertly with her exposed leg forward and her arm wrapped around Naruto's upper back. I love you too. Her healthy chest heaved with deep breaths and there was a fine sheen of perspiration on her brow. A much slower song started to play and Kuratsuchi knew this was probably not the best time to talk about it, but she needed to get it off her chest. I don't know if I want to be that Tsuchikage, Naruto. Naruto was startled by the hasty comment and the epiphany flashed on him suddenly. They had both been so caught up with the intoxicating feelings of their new relationship they had neglected a huge complication. Unbeknownst to him, his mind became filled with the same thoughts she had become acquainted with the day before. Because of me? He asked softly as their footwork moved gently across the dance floor. Her arms were around his neck and his were encircling her thin waist. She nodded. I'm not going to make a definite decision yet, but it's something that needs to be handled carefully. I can't ask you to give up your dream of being the Hokage because of me, and I know you won't ask the same of me. However, we don't have a lot of options. We've neglected the long-term ramifications of our love and we are going to need to figure them out soon enough. Naruto leaned his head against her smaller one. I agree. Thank you for trusting me enough to bring this to my attention. I know that you'll make the right decision, Kuratsuchi. Kuratsuchi averted her eyes from him. That's just it, Naruto, I want this to be our decision. We are a couple, not just two separate people anymore. We need to learn to communicate and work together on these kinds of problems. Naruto nodded. Right. I can do that. We will figure this out then. Our main focus should be on your father for now, though. Naruto took a step back in his pacing and she followed along with him. Whatever happens, I'll always be with you. I promise I will be with you for the rest of my life, Kuratsuchi. Kuratsuchi gave him a teasing smile. That's quite the promise, hero. Are you sure your future self can hold to it? Naruto shrugged. He's going to have to because he doesn't really have a choice. He kissed her then and they were fully encased by the smooth rhythms of the music. Their souls danced together and they were aware of the storms that would likely roar throughout their lives but still had something to hold them up. Their love was stronger than the infinite complications that could and would come to knock them down because surely they had been through worse. They were ones who endured for their love and truly nothing could stop that. Did the light always float like this? Naruto was uncertain. The smooth rhythms of the early sunlight filtered into the bedroom through the window, highlighting his pensive face. Naruto's lover was still sound asleep in the wee hours of the morning. He had been restless that night and found himself awake on the bedroom floor with his back supported by the mattress. There was a surplus of thoughts rambling their way through his mind and his attempt to organize all of them was far from fruitful. He decided to pull himself away from his thoughts by appreciating his girlfriend's quaint bedroom. He was perplexed when Fumiko had allowed the two of them to sleep in the same room. He had simply asked her permission on the subject and the older woman had immediately agreed. Kuratsuchi had tactfully made sure there were no more comments from her mother after that uncomfortable conversation had been over. Kuratsuchi's bedroom was the same room she had been living in for her entire life. She had claimed this the first night they had slept there. It was shockingly feminine, at least more than the kunoichi's personality would suggest. However, Naruto was mindful of her girly side and enjoyed it when she let it shine through every now and then. There were pictures of teammates and friends with Kuratsuchi scattered about on the walls along with a few predominantly pink paintings. Naruto had asked if she had painted those herself, but she had changed the subject quickly to avoid the question. Naruto's favorite feature of the room had to be the small maroon box on her desk. The unique box was trimmed with ornate gold designs that delighted the eye. It had been a gift from her grandmother, the Tsuchikage's late wife, before she had passed away many years ago. Kuratsuchi had revealed its importance to him the first night, and he immediately knew the vulnerability it took for her to show it to him. Inside of the box there was an assortment of little treasures collected over the years by the kunoichi. Some of them were clippings of pictures, and there were also shiny rock special knickknacks and other collectibles that only had real value to the owner of them. The best part of the little box was on the inside of the lid, an old photo of a smiling Kuratsuchi that could not have been older than 5. The joy in her face had made Naruto's heart melt from compassion when he first saw it. It was definitely his favorite picture of her. Naruto's smile faded away in the floating light as his thoughts drifted back to his predicament. His two greatest goals were in conflict with each other. His unconditional love for Kuratsuchi and his dream of Hokage were grinding against one another, and that was surely something he had never wanted to happen. He could not give up his dream of becoming Hokage. But was that dream greater than Kuratsuchi? He did not want to choose between the two of them, but reality had a cruel way of making its pawns decide between their greatest wishes and their greatest needs. Oftentimes it was difficult to differentiate the two. It certainly was not fair, but Naruto knew life was rarely fair most of the time. Naruto wanted to be Hokage so badly, and he had been through so much already to reach that goal. His entire mission that ended up involving Kuratsuchi in the first place was centered around him being the leader of Konoha. The biggest question was if Kuratsuchi would ask him to give up his dream for her. She had said she would never do that, but it would be expected of her if her resolve for being the Tsukage was great enough. Even if it was not that great now, there was no telling that it would not be in the future. It all hung on her decision. Naruto clutched his head in frustration. This was not supposed to be happening. Was it right for him to give such a great choice to only her? How did it all get so muddled? Love meant sacrifice. But did that sacrifice have to involve the very thing that drove all his achievements and actions? He had come so far, and now everything could have been done in vain. His perception of Hokage had changed in recent years, and he knew the title was the ultimate symbol of protection and leadership. He had worked so hard for it, so extremely hard for it. Was there ever anything that could stop him from that? Suddenly Kuratsuchi stirred, and he could feel tender eyes looking at him. He turned his head and saw the light float into the softness of her rosy orbs. He realized then the only thing that could prevent him from becoming Hokage was her. The only thing. No one could blame him for that. Still, he prayed it would never come to that. "Good morning, hero." Her voice was sweet and light like a lark, tenderly waking him from his dreary thoughts. He climbed onto the bed to kiss her. When their lips separated, she spoke again. "I had a dream about you." Naruto smiled tenderly. "You did?" Kuratsuchi nudged her head against her pillow. "Yes, it was about the both of us. We were back in AIM and I was lost in the rain." Her tone was gentle and still weary with sleep, the perfect morning voice. "I was searching frantically for you but could never find you. I was calling down empty streets and running through the rain to try to catch some glimpse of you. But before I knew it, I was alone with my face in some puddle. I had given up hope, but then suddenly you were carrying me. You carried me through the rain, and then the sun came out in all its brilliance. The most peculiar part was that the sun wasn't in the sky." Her eyes were fastened deeply to his. "You were the sun, Naruto." Naruto's eyes widened slightly. To be put on such a pedestal was an interesting development for him, and he was unsure as to how he should think about it. He tilted his head in thought. "I don't think I'm worthy of such a title." Kuratsuchi smiled brightly. "That's okay." She quickly kissed his nose. "I think you are, and that's good enough for me." They kissed again, and then they were brought back to reality by Kuratsuchi. "So your friends should finally be here today?" Naruto nodded. They had received a message yesterday from Sakura stating they were only a day away. The woman's etiquette on medical matters was top-notch, as the blonde knew they would be. Kuratsuchi brushed a hanging strand of jet black hair behind her ear. "I'm worried about the surgery, Naruto." The pang of guilt struck the Jinchuriki's heart. How could he have been so selfish? Here was he with his anxiety about his wants and frustrations, while the woman's father could be dead soon. He knew he had to push the matter aside for now if he was to appropriately support Kuratsuchi during this difficult time. He had to for his sanity as well as hers. He gently held her head and brought her to his chest. She nuzzled her nose there and could feel the secure safety of his touch. He was so warm, and she had been craving that feeling her whole life. "I know you are Kuratsuchi," he said with sincerity melted in. I'm here for you and I always will be. The trails channeled through the mountains outside of Iwa were famous for their windy weather. The wind that came from the north and brought the pieces of stone called rock rain also cut through the narrow passages of the mountains. It was these wind-cut trails that made Sakura Haruno exceedingly uncomfortable and irritable. The wind kept messing up her hair and blurring her eyes, drying them significantly. Her companion, on the other hand, seemed to not be perturbed by the natural phenomenon in the least. When the couple turned a corner and gazed upon the mountain valley Iwa had cultivated and industrialized, Sakura was ever thankful her discomfort would be ending soon. Contrary to his usual behavior, Sasuke was the first to comment on the mesmerizing view. It's greener than one would think. Sakura blinked and pursed her lips. I suppose so. She scanned Sasuke's features for any emotion. She could tell there was some enthusiasm in them. Are you excited about seeing Naruto? Sasuke turned his head to view her. Not as much as you are, I'm sure. She could not argue with that. Without another word, she continued her sojourn by taking a step forward along the path. Sasuke silently followed after her. They reached the gates of Iwa an hour or so later. The guards fidgeted in their stations when they saw the two shinobi. They had just witnessed one war hero a few days ago, and seeing two more threw off their usual schedule quite considerably. The Tsuchikage had told the guards about their arrival prior to this, but it still did not help with the initial shock of it all. The two incredibly strong shinobi had a certain air about them. It was similar to Naruto's, but each person carried their own unique persona. Sakura bowed politely when she approached the guards, and both of them exchanged stupefied expressions to each other. They bowed back only for Sasuke to pass them while they were in their position. Sakura frowned and followed after her lover, leaving the bewildered guards alone with their confusion. Sakura ran to Sasuke's side and pouted at him. You didn't stop for even a second. You could have at least acknowledged them. Sasuke did not look at her and was facing straight ahead. There was no point to. Sakura shook her head. Always the pragmatic one. They continued their little journey to the White Stone Hospital that had been mentioned in their formal summons from the Tsuchikage. They were getting a lot of looks from the habitants around them as they moved through the rocky streets. Word had spread quickly of their arrival, and everyone came to see the other members of Konoha's famous Team 7. No one called out to them or approached them for whatever reason. It probably had to do with their respect of the situation. They all knew of Kitsuchi's condition and what Sakura Haruno's medical skill was capable of. Certainly they did not want to slow that development in any way. Sakura still felt slightly self-conscious at all of the stares she was receiving. The ever-stoic Sasuke Uchiha was far from unsettled, however. He moved through the streets and crowds as if he had done it all his life. In some ways, Sakura mused he kind of did. As the couple finally stood in front of the hospital, Sasuke stopped in his tracks. Sakura rose an eyebrow at his odd behavior. The front lobby doors were directly in front of them, and there was no discernible reason why he had stopped. Before Sakura could ask what he was doing, a cheerful yell was heard behind the double doors, and Sakura barely had enough time to react before a jubilant blonde jumped out. The doors parted before his bright grin, and he lunged straight for Sasuke. In the split second before Sasuke was thrown to the ground by his best friend, a small smile that only Naruto and Sakura saw formed along the Uchiha's lips. Naruto embraced his friend on the ground, and after some initial giggles he spoke, "It's about time." Sakura's jaw was open and she felt the innate impulse to punch the blonde, but she refrained from the bad habit. The young man was simply demonstrating his excitement at seeing two old friends he had missed greatly. Instead, Sakura smiled and grabbed the war hero's hand to make him stand up. Sasuke stood up as well, and even though he was not smiling, there was obvious amusement in his onyx eyes. Naruto wrapped his arm around Sakura's shoulder and brought her close. "Oh man! I missed you, Sakura-chan. It's been over a year since I last saw you." Sakura flushed a little at Naruto's straightforwardness. She had almost forgotten how elated the man could be. Sasuke did not seem to mind; if anything, he appeared to be delighted by the Jinchuriki's presence. Sakura cleared her throat and backed away from Naruto after the appropriate amount of time had passed. "Yes, I missed you too, Naruto." She then glanced at her lover. "We both did." Sasuke nodded and looked like he was about to say something when a shout escaped from the double doors. A second later, the doors swung open and another energized call shot forth from the opening. "Naruto! Why did you run off like that?" Seriously, Mitsui and I were concerned for Yokuratsuchi stopped her yelling and stared ahead at the trio in front of her. The first thought that entered Kuratsuchi's mind when she saw the three powerful shinobi was if anyone in the current world could defeat them together. Truth be told, it was debatable if even one of them could be defeated. The three Konoha nin had all surpassed the Sannin long ago and embodied the very essence of the word team. The power exuding from them made the air barely breathable. The young Iwa Kunoichi could only revel in the majesty and grandeur that was her lover and his teammates. Having been interrupted, Sasuke decided it was best to communicate his current interests. Other matters could wait. You are Kuratsuchi, yes? Kuratsuchi's eyes widened and she nodded dumbly. They had first met at the Kage summit years ago as enemies, but now it was as if all of that had never even happened. Sasuke's demeanor and tone implied he had forgotten the whole ordeal long ago. Kuratsuchi decided on doing the same. Sasuke smirked and turned to his best friend. She's quite the catch. Good job, Naruto. The blonde rubbed the back of his neck in a sheepish fashion with a large grin on his face. Yeah, she sure is. Kuratsuchi could feel the blood rush to her nose, and that was when Sakura approached her. The medic nin had stars in her eyes as she got closer. You're dating Naruto, right? Kuratsuchi nodded dumbly again. Why did she keep doing that? She really hated being embarrassed. Yes. Sakura grinned broadly. Wonderful. I'm so glad some girl has finally decided to tame the monster. I love what you've done with your hair, by the way. With that comment, Kuratsuchi's nervousness evaporated. She began returning the compliment by noticing Sakura's fingernails. The two women then branched into a discussion involving beauty products and daily routines concerning the more feminine issues of preparation. During this drawn-out conversation, Naruto and Sasuke started to talk about training regimes until an exasperated Tsunade appeared at the double doors. What is going on? Sakura. You're supposed to report to me immediately. Tsunade's ire was increasing rapidly. Naruto took a step back at seeing the former Hokage's feigned anger. Sakura held her hands up defensively. Sorry, Tsunade Shursho. Tsunade folded her arms in agitation but seemed to be satisfied enough. Follow me, Sakura. The rest of you should head over to the waiting area until we have completed the proper preparations. Sakura went with the Sannin and the rest of the party made their way to the waiting area. Mitsui and Fumiko were already seated in the room, and when the little girl saw Sasuke, she tilted her head in confusion. Narani, who's this? Naruto grinned brightly and threw a hand against his friend's back. The Uchiha seemed to be only slightly irked by the movement. This is my best friend Sasuke Uchiha. Mitsui's eyes widened in wonder and moved her eyes up and down in analysis of the dark-haired shinobi. Sasuke raised an eyebrow at his blonde friend. Naruto grinned sheepishly. And this Sasuke is Mitsui Kitagawa. To everyone's surprise, Sasuke smiled quite clearly and knelt down to match Mitsui's height. Their eyes met and Sasuke held out his hand. Pleased to meet you, Mitsui. The young Kitagawa felt a little warmth rush to her face at the smiling shinobi. She gingerly grabbed Sasuke's hand and shook it politely. After that, Sasuke was introduced to Fumiko and vice versa. After everyone had said what needed to be immediately addressed, the quiet reality settled in. For a scant moment they were all speechless. There was hope in the silence as well as icy dread. The two greatest medical professionals in the entire world were going to perform the surgery, but there was still a good chance the worst could happen. No one could be blamed for feeling stressed about that ordeal. After everyone had taken their seat and simple conversations had ensued, Kuratsuchi turned to Sasuke. So are you going to tell us about the relationship between Sakura and you? There were two reasons why Kuratsuchi had brought up such a topic. She was genuinely curious and she wanted to relax the tensed atmosphere. Unfortunately, only one of those wishes was achieved. Sasuke's stoic face hardened as he thought of an answer. It's a rather simple story. I came back to Konoha to see her. I decided I wanted to stay and be with her. So I did. Kuratsuchi puffed her cheeks out in frustration. Come on, Sasuke. There's got to be more to the story than that. You can't just tell a romantic story like that. Where's the strife and angst? Where's the drama? Where's all the gritty stuff that makes it interesting? I know it wasn't all that simple. Sasuke could not help but smile softly at the woman's antics. The Kunoichi's father was in the hospital, and yet she managed to shift her mind to the finer intricacies of those around her. Truly, this woman was perfect for Naruto. Yeah, it was that simple, Sasuke uttered. Kuratsuchi wanted to protest further and get a better answer than that, but she was interrupted when Sakura appeared in the waiting area. The medic Min went straight to Fumiko and Kuratsuchi. "We've just finished running some tests on Kitsuchi. We are all set to start the surgery now if that's all right with you." Fumiko brought her hand up to her mouth in concern. "So soon? Is my husband really ready for such a treatment?" Sakura averted her eyes for a moment and then fastened them onto the older woman. "Yes. He said he is fine with it as long as you two are. I know it's short notice, but the risk of something going wrong increases the longer we wait." Fumiko seemed to lose her voice and looked down at her feet. Kuratsuchi spoke for her mother. "That's fine. Just please save my father." Sakura's eyes sharpened and her jaw became firm. "I will do everything I can. I promise you that much." Kuratsuchi nodded. It was all she could ask for. Sakura left the waiting room. The moment mitigated then and the world turned with it. After a few minutes of mutual brooding had passed, Kuratsuchi turned back to Sasuke. "So how many embarrassing stories of Naruto do you have?" Sasuke's eyebrow raised and a sound that could have been a laugh escaped his lips. Naruto's jaw dropped before Sasuke could answer. "Hey now! Kuratsuchi!" the blonde exclaimed. Kuratsuchi ignored her boyfriend and smiled earnestly. Her smile was genuine. Sasuke searched that smile for any ulterior motives. He found none. There was obvious pain there, but something else too. This kunoichi was in harmony with herself. Sasuke was impressed. Inner harmony was a difficult concept to grasp and even harder to achieve. Considering Kuratsuchi had successfully done both, it made her true potential and character shine far above her transgressions. Sasuke could not approve more of her even if he tried. Sasuke decided to amuse her and told a story involving him and Naruto accidentally kissing each other back when they were kids. He knew it was just as embarrassing of a story for him as it was for the blonde, but he did not mind. Kuratsuchi seemed to enjoy it. After everyone had a general laugh from the story, Naruto turned to his girlfriend. "Sasuke and I have quite the history," Naruto stated in a matter-of-fact tone. Sasuke nodded slowly at the announcement. "It's true. It's a rather long and arduous tale." Kuratsuchi smiled softly, her mind elsewhere all of a sudden. "I think I have the gist of what you two went through. Although it's easy to see a very straightforward manner to the story if you're not careful." Sasuke's eyes seemed to dull then. "Unfortunately, I know what you mean. I've made a lot of mistakes that I should have been reprimanded for." Kuratsuchi noticed the way Naruto's jaw tightened. She had heard the story a million times before. She knew Sasuke was a traitor years ago, and she had even once tried to kill him when he showed up at the Kage summit before the war. It was interesting to see him in this completely different light. There was obvious regret weaved into his eyes, and she wondered how long it had taken him to reach that point. He had grown substantially over the years, and it was all thanks to Naruto. Naruto scratched the back of his neck and smiled. "But that's all in the past, of course. No one holds any of that against you." "I know, I sure don't." Kuratsuchi, despite her current dread, smiled at that. Naruto was truly a great man. Forgiveness was in his nature and he valued its significance greatly. Sasuke had hurt many people and by all accounts deserved death for what he had done. However, love was an interesting concept. It accomplished what revenge and hate could not. Love's power transcended humanity's mistakes and actions. It took one man's love to show everyone what it meant to abolish the negative thinking that always left the world feeling hollow. Naruto loved Sasuke not for what he had done but for who he was. Kuratsuchi still did not completely understand how it all worked, but just like her search for meaning, she was going to spend the rest of her life figuring it out. The conversation in the waiting room lightened then and was drawn out into the night hours. At one point in the evening, Fumiko had asked a passing nurse about the surgery, and she had said it was probably going to continue well into the early morning. Mitsui had fallen asleep with her tired head resting on Naruto's lap. Sasuke had found an interesting book to read and was calmly flipping through its pages. Kuratsuchi was left to ruminate on her dismal thoughts. She was in a far different state of mind than she was prior to the encounter at the Falls of Truth. At that time she had a mind filled with abject hopelessness. This time she knew who and where she was. But still it was normal to be worried in her current position. And yet her trepidation became so great that she eventually stood up and shuffled away from the group. Naruto almost left his seat and disturbed Mitsui's slumber to go after her when Fumiko rose from her seat and motioned for him to stay. Kuratsuchi ventured down a short corridor to a small room that was considered an extension of the waiting area. The little room was surrounded by large panels of glass that overlooked the village. Kuratsuchi stood there and viewed the artificial lights below. When Fumiko entered the room, Kuratsuchi could feel the involuntary tension in her shoulders relax. She turned her head to see her mother standing next to her. Despite Kuratsuchi's life experience with her mother, she could not read the woman's face in that moment. Fumiko sighed. "The air is pretty heavy, huh?" Kuratsuchi shifted her eyes forward to see the lights again. "Sorry, I left because I needed to move around." Fumiko approached the glass window. "I know what you mean. I need that too sometimes. It's hard to leave yourself to your thoughts though. It can be quite dangerous." Kuratsuchi tilted her head in confusion. Fumiko did not look back but knew her daughter required clarification. "Before I married your father, I was quite a wreck. Frankly, I was overworked in a job I didn't like and I suffered from severe depression. If I'm being honest, even after I married your father, I was still a wreck. But do you know what ultimately changed all of that?" Kuratsuchi's eyelids lowered and she shook her head. Fumiko's eyes did not leave the view from the window. "I stopped leaving myself alone. My heart was lonely because I allowed it to be. My depression was a result of that loneliness. I had locked my thoughts up and had caused my heart to yearn for the unattainable." Her words drifted in the air and they amalgamated with the lights. "No one should allow such self-destruction, but we do it all the time. Now it seems my own daughter had the same curse." Kuratsuchi mulled over her mother's words. Perhaps her mother was describing one of the reasons why the encounter at the falls had been necessary. If Kuratsuchi had simply expressed her troubled mind beforehand, the scenario might have been lessened in intensity. Some lessons needed to be learned the hard way, she supposed. Fumiko turned to her daughter and there were small tears curling around her cheeks. "I'm sorry, Kuratsuchi. You were in pain, weren't you?" Kuratsuchi's eyes widened in disbelief. "How could you know that?" Fumiko suddenly raced to her and embraced her tightly. "I know the pain, my dear. I know the feelings of fear and meaninglessness that control our lives so easily all too well." Kuratsuchi held her mother and felt her tears drip onto her neck. They were warm. "I never wanted you to feel them though. I tried so hard to make sure you would never see them. But when you became a shinobi, I knew. I knew it was only a matter of time until some horrible thing would throw you into the abyss. But then you came back and now you're so different. You brought back a boy that loves you and confidence that so many strive for. Your face has changed and you have something now that took me most of my life to find." Kuratsuchi's voice was small and raw. "What?" Fumiko released her daughter and locked eyes with her. "Hope." Kuratsuchi could feel her eyes get hot and she hugged her mother again. "It was so hard, mother." There it was, she realized. The manifestation of her pent-up emotions was there now. It was so terrible and hard to get to. "I thought that because I found something to search for that life would get easier. It's not though. Father could die. Everything I've been through seems so fickle and small now. Nothing seems to matter. It's all so fleeting except for the people in my life." Fumiko was smiling now as she rubbed her daughter's back with tender care. "But it all does matter, Kuratsuchi. You said it yourself, you found something to search for. The search doesn't make the world easier, it just makes it worth living in. It makes the journey lead to a destination. No matter what happens, you can still continue on that journey." Fumiko's eyes seemed to shine and glimmer like the lights through the windows. "Oh, how sweet that journey is too. It's so full of life and joy. Even in the horrible times you can still find beauty in it. Kuratsuchi, please never give up on that journey. The world will throw everything at you to make it as hard as possible to venture forth, but as long as you still see the beauty around you, it will all be worthwhile. I promise it will be, Kuratsuchi." Kuratsuchi could feel her heart swell even further and found herself crying into her mother's arms. She could not verbally agree with her mother, but she knew. Fumiko knew her words had resonated well. Of course Kuratsuchi had known what her mother had said to be true a long time ago, she just needed to hear it. An hour passed with Kuratsuchi and her mother talking about beautiful things and soft matters. After both of their hearts were light like feathers, they left the little room and returned to the group. Naruto smiled when he saw his lover and neither party said anything when she sat down next to him. She allowed her head to rest on his shoulder and it was not long until she was fast asleep. Her dreams were simple and filled with the sun. Kuratsuchi was awoken some time later by a gentle yet firm touch from Naruto. She rubbed the sleep from her eyes with her hands and looked up to see Sakura. She was garbed in her lab coat and seemed to be in an exhausted state. She may have been tired, but there was a mysterious feeling of subtlety about her. Tsunade was nowhere to be seen and Kuratsuchi was not sure what to think about that. Everyone in the waiting area were all roused from their sleep and were alert when they saw Sakura standing in front of them. Fumiko was the one to ask the obvious question, "Is the surgery over?" Sakura merely blinked for a second. "Yes, the surgery is finished." Everyone was slightly taken aback by that simple answer. Kuratsuchi cleared her throat. "Well, how did it go? How is my father?" Sakura's face was eerily stoic, revealing nothing. There was no happiness nor dread in her eyes. Even when she answered Kuratsuchi's question and the news was known, her face was still calm. Kuratsuchi did not know how to process the information. She had spent so much time in anxiety that when it was all over, she did not know how to move forward with what the world gave her. She ultimately decided what to do as everyone's expressions changed and everything made sense again. They would all move forward too, and nothing could change that. Hope and love mingled together then and carried Kuratsuchi along her journey. The journey she knew to be worth the struggle. The events of the next several months seemed to race by in awe. The speed at which these months passed was exceedingly spectacular as they rushed ahead in a hazy blur. After the surgery had been a success and Katsuchi had fully recovered, Sakura and Sasuke left Iwa with warm farewells and Tsunade was off to another hospital not long after. Naruto had told them he would be staying in Iwa for some time still. They understood his need for processing and were glad he was taking the time to think about everything. Naruto's report to Kakashi concerning his extended stay in Iwa was also met with understanding and positivity. There were even implications in Kakashi's reply hinting the Hokage preferred the decision rather than Naruto immediately returning back to Konoha. Needless to say, Naruto staying in Iwa for a while was a good idea to everyone. Due to Iwa's northerly position, it was widely known to be cold in the village during the winter. Mitsui, to no one's surprise, found no qualms with the weather. One gentle day, thick flakes of snow fell from the foggy clouds as Naruto played with the little girl. They were in the backyard of Kuratsuchi's home and were enjoying the late winter's natural gift. They were in the process of building a snowman and Naruto was having some difficulty trying to roll a snowball big enough when Kuratsuchi found them. There was so much moisture in the snow that it would not stick well and maintain its form. Despite this difficulty, Mitsui was able to use her chakra to harden the snow by channeling out some of the moisture. When Kuratsuchi stepped outside her back door and saw the two parading around, it was only inevitable she would smile merrily. It was a beautiful sight, Mitsui and Naruto playing and laughing with hard-earned jubilation in their voices. Naruto had been so receptive of Iwa and Kuratsuchi was beyond thrilled he had taken to it so well. He was doing it all for her and Mitsui despite his own interests. It was clear to the kunoichi he was only still here because of her. Every time she thought of Naruto's selflessness, she was reminded of her equivocation. For the past few months, the topic of the future was discussed off and on. The worst part was that no ground had been made. Every time Kuratsuchi mentioned the problem of going back to Konoha or becoming the Tsuchikage, Naruto would always say the same thing, "Don't worry, Kuratsuchi. Take your time. Whatever decision you make, I'll agree with you." But that was not what she wanted. She wanted dialogue and not the blonde to be so permissive. She knew why he was, though. He did not want her to suffer and end up in regret for his desires. He loved her that much. They were going nowhere and staying stagnant because of their love. Because of all of this, they typically avoided the conversation. But the imminent decision was approaching and it needed to be made soon. Kuratsuchi buried her small hands into her wool coat's pockets as she strolled over to her little family. As she got closer, she noticed Mitsui's usage of ice release on her snowman. The little girl's chakra control had improved greatly over the last several months and Kuratsuchi could not be more proud. "That's lovely, Mitsui," the kunoichi commented. The small girl smiled broadly up at her mother figure. "Thanks, Kurone, but you should thank Narani. I wouldn't have been able to make this without him." The Jinchuriki's sheepish smile told Kuratsuchi everything she needed to know. "She's just being modest, Kuratsuchi. We divided the work and all." Kuratsuchi nodded and took a sharp intake of breath. This needed to happen now. Mitsui? The little girl flickered her cold eyes over to the raven-haired beauty. Could you go inside and help Kaa-san with the chores? Mitsui obeyed with a bright smile and ran to the back door. After the girl was gone, Kuratsuchi turned to Naruto. We need to make a decision, Naruto. Naruto's eyes were a shade of dark blue when he started with, "Don't worry." She pushed away her vacillation and allowed her emotions to rise. Stop saying that. I told you before, this needs to be our decision, not just mine. But we can't get anywhere if I don't know your own thoughts on the matter. We need to start talking to each other. This needs to be an actual dialogue. Naruto shifted his feet in the snow. His apparent discomfort was a testament to the fact that this was exceedingly difficult for him. She knew he was only doing what he did because of her. She just needed to show him it was pointless to think that way. Why do we need to do it now? He said calmly. Kuratsuchi shook her head. I've been hearing some bad rumors lately. There's tension among the Iwanin and the miners right now. More and more local shinobi are leaving the village and Jiji is at his wit's end. Naruto kept his face unreadable. How will our decision help? Kuratsuchi allowed more emotion to leak through. Because then I can know what I need to do. If we go back to Konoha and you become Hokage, then we can do something there. If I become Tsuchikage, then I can do something. But if we just sit around and avoid the conversation, nothing will change. We're running out of options. She did not dare suggest the third option, they go their separate ways and both become Kages. It was not even worth discussing. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Kuratsuchi, I can't ask you to give up something so important. It's just not my place. Kuratsuchi shook her head defiantly. Why are you being so passive? Everyone during the war heard you declaring your undying desire to become Hokage. I know you want it desperately and I hate how you won't stand up for it. This isn't like you. Naruto's face became downcast and he sighed. You're right, it's not. I guess my priorities changed. It seems so simple to me that I haven't considered how you would feel about it. I'm sorry, Kuratsuchi. Kuratsuchi looked down at her feet. How is it so simple? Naruto's eyes sharpened. You're the only person that could stop me from becoming Hokage. I've wanted more than anything else except you. I would give it all up for you. It's just not my decision to decide what happens. Kuratsuchi was so confused. How could he possibly think that? The very trials the man went through for the title were great and savage in their own right. He had promised he would become the Hokage for the majority of his life and now he was saying he would give it all away for her. His love for her was blinding him and Kuratsuchi felt ashamed for it. Whether she liked it or not, she was doing this to him. Why are you giving me that kind of power, Naruto? She asked decisively. Naruto was quick to answer. Because I love you. Love is a sacrifice and I would easily sacrifice what I want for the betterment of you. I think you're forgetting what it means to be a Kage. Before Naruto could retort, both shinobi immediately sensed another presence. Across from them a nervous Iwanin was staring at them with apprehension. Sorry, the man squeaked. I was told to ask both of you to report to the Tsuchikage. He has something urgent to discuss with you both. Naruto and Kuratsuchi exchanged reluctant looks. Their conversation would have to wait. Again. Kuratsuchi promptly went inside the house to tell Fumiko and Mitsui what was going on, and then her and Naruto accompanied the messenger to the Kage's tower. After they reached the tower and made their way to the main office where the Tsuchikage was located, they were surprised to find Kuratsuchi's father there. Kitsuchi had recovered well over the last several months. His leg was perfectly intact and he had been put back on the roster for missions some time ago. When Kuratsuchi saw him, she gave him a questioning look. Father? Why are you here? Kitsuchi did not answer. Instead, he turned to his father, who was seated behind a low desk next to him. Inoki's face was grim and his eyes carried a hint of regret. He is here for clarification, Kuratsuchi. It seems that matters have not been going well. Kuratsuchi frowned in confusion. Naruto spoke for her. Why did you summon us? Inoki exhaled slowly and folded his hands together. I'll be frank, I'm going to retire my title of Tsuchikage. I should have done it long ago, and now time and troubles have caught up with my stubbornness. The man's old eyes flickered down to his hands for a scant moment. Of course, this means I must decide on a successor. Kuratsuchi's heart dropped into her stomach, making it hollow. She knew where this was going. Inoki continued, so you have completed your mission and have had plenty of time to think about it. Therefore I must ask, my dear, what is your decision? Will you become the Tsukage? All eyes were on Kuratsuchi and she did not like it. She could feel the pressure pull heavily on her. This was not how she had envisioned this moment for most of her life. Ever since she was a little girl, she always knew the answer to that question. But once she met Naruto, the world transformed and reminded her circumstances did not have to be planned a certain way. She no longer knew what she had to do, and that frightened her. She swallowed. Why do I have to make a decision now? Why do you have to retire now? The fact she had just asked Naruto a similar question did not escape her notice. Inoki's face told her he knew she was going to ask that. He looked so tired. After his long service and all the suffering he had to witness, it was no surprise the old man would be exhausted. But she supposed there was more to the scenario than just that detail. And that's what Kitsuchi is here to clarify. Kitsuchi kept his jaw squared when he faced his daughter and her lover. Yes, it would seem the village is in an urgent state of unrest. The shinobi of Iwa have been defecting from the village at alarming rates lately. It's mostly been a result from lack of work and the fact that the civilians have been getting far better pay and hours than our shinobi have. To put it simply, they feel they are not needed anymore. Because of this, they have seen your grandfather as weak Kuratsuchi. His respect has dwindled and the heavy task has taken a toll on him. My own men are turning against us, or at the very least have been simply leaving. The council along with the Tsukage have decided the best course of action to take would be to elect a new leader. Considering the circumstances, it seems like our only choice. Kuratsuchi's eyes steeled over as she processed the information. Matters were grim and she felt powerless. They were willing to shift power and responsibility to her, and she was ambivalent about the whole ordeal. Am I your only candidate? Inoki leaned forward in his chair. No, we have other prospects, but I did promise you the title once you returned from your mission. I understand that matters have become complicated and that you required time, but it seems that amount of time is far less than I anticipated. How much time do you think we have? Kuratsuchi asked. Kitsuchi answered the query. If matters progress like they have been, we may start seeing severe insubordination and rioting in less than a month. Kuratsuchi's eyes widened and her face contorted in outrage. A month? How could you let get this bad, Gigi? The forlorn expression on the Tsukage said it all. I'm sorry, Kuratsuchi. It all moved far too fast, and before I knew it I was neck deep in my failures. I don't want to put all of this on you, but I'm running out of options. You're one of the few people that can change the people's views and make them see the error in their thinking. When her grandfather had said that, Kuratsuchi instinctively glanced at her boyfriend next to her. Suddenly the truth was known to her. How did she not see it before? Her mind drifted with the plan she swiftly constructed, and after a few moments of careful deduction she knew what she had to do. Her elevation to Tsukage was not going to change the thinking of the people like her grandfather thought it would. There was only one thing that would change all of that. She needed them to understand, and the only way she could do that was to understand it herself. She fastened her eyes to her grandfather. Very well. I will become the Tsukage. She could not clearly see him from her angle, but she knew Naruto's feet had shifted. She knew what he was thinking too. The instant guilt of what she was doing to him was not lost on her. The relief on her grandfather's face almost made her rethink her strategy. Almost. Thank you, my dear. You may have saved this village. She held up her hand. On one condition, before I do anything else, I want to formally announce my decision in front of the village. The Tsukage's eyes narrowed in thought. After his pensive expression faded, he nodded. That can be arranged. In fact, it might be for the best. A large announcement to the whole village might give everyone the boost we need for them to trust the system again. We'll need to do it soon though. By the end of this week would be the most appropriate time. Does that seem fine with you, Kuratsuchi? The kunoichi nodded solemnly. She would need to keep the truth of her intentions from everyone for the time being. The regular positive vibe Naruto normally gave off was absent. She could not blame him for that. The man's dreams were being crushed before his eyes. Yes, that will be fine. After legal matters and important details were discussed, Kuratsuchi and Naruto left the office. As they made their exit, Naruto said nothing to his girlfriend, and Kuratsuchi had never felt more convicted. The next few days were some of the most difficult in all of Kuratsuchi's life. Every minute was brimming with the temptation to reveal her plan to Naruto or some other important figure, only for the better part of her judgment to quell her hastiness. She could not afford to ruin what she had haphazardly crafted. She knew if she were to disclose her scheme to Naruto, he would wish to change everything, or even worse, talk her out of it. It was just too reckless to say anything. The fact Naruto was struggling with the weight of her previous decision showed her she was correct in her assumptions. It needed to happen this way, and she could think of no other alternative. Perhaps she was actually in the wrong and her logic was terribly flawed, but at the very least it was her idea. They would respect that much and follow it if she executed it all correctly. Despite her good intentions, Naruto was not happy. The young man had never been proficient at concealing his emotions, and it was painfully apparent his ambitions had been dismantled by the one he loved. Kuratsuchi could not imagine what that felt like. Whenever she saw him during those agonizing days, his face was always smiling. But it was always that smile. The same one she witnessed in Taki, and the same one that haunted her dreams from time to time. She hated that smile beyond comprehension, but she loved him, and that was what kept her sane. Interestingly enough, the Jinchuriki never discussed the details or intricacies about the obvious implication of him staying in Iwa. Obviously he was not going anywhere, so why did he not plan his stay? He never reported the development to Kakashi to her knowledge, and she was lost as to what his motives were. She eventually just surmised it was because of his current state of emotion. The man was probably too fixated on his crushed hopes to think of anything else. There was one particular moment where she had almost given in. The night before the announcement was to commence, Naruto had turned to her as they laid in bed together. Her hair was a free curtain of jet black silk on the sheets. Her peachy lips were parted when she looked at him. His hands swam through her hair as he whispered to her, "You're going to become a wonderful Tsukage Kuratsuchi." She could feel her throat constrict, and she wanted so desperately to tell him what she was doing right then and there. He was so selfless and was tolerating this personal nightmare for her. She was hurting him, and there was nothing she could do. She silently begged for his forgiveness and wondered if she would ever receive such grace from him. She could only nod at his altruistic words and fall into a miserable state of rest. Finally, the fateful day arrived, and Kuratsuchi had a hollow feeling in the pit of her stomach she was not sure would relent any time soon. The formal announcement was to be held in front of the Kage's tower. The large square in front of the tower was typically utilized for such events and contained plenty of room for the entire population of the village. Thankfully, the rumors of Kuratsuchi's advancement had quickly spread throughout the village, as important news usually did. Every able-bodied member of Iwa was present in front of the tower that day. The late winter day was cool yet sunny with hardly a cloud in the sky. The day was a rare gift, and no one was going to take it for granted. Kuratsuchi wanted to be grateful that everyone was there to see her, but the hollowness did not subside, and she knew why. They had erected a small wooden platform in front of the square that easily overlooked the massive crowd. The matter was a huge deal for the people of Iwa. Many of them had not been alive to witness the last celebration that had elevated the last Tsukage, and none wanted to miss this one. Naruto and Kuratsuchi were behind the platform as they watched Inoki introduce the important announcement. Inoki's small frame stood behind a red podium, and his face was stern. His voice, however, held the necessary softness of a grand proclamation. He was well equipped with experience, and this was not the first time he had appealed to his people. "Fellow citizens of Iwa, I beseech you to listen." All the talking in the crowd subsided, and the many faces gave their full attention to their leader. "My heart is glad to know that our village will change from this day forth. I know that times have been hard and Iwa is in a state of trouble and worry, but today I wish to acknowledge one strong individual who will carry Iwa into a bright future." The old man's eyes softened. "My body is withered, and it is high time for me to relinquish my seat. I have fought and protected you all for decades, and I can think of no better way to have spent those years than to serve all of you. Our will is strong, and now my granddaughter will carry on that will for the next generation. I'm so proud of all of you, and I wish to thank you all for making my whole life worthwhile." The Tsukage's voice issued the last of what it could. "Thank you. Thank you all so very much. Now please welcome my successor Kuratsuchi." There was loud cheering and wailing from the citizens of Iwa as they watched their beloved Tsukage step down from the podium. Many people wept for their leader then and had been moved by his sincerity. Despite the cries of support, there were also isolated looks of animosity and anger towards the current leader amid the shinobi population. Kuratsuchi knew it was her cue and grabbed Naruto's hand as they ascended the wooden stairs of the platform. She had asked him the day before to accompany her at the podium. It was to showcase his strong presence as well as fortify Kuratsuchi's plan. The blonde had obliged without a second thought. When Kuratsuchi approached the podium, the hollowness in her stomach expanded. All eyes were on her and she felt so transparent before the world. She was dressed in a dazzling dark red outfit composed of a thick coat and long pants. Her long hair was clean and fresh, hanging freely down her back. Naruto stood on her right and her grandfather was on her left. She exhaled slowly as she gazed upon her friends and fellow citizens. She noted the presence of her family and Mitsui standing at the very front of the crowd. The expressions she saw in the crowd were all the same, hopeful. She knew there were probably missing mean or at least angered shinobi scattered within the large assembly. Even if they were not there, they would know soon. They would all know she had broken their hopes. This would be her last sin. She projected her voice upon the throng of people and all there that day heard her. I would first like to thank all of you for coming here today. My grandfather has done a fine job of watching over this village and will be remembered for generations for his great deeds. She paused for a moment to let her words sink in and then continued her speech. I was given the mission almost 2 years ago to travel the lands and undergo trials and tribulations that would ultimately shape me. I had no idea what I was getting myself into. I witnessed tragedy, met good people, debated with old thinking, fought with my darker self and fell in love. She could see the smiles and nods from the crowd. They were all happy for her growth. This was going to be painful, she thought. I changed so much that I would probably loathe my past self. I was shown what the world held for me and what my capabilities are. I humbled myself, and now that I have determined who I am and what I need to do, I have reached an important decision. This was it. Naruto was next to her and his stance was proud and glad. He was happy for her and he was willing to do everything for her. I'm so sorry, Naruto, she thought. This is the only answer I can give you. It's out of my hands. Kuratsuchi stood boldly before the crowd and she dug deep into herself and filled the hollowness with her righteous claim. It was time to end it and everything would change after this. She did not know what the future would hold, but it was the only path that held any hope for her people. It was the only path for the whole world, and it started with her decision. Her voice rang out before the world and it transformed with the truth. I have decided to not become the Tsuchikage. Just like she thought, there were confused faces and concerned mumbles amid the mass. She did not look to see Naruto's expression nor her grandfather's. Instead, I have come before you today to announce what I will do and what this man will do. She pointed to Naruto next to her. She still could not even glimpse in his direction because of the fear she would change her mind if she did. If she saw the sad smile again, the hollowness would come back. Naruto Uzumaki is the man who saved this world and the man who will become the Hokage. That is the path he has laid before himself. I have decided I will go with him on this path he has chosen. Many here believe that my advancement to the title of Tsuchikage will fix everything, but it won't. I'm just not capable, nor do I desire such a title anymore. Life has shown me that it's okay to change and develop with what we initially thought impossible. I accepted myself when I thought I had to wash away the woman I was. And the only reason I could do that was because of Naruto. Putting your hope in me will get you nowhere, but putting your hope in this man is the only step towards peace. I love this man with all my heart, and I know now that I could not leave his side no matter what happens. I know this sounds selfish, but I promise this is what is best for all of you. The frowns and concern began to vanish as Kuratsuchi's intentional feelings were heard and known. She was not even finished yet. I don't know who should be Tsuchikage, but I know that whoever is chosen will not fix the problems that are apparent in this world. It boggles my mind that you all haven't realized just what Naruto did for all of us. He showed us how to reach out and follow the path that we paved together. He was there for all of us as he stood before great evil and selfishness. Only a man of pure intentions and a righteous heart could accomplish such feats. He never gives up on his friends and is an example to all of us that we can change for the better. We no longer have to fight our destinies and can now move forward towards the future. We can drive out hate with love if only you will all let it. Please allow yourselves to realize that this world does not have to be the way it is. Naruto fought for us, so we don't have to fight anymore. There are no more enemies and we are only hurting ourselves at this point. Leaving your problems won't fix anything and shifting your problems to someone else won't either. We have to follow after what was already established and connect to each other through love. Naruto's love is a testament to that. Kuratsuchi's eyes were sparkling and the sunny day shined brightly upon her. She had accepted herself and now the world had to do the same. Please race towards the future with me. Let's not be stagnant anymore and let's stop fighting. The war has been over, so let's stop the one in our hearts. She extended her hand out and she could feel herself float then. She ascended past her worries and her guilt. This was what she had to do. So will you follow me and Naruto? Will you help us pave the way? At first there was silence as shocked looks littered the crowd. No one was sure what to do or say until a merry cheer rose from the front of the massive group. Kitsuchi was cheering and clapping for his brave daughter. Fumiko joined in as she shouted and cheered with her husband. Mitsui followed their example not long after. Within a few seconds after that, all the people were crying out their support. A loud clamor rose from them and cheers of "Yes, we will follow." And Naruto and Kuratsuchi reverberated from the masses. Finally, Kuratsuchi turned to her lover and saw what she was not expecting. A dazzling grin had formed on his features and his ocean blue eyes glimmered with elation. There was a truth in those eyes she had never anticipated. Kuratsuchi could hardly believe it, he had known all along. He embraced her then as his hearty laugh mingled with the cheers of awe. They were all behind her and were ready to support her decisions. Kuratsuchi knew not everything was magically fixed now, but it was a start in the right direction. It was a start down the right path. She saw her grandfather nod with understanding. A hint of slight irritation was etched into his expression because of her lie. But she knew he approved despite his grievances on the subject. They were all there for her and she could not imagine a more perfect moment as she heard Naruto's encouraging words. "That was great, Kuratsuchi. Couldn't have said it better myself." After a heartfelt conversation with her grandfather concerning the village's future, Kuratsuchi left with Naruto back to her home. Inoki had decided on another candidate for Tsuchikage, one that could also pave the way forward. They crossed through the streets filled with cheering folks and smiles that carried their genuine feelings. When they reached Kuratsuchi's house, Fumiko and Mitsui had prepared a fabulous dinner for the whole family. They ate to their heart's content and were filled with merriment and hope. After the food was gone and pleasant conversation had naturally ended, everyone retired for the night. As Naruto and Kuratsuchi prepared for bed, the kunoichi finally had the chance to figure things out. "How did you know, Hiro?" Naruto shrugged as he discarded his shirt. "You said you would never ask me to give up the title of Hokage. I knew you would hold to that promise." Kuratsuchi shook her head as she gave him a disbelieving smile. "And what if you were wrong? What if I was serious? Would you have really forsaken your Nindo for me?" Naruto's grin was bright. "Maybe. I don't have to wonder now that you've decided." She threw a pillow at him as she giggled. "No fair. That's not an answer." He dodged the pillow and tackled her onto the bed. He kissed her tenderly as he moved his hands across her toned frame. His inflection was soft and breezed against her skin. "So why did you give it all up for me?" She opened her mouth and Naruto silenced her with his finger. "And don't say it's because you love me." She glided his finger away and beamed at him. "Okay. It's because I had no other choice." "You don't have a choice either. You were always meant to be Hokage. Konoha and the rest of the world need you to be. The people already picked you in their hearts." Naruto knew where she was going with this, but he humored her thinking. "And what does that mean?" Kuratsuchi kissed the side of his lips. "It means they love you, Hiro. Just like me. And if love means you want the best for someone, then I know being Hokage is what is best for you. The people know it too, and they want you to protect them just like you always have. If you love them, then you need to give them what is best for them." Her rosy eyes promised everything in them. Their lives would not always be filled with happiness, but it would be filled with love. "You are what's best for them, Naruto." Naruto nodded as he nuzzled his nose into her hair. "And do you think I'm what's best for you, Kuratsuchi?" Kuratsuchi spoke without hesitation. "Yes, I do." "And how did you know they would react that way?" "I didn't. In fact, it went further than I ever expected it to." Naruto smiled brightly. "You certainly are a wonderful woman, Kuratsuchi. I know you are what's best for me." Kuratsuchi's smile was broad and her eyes were playful. "I know." He loved her then and kissed her passionately into the night. At some point in the pleasant evening she had heard him say he would love for her and Mitsui to return to Konoha with him. She had agreed and their future was set before them. They just had to follow without hesitation and any doubts. They just had to pave their journey and others will follow after them. They were certain in their decisions, and even though pain was sure to follow them, they would grow in the knowledge of the truth of their love. Because even fear and suffering cowered before love. Kuratsuchi was almost brought to tears by the number of people who came to say farewell to her and her little family that day. They were all there, all the people she loved and cared for ever since she was a little girl. She had never explicitly stated she would be leaving the village for good this time around because there was no need to, they all knew already. Many tears were dropped that day as the citizens of Iwa watched their beloved friend and Kunoichi depart at the village gates. Most of the mourning consisted of bleary eyes and wrinkled grins to which Naruto himself was a victim of. The blonde tried not to shout his emotions to everyone present when he was able. Instead, he was reserved and mindful of Kuratsuchi's feelings. She was grateful for his stability. The dark-haired beauty spoke to just about everyone there that morning. She cried, laughed, embraced, and openly loved those she was close to. Akatsuchi had returned to Iwa the day before and was sad to see his friend leaving so soon. The large man had grown substantially since Kuratsuchi last saw him and was impressed by the strength he almost carelessly exuded. The broad man leaned forward when she came to say goodbye. "I'm sad we didn't get to spend much time together, Kuratsuchi." The kunoichi patted his massive hand. "I know, Akatsuchi. You'll do a fine job taking my place. The people love you dearly. I know Gigi will end up picking you to be the next Hokage." She made sure to show as much appreciation through her smile as she could muster. "You'll definitely carry on the will they all need and be the best leader you can be for them." The giant of a man smiled happily. "Thanks, Kuratsuchi. I'll make you proud." Kuratsuchi's grandfather was the next person to say farewell, and Kuratsuchi had found him in the front of the crowd speaking to her lover. Naruto had just laughed at something the old man said, and when he saw his girlfriend approaching them at the corner of his eye, he stepped back politely. The short Hokage nodded in her direction and gave her a warm smile. She returned his expression with a softer smile. "I'm sorry I didn't measure up to your original expectations, Gigi." The old man's eyes softened, but his cheer was alert and refreshing. "My dear, you've merely exceeded my expectations. If there is any fault in them, it is of my own accord. You are a strong woman and I will always be proud of who you are." His poor spine was almost made worse by the firm hug she gave him. "Thanks, Gigi," she whispered in his ear as she kissed his cheek. The old man could not find the proper words after that. Mitsui did not take leaving Fumiko well and was only satisfied with the reality of their departure when Naruto gently picked her up. The little girl knew she at least had her dear Naruto and Kuratsuchi. When Kuratsuchi approached her mother and father, she smiled at them. She was acutely conscious of how proud they were of her. "I'm going to miss you too." "Thank you for everything," Kuratsuchi said decisively. Kitsuchi gave a hearty laugh. "It's not like you're going away forever. We'll come visit you, sweetie. Plus you and your friends are always welcome here. Just try not to hesitate too much on the important matters, all right?" Kuratsuchi nodded calmly and her eyes reflected off her mother's. The older woman stepped forward and wrapped her arms around her daughter's neck. "I think I'm going to miss you more than you can imagine, my dear." Kuratsuchi clutched her mother's hand and squeezed. She felt the tickle of her mother's whispers in her ear. "Take care of that boy. He's a good man." Kuratsuchi sensed the warmth of her tears blossoming along the edge of her eyes as she whispered back, "Yes, he is." "Take care, mother." Fumiko kissed the salty cheek of her daughter and wept when she saw her retreat away. Kitsuchi put his hand upon his wife's back and waved to his daughter. The crowd of people waved with them, and as Kuratsuchi turned to witness the emotional display, more tears formed and fell. Naruto and Mitsui waved back at the crowd jubilantly and Kuratsuchi joined in. She felt their love and passion even when her feet took her on her last journey. There was a part of her that wanted to turn back and change her desires so she could be with them. But she ended that part of her right there because she was certain now. The final destination was placed before the trio, and with every step Kuratsuchi took on that sojourn, she felt the waves and love of her friends. The midday sun was brilliant when it shined its rays off the gates of Konoha, and the Jinchuriki gazed upon their familiar splendor. A bright grin formed on his lips and his feet picked up speed as his excitement increased. Naruto could feel it all then, the wind through the leaves, the sun's exuberant warmth, the sound of nature greeting him once again, and the mutual joy of those he traveled with. He had been away so long and the nostalgia and emotions coursed through his soul. His companions shared his excitement and jogged along with his pace. Naruto was glad for them and that they could be there for him in that moment. The gates were close and his heart was where it needed to be. He was home. Naruto had sent his final written report to Kakashi earlier that morning and he was glad he did because the entire population of Konoha was present at the gates when he arrived that sunny day. Remarkably, the number of people that greeted Naruto and his friends at the gates were greater than those who said farewell to him almost 2 years ago. A gigantic colorful crowd of citizens erupted in cheer and merriment when they spied their hero. The cheery blonde was running by that point and his mouth was broad and agape with happiness as he came home. At the front of the large crowd stood a special couple holding hands. With their opposite hands they waved to their third teammate and welcomed him home. He ran into their embrace and Kuratsuchi from a few paces back smiled with admiration at the camaraderie of the lovely team. Naruto laughed happily as he hugged his two best friends. "I'm home." Sasuke gave a small smile from the emotional embrace. "Yes, it would seem so." Sakura squeezed back. "It's about time. I thought you'd be gone for another 2 years because you were taking so long." Suddenly Kakashi emerged from the crowd and waved with one hand in a nonchalant manner at his old student. "Yo, Naruto. It's been a while." Naruto quickly grabbed his sensei and pulled him into the circle that was now complete with all of the original Team 7. The crowd cheered at this display as it did not take their favorite blonde long to run around and give his greetings to everyone present. Names and salutations were thrown around by the war hero as he recalled and cheered with all of Konoha's citizens. He heard many remarks about his growth and change of appearance. He also noted the change in his friends too. If they had not looked like adults before his protracted journey, they certainly did now. Naruto grabbed Kuratsuchi and Mitsui and introduced them to everybody as swiftly and efficiently as possible. Kuratsuchi learned so many faces and names that day she knew she could not possibly remember them all. Despite this, they all welcomed her with bright personalities and friendly introductions. By the end of it all, she knew she would be comfortable in her new home. Rock Lee was one of the more interesting characters Kuratsuchi was familiarized with, and she certainly found his curious idiosyncrasies to be gratifying in their own way. The energized young man had yelled some odd proclamations about youth to her and she had no choice but to giggle at his antics. Kuratsuchi was impressed by Kiba and his overt personality. His brashness was reminiscent of a certain blonde she was accustomed to, but she quickly noted the ascertainable differences between the two. The pretty kunoichi known as Hinata immediately piqued Kuratsuchi's interest. Naruto had mentioned her a few times in the past during some silk-clad nights filled with tender pillows and smooth whispers. Kuratsuchi felt a slight bit of hesitation from the Hyuga when she confronted her, but it hastily melted away. Kuratsuchi was receptive of Hinata's soft, kind personality and found no qualms with her in the slightest. The others were all just as unique and interesting as Naruto himself. She recognized most of them from the war, but she had not really inured herself with them until now. They were all incredibly friendly and selfless in their words and actions. Kuratsuchi knew she could easily adapt herself to these surroundings and people. Mitsui likewise was engrossed by the attention and praise she was getting from everyone around her. There were so many comments about her chestnut hair and icy eyes that her face was a fine shade of red within seconds. The little girl giggled happily when Sakura picked her up and kissed her on the cheek. Ino and Tenten ran over to join in on the introduction and cooing of the child. Needless to say, Mitsui enjoyed it all immensely. Naruto was enjoying the attention he was getting too. His hand was practically glued to the back of his neck as he was bathed in the mutual love. When he was surrounded by people he knew cared for him and the feelings were reciprocated, he was on top of the world. No amount of wealth or status could ever be proportionate to the people in his life. He allowed their affection and intimate intentionality flow through his heart and transform all of them in return. He was their heart and he did not take that position lightly. He loved them all. After a significant extent of time passed by filled with smiles and claps on the back, Kakashi placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder to rouse his attention. The Jinchuriki heard the audible whisper from his mentor asking to see him in his office as soon as possible. Kakashi practically vanished from existence after that. Naruto was not the least bit surprised by that fact. Once a few more minutes of lively banter and loud cheers went by, Naruto excused himself from the dwindling mass of people. He was aware of the fact that he left his two companions in the arms of his multiple comrades and knew they would flourish together splendidly. Naruto whisked through the almost empty streets of his village heading towards the large familiar building below the famous chiseled cliff face. He swiftly perceived the open windows of the Hokage's office and in a flash was in front of the desk he had been acquainted with for most of his life. The current Hokage was seated in his chair as if he had never left it while the war hero was gone. Kakashi's dark eyes darted to his students and creased slightly in amusement. "You couldn't have used the door?" Naruto shrugged. "You left the windows open." He eyed the small desk placed next to Kakashi's much larger one. "Shizune got her own desk now?" Naruto's smile was devilish. "Trying to have her as close to you as possible as sensei?" The Hokage cleared his throat and gestured with his free hand. Now, this is not the time to be talking about that. We have much more important matters to discuss." Naruto crossed his arms and smirked. "If you say so, sensei. It turns out that I have a question for you that has been unanswered for almost 2 years now." Kakashi leaned back in his chair. "You do know that a report usually consists of the Kage asking questions, right?" "Of course. Never stopped me from asking though." Kakashi smiled under his mask. "I missed you, Naruto." The glint in Naruto's eyes reminded Kakashi of finer ancient days. "I missed you too, Kakashi-sensei. You know your messages over the last 2 years certainly helped me out a lot." The current Hokage showed his appreciation of the compliment with another smile. "I'm glad. Due to the steady development of your reports, it seemed you went through quite the adventure. Surely I couldn't ask for a better result." Naruto grinned sheepishly. "Well, thanks. I don't think I'm that different, but you always were good at reading people, sensei." Kakashi meshed his fingers against one another. "I'm curious about your relationship with Kuratsuchi. It seemed like it took some time for both of you to fully understand and appreciate what was going on around the two of you." Naruto scratched his cheek. "Yeah, you're right. For the longest time I wasn't sure of what exactly to do, but the randomness of it all ended up aiding me." The masked leader observed his student. There was determination set in his jaw and clear understanding. The lack of regret in his student's eyes showed Kakashi his decision had been a good one. The Jinchuriki had growth and maturity placed in him, but most of all, Naruto was aware. He was aware of himself and others, and he used that to his utmost advantage. "Sounds remarkable." The war hero nodded and stared ahead through the glass windows. His eyes scanned the structures that reminded him of what the world could give. It sure is nice to know the village has been doing well since I left." Kakashi nodded and shifted his head upwards. A thought seemed to skirt along and centered itself in his soul. "There was a time where I thought you weren't going to come back and see it." Naruto's expression was unreadable. "Do you really think I would never come back?" Kakashi's eyes narrowed slightly and then returned to their normal attentive state. "I don't know. Sometimes I wonder where your heart and purpose are the strongest. You tend to put people above your own wishes, so it was inevitable you would do such a thing for Kuratsuchi if you had to. Although becoming the Hokage is one of the most selfless acts a person can do, so I found the whole ordeal to be quite perplexing." Surprisingly, Naruto did not smile at that. Kakashi would initially think the young man to do so, but his face was still completely unidentifiable. There was a long pause before the blonde gave his remark. When he finally did speak, Naruto's voice was calm and crisp. "I wanted what was best for her. But I don't always know what that is, so I gave her the option." Kakashi jumped on the rare occurrence. "Don't you think you were giving her too much power? Where was your thinking, Naruto?" Naruto's cool eyes flicked over. It was the only sign of relatively anything present in his features. "I gave her what she needed. She needed time. If I pushed her anywhere, she would have fallen. She is far more fragile than she thinks she is, or at least she was. Her resilience is really strong, but I can't be the one to make her stronger." Ever so slowly, a soft smile carved itself across the war hero's lips. "She's also far more capable than she realizes too. It was rather easy to fall in love with her, you see." Kakashi nodded to indicate his concentration on Naruto's words. "I do see." Naruto continued with his thought, his smile permanently etched on his face. "Her fiery determination and the way she stands for what she knows to be right are things about her that I can't help but have strong affections for. There's a glorious air about her when she realizes she needs to do something, sensei." The atmosphere in the room changed and Kakashi felt suddenly enraptured by his student. Something almost heavenly, as if the world flipped over on its head and it doesn't know where to stand anymore. But she knows where to stand, and she stands so tall. She towers over us all and breathes and speaks her thoughts to us. When she does that, I want to be so much closer to her sensei. So very close. Naruto's smile faded slightly, but his eyes shined brighter as compensation. The best part is that she does get closer to me. She accepts me and wants to be intimate with me. I love it so much and am so grateful for her. I really don't deserve a girl like her, but maybe it's not about what you deserve. Maybe it's about simply having what they are and accepting the gift that is them. Maybe just being grateful is enough to show my appreciation. I think I can live with that sensei. I think I can live with her. Kakashi felt lighter in his torso from that speech. He was not sure as to why he felt this way, but he confidently assumed it was not laced with malcontent. If he could ever respect his student more than he already did, it would be located in the sole place of where his heart was. The bright and cheery heart that so many individuals had decided to put their trust and love in. I think you can too, Naruto. Do you think I was in the wrong, sensei? Do you think I shouldn't have handled the situation the way I did? Kakashi brought his hand up to wave it in a dismissive manner. No, of course not. You were in the right, Naruto. Perhaps she went through some suffering because of it. But humans typically misconstrue suffering altogether. I think you have a good understanding of it, Naruto, and that's why you did what you did. You knew she would benefit in the end, and I think she knows that. Naruto tilted his head. How do you know she believes that, sensei? The current Hokage's eyes creased. Did you see the way she looked when you all approached the gates earlier today? She was ecstatic and there was a spring in her step as she was meeting the good people of this village. She's more than thankful for what you did for her, Naruto. The way her eyes shine when she looks at you says it all. Naruto sensed a wave of warmth flood his system then. He had never regretted his decision about his lover, but there was still the lingering question of wondering. Now he knew beyond anything there was no better decision he could have made. At least the results of the events showcased that conclusion. Naruto had done a great job and he was so glad it was for the woman he loved. Good, the blonde stated softly. She needs someone in her life to be like that. Kakashi leaned forward in his chair and lurched his head with a nod. We all do, Naruto. There was a pause and a blink from the Hokage, then his eyes steeled over. Now what was this important question that you needed to discuss? Naruto became serious then and his lips tightened. An expression of interest and resolve sublimated into the air. You never told me the reason behind this long mission of mine. I get it had something to do with finding myself and readying my mind to be the Hokage, but it was really vague. Why did you send me on that mission, sensei? What was the point of all of this? I'm not trying to sound ungrateful because a lot of great things resulted from your decision, but why did I do all of that? Kakashi nodded and took a deep breath. He knew his reasoning would need to be explained one day, and he had been hoping and dreading the day. He had partially been hoping the blonde would figure it out by himself, but that was probably asking for too much. There were usually important reasons behind certain actions, especially ones drenched with ambiguity. Naruto deserved a good answer to his query and Kakashi was going to give him one. The war hero had done so much for everyone so naturally it was only fair. There are many reasons, Naruto began Kakashi. There were so many obvious benefits behind the mission that even if it was unsuccessful it would still have produced good results. You got to meet up with some old friends and fortify your personal network of individuals. You were able to see the world and many places for the very first time. You expanded your knowledge and honed your wit. You were even able to find love. But these are all pragmatic results. My main reason behind your mission was founded in a much more quixotic principle. Naruto was still. His focus was heightened to an almost uncomfortable state. He needed to hear this and needed it to soothe the built-up curiosity centered around years of questions. Kakashi's inflection was soft and precise. You didn't want to be here anymore, Naruto. Naruto's eyes widened. His fingers slid against his palms. What? Kakashi's gaze did not waver. You were growing tired of Konoha and needed some time to explore. Naruto shook his head in disbelief. I admit I was restless, but I never thought that I didn't want to be in Konoha. The Rokudame's eyes searched for something in his student's expression and Naruto did not know what it was. But you did and you didn't know it. You wanted to search this world and find something you couldn't obtain here. You didn't know what it was then, but you do know now. The world has so much for those that travel beyond their limited thinking and that's what you wanted to do. Truth be told, you were already prepared to be Hokage. You were the day the war ended, but to be the best version of yourself and to reach the level of maturity that all men must reach, you had to search the world. And you did. You surpassed the expectations I had set for you, and you're ready now, Naruto. You're ready to be the man you've always needed to be. You're ready to be you. Naruto allowed the words to sink in. Kakashi was right, and he could not believe he had not seen it earlier. There was a drive of emotion and a push to find the truth of the world that had been placed in his bright heart. Naruto already knew the right answers, but even the greatest source of confidence typically still had some inklings of doubt. Kakashi was certainly worthy enough to see some vulnerability from him. Am I ready to love her, sensei? Kakashi allowed some slight shock to be evident on his face, but it quickly faded away as he answered. Yes, you are. You're ready to be anything you want to be. Naruto nodded and took a deep breath. Upon his exhale, he felt the joy of knowing the truth paint its essence in his mind. I want to be the Hokage, sensei. I want to be Kuratsuchi's husband. I want to be Mitsui's father. I want to protect all those who I find to be precious and good. I want to be me. Kakashi beamed at the young man. Naruto had come so far and suffered so greatly for the opportunity to stand where he did now. He was the cornerstone of the village even if he did not fully realize it. The fact he did not consider himself to be so important was a reflection on the person he had become. He did not want to flaunt his strength like he did when he was younger, even though he surely had a reason to do so now. His love for his friends was far greater than his false sense of pride. And all of this was why he would become a great Hokage. Then it seems like it's time, Naruto. The glimmer of moisture in the war hero's eyes made Kakashi's heart lurch in his chest. He tried to keep his tone as formal as possible. Would you like to be the next Hokage, Naruto? Of course, both parties already knew the answer, but that did not stop the excitement and cheer in the young man's voice when he cried out, yes. The emotions subsided gently after that, and technicalities were thrown around for some time between the two of them. It was not until they reached the subject of dates and times did Naruto realize the important detail that should have been addressed earlier. Kakashi had just mentioned a good time for the ceremony when Naruto interjected. Sensei, would it be all right if we pushed the inauguration a few months back? Kakashi raised an eyebrow. He was positive the Jinchuriki had been anxious to start his time in office immediately. It must have been a crucial thing to concern the blonde so much. Why? A sly grin spread across the young man's features. I have something else I want to take care of that's going to take some time to prepare. More details and grins were exchanged between the two shinobi as they planned for two events that were sure to be massive and extensive.